Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okay. All right. 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 Good morning. Good morning, my people. I swear to God, I am dying over here. My allergies are literally out of control. I am locked in my house. I am not leaving my house. I can't deal with these allergies. Ugh. So what's going on with you guys today? You are... Get the fuck out of here. Your doll is on the way. Your doll is on the way. Hold on, I gotta put some music on in the background. Oh, give me some music. Give me a beat. Give me a beat. What do I want in the background? Good morning. Good morning. Man, I look like poo. I look like poo. Here, let me do that so I get more light on my face. I'm doing readings, everybody. $20 for 20 minutes. So if anybody hasn't gotten a reading from me before, or it's been like a long time since you got a reading from me, it would be a good idea for you to get a reading. You guys share this live for me. I'm a psychic medium, so I'm going to do oracle and tarot cards, and then any spirits that you have that might want to talk to me that come through, I'll give you messages from them. And I'm dealing with allergies today. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Thank you. You've never had a reading at all, ever? Ever? Like by anybody? You're kidding me. Well, you have no idea what you've been missing. Do you have Cash App? Do you have Venmo? Yeah. I have Venmo and I have Cash App. And I'll give you my my info. Just hold on a second, guys. I'm trying to pull up my Cash App. Okay. I've been back on some of my other profiles. Poo. Hold on, people. I'm having testicle difficulty. I gotta get my other phone. I'm gonna give you guys my Cash App and my Venmo. Hey, what's up, Maddie? And salam alaikum salah. Ta-ta. Long time no see. I'm getting ready to do spiritualist readings. Just going to be doing some card readings over here. And my allergies are out of control. So, it's Brujo Ryan, Brujo-Ryan, for those of you who are trying to get connected or want to hang out with me while I do readings today, because I love it when you guys hang out. Michelle, what's up? You just love me, really? It's $20 for 20 minutes, yes. $20 for 20 minutes. And I'll make a list. I'll start making a list. Yeah, hang out with me. Hang out. Stick around. Even if you don't get a reading, I want you to stick around. And you guys can talk as much as you want in my reading. You know, I don't have a problem with you guys chatting with one another. I'm not that person that has to have, like, nobody chatting and stuff like that. Why do you guys love me so much? Why? Why are you... why? Where's all this love coming from, yo? Be a tourist. Why do you guys love me so much? You have to give me a reason. Like, you can't just say you love me without giving me a good reason. Because I'm real. I'm real, just like Jennifer Lopez. All right, let me see what I got going on over here. Hold on, people. I'm having fuck shit going on. What's up, Snugs? Okay, wow. I just got some money over here. And I'm going to start creating my list for you guys. I haven't gotten any Venmo money yet. But I got 2 payments on Cash App. So it's Sam J. And then I've got Lauren G. If it's, yeah. Should be. Hold on, I might freeze for a second, guys. Hold on. Okay, I had to turn down the whatchamacallit. All right, Sam, are you ready for your reading? Because I'll start shuffling up your cards. Oh, I got $20. Melissa B. Melissa B. I would rather go live during the day than at night. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Blurb, that's you, Sam? I would so much rather... Oh, I got a Michelle F. Michelle F. All right, I'm going to get started on Sam's reading. Blurbs. I like going live during the day, to be honest with you. I don't want to go live at night. At night, I want to, like, eat pizza and watch Netflix, play my Nintendo, do something else. Okay. So we're going to start with Sam. And I'm going to set my timer for 21 minutes. You get a bonus minute. So how this works is I am going to shuffle up my cards. And I use 2 Oracle decks and 2 Tarot decks. So I like cards. They all tell me something different about you. Can you guys see me and hear me okay? All right. Love it. Okay, so listen, everybody. This is just an emergency. I just want to tell you, in case of an emergency, such as my live going down, which it absolutely should not. There's no reason why my live should get stopped for any reason. Go to my TikTok profile and click on my YouTube button, and I go live on YouTube. My YouTube live is always a backup in case some kind of fuck shit happens on bitch talk. Right? But we should be good. We should be good. I'm saying a prayer to God and my ancestors and also the spirits that work with me, the spirits of the dead that are my spiritual guides, my guardian angel, all of those good spirits that want to see us progress in life. I'm also saying a prayer for all the people I read, that their spirits step forward and give me the messages that they need to be successful in life, to be happy, and to evolve and move along on the spiritual path. Ashe, 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 oh. So when it's time to do your reading, just say a little prayer that your spirit guides show up and give you the messages that you need. Another thing that you need to know about the way I read cards, or read in general, my cards always mean the same thing, okay? I'm working with a lot of different cards, but the cards have very specific meanings. So you might hear me say the same thing to more than one person. The reason you might hear me say the same thing to more than one person is because that's what that card means. It doesn't have any other meaning for me. See, I've been reading tarot for 20 years now. More than that, 21, 22 years, because I'm almost 43. And over the years, my spirits and I have come into an agreement about how this all works. I'm using the Herbal Astrology Oracle. I'm using the Hedge Witch Botanical Oracle. I'm using the Herbal Tarot. And I'm using the Mushroom Hunter Tarot. Hey, hey, hey. What's up? Anyway, I'm feeling lucky today. Woohoo! I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling good about it. Oh, really? It's okay if you fall asleep. What's up, Damien? It looks like I got a lot of motherfuckers coming in here. Hey, what's up? Right now, I've got Sam J, Lauren G, Melissa B, Michelle F. That's you. All right, I'm almost there, Sam. I'm almost there, Blurbs. But you know what I want to do? I want to create some moderators. Who's sticking around to be with me for a while? Who's going to be around with me for a while? I'm gonna make Crystal. I'm gonna make you a moderator, okay? Rock and Robin, I'm making you one of my moderators. Okay? I'm making Blurb one of my moderators. Because if anybody comes into my room in the middle of the reading and wants to start talking shit or acting stupid, kick them out. If anybody comes in here and says any nasty stuff or they sound like they're coming in to talk sideways, just kick them. I do not have motherfucking time for that today. I'm here to do spiritual work. I'm not here to fuck around with these sons of bitches. Hey, Bird from Oz. Long time no see. All right, Blurb. All right, Sam. I'm starting your time. Yes, my earthy decks are on point. Okay, here we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. You've got some really beautiful messages coming already, and this is just... Okay. So are you having issues with your relationship, or are you, Sam, are you having relationship issues right now? Are you in a relationship? Because I'm getting that you've got some turbulence going on. Now, you guys remember that anything that you don't want to say on live, you absolutely don't have to. Yeah, I know, because your relationship stuff is coming out in this reading. You pulled Nettle, one of my oracle cards, and this particular card of Nettle talks about tribulation, or a time of being tested. You also pulled Makuna in my herbal astrology, and this particular card talks about your journey, like what's going on in your journey. And I pulled the Three of Swords for you, which talks about heartbreak, or it talks about, you know, pain in the heart. Usually I can interpret that as either you're having problems in your relationship, or that you might be suffering from some low-key depression, or you might be dealing with some stuff that's like bringing you down, making you sad. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're trying to find out. We're trying to find out where this comes from. Also, another card that you pulled that's not necessarily great, and I know that I'm showing you the cards that are coming out as problematic first, because there wasn't a lot of them, is, hey Ash. is you pulled the Eight of Swords. And when I pull the Eight of Swords for someone, it talks about someone who's bound and blindfolded, who's surrounded by swords, who feels like they can't move, feels kind of like they're being caged in, or feeling like you don't have the ability to be free. Is that how you feel right now in your relationship? Do you feel like trapped or caged in? Hey, beautiful. My spiritual husband. Where's my other spiritual husband? So let's talk about relationships for a second, okay? Let's talk about relationships. And this is what I need you to remember. Let me put it to you like this. And a lot of people won't like what I have to say, because a lot of people get mad when I say that it is not. People will use the excuse that I'm staying in this relationship because of the kids. I'm staying in this relationship because we have kids together. Well, guess what? Staying with somebody that you don't love is not helping your kids. You're not doing anything for your kids by being in a relationship where there is no love. It is better to walk away from the relationship, start over, create a new life, and show your children that you have the ability to be happy, that you have the ability to continue. Because when you're in a relationship where you're miserable, your children are miserable. Especially if it's an abusive relationship. Like if you're in an abusive relationship and that guy that you're with or that girl that you're with talks down to you, calls you names, puts their hands on you, is drunk, an alcoholic, somebody who's a problem for you. When you stay in that environment and you keep your kids in that environment, you're teaching your daughters it's okay for him to behave that way. You're teaching your daughters that it's okay for men to treat women that way. And your daughter's going to grow up and she's going to find somebody just like dad. Some son of a bitch that's going to treat her poorly. Listen to what I'm saying, people. And, blurbs, this is for you. You're not helping your children by sticking around in the relationship. Because what you want to teach your kids is to stand up for themselves. If you have little boys and you're a woman and you're in a relationship with an abusive man, you're teaching your sons that it's okay to treat women that way. And that's fine too. If you're friends with that person and you want to stay friends with that person and you guys have a nice life together as friends, that's great. But both of you need to get your nuts, right? So what are you going to do? Are you going to open up the relationship? You want to go polyamorous? You kind of like want to meet other people, do things with other people? That's okay too. Like, have you really sat down and had an open conversation with your partner about what it is that's going to make you happy? Because Sam, what the Spirit is saying is that you need to be very verbal with your partner and let them know exactly what it is that you need emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically to be happy, to thrive. Not just survive, but also to thrive. Hey, Julie. So my friend Dorian, who is a pole dancer. She was a pole dancing instructor. Little Jewish lady. Very sweet. She was so funny because like after she would teach poles, she would go into the back room and sit down in the office and she'd kick off her stilettos and she would go, "Oi, vey, my feet. Pour me a drink," and then I'd have to like go pour her drink while she sat there. But she said to me one time, Philip, you don't need any other reason to walk away from a relationship other than I'm not happy. You don't need any other reason to walk away from a relationship other than I'm not happy. But we're going to keep going with that, okay? So just think about it. You pulled the Two of Cups also. This is why I was confused about the whole relationship thing. Whenever I pull cards for someone, sometimes there's a mixed message. And I got the heartbreak card, I got the sadness card, but I also got the Two of Cups. And whenever I pull the Two of Cups for someone, that talks about being in a relationship, and it talks about being in a loving relationship. Okay. The Spirit says that they want you to focus on the future. The Spirit says that you're coming to an end of an era. You pull the World card, and the World card is sitting right at the center of your reading, okay? And what the World card talks about is that it's time for you to start tying up loose ends. It's time for you to start tying up loose ends. So now is a time in your life in which you need to think about all of the people, places, and things that are no longer moving you forward or moving forward your story or your plot line, and start thinking about ways to basically shut down and move on. I'm doing readings right now, so if I don't respond to you and you say hello and stuff, it's because I'm doing a reading. I'll talk to you when I finish doing my reading. What the Spirit is talking about here in the Ten of Wands is that you need to focus on your work. What do you do for work, blurbs? These are paid readings, everybody. Unless you pay me $20, I am not talking to you. This reading is not for you. This reading is for one person specifically. It is not a reading for everybody. So don't make that reach and think I'm talking to you if I'm not talking directly to you. What are you doing for work, blurbs? Or are you working? Okay. So what the Spirit is saying with the Ten of Wands here, prickly ash bark, is that you need to focus on your work. Like they're talking about money. They're talking about you focusing on what it is that you want to do and how do you want to make your money. Okay. So have you thought about like trying to make more money doing astrology? Like if you love doing astrology, have you ever gone live on TikTok to like do live readings? Okay, so here we go. Did you know you could go live on TikTok? And you could also like offer to do like little astrology readings on TikTok? Because as you can see, I just got on live. I told everybody that I was going to be doing readings. I jumped on here, started doing readings, and I'm making money. I'm making money. People are paying me money to do readings. You can do the exact same thing. Matter of fact, in this day and age, anyone can do that. Anyone who's got a motherfucking playing cards or tarot cards can go live and start making money. Doesn't mean you're going to be good at it, but that's something that you can do. Are you talking to me, really? Man, there's just so many assholes coming in here today. It's like they got nothing to do. I'll tell you, Kimberly, after I finish doing this reading. Witch in Kitchen, I'm making you a moderator right now. If somebody comes in and says anything other than something to do with a reading, kick them out of the room. It's Cash App, Kimberly. You don't want to do anything for free. Never do anything for free. Unless you're getting paid, do not do it. Do you do tarot and oracle cards? Have you thought about offering private yoga sessions? Have you ever gone live doing tarot? Or have you ever gone live to do anything? Do you have 1,000 followers? Yes, you do. You've almost got 2,000 followers. What you need to do is you need to go live. If you're a stay-at-home mom and you're not doing anything, wake up just like I did. Wake up, have your coffee, have some breakfast, sit down, go on live, start reading people and start making money. Because what the Spirit is saying is they want you to work and they want you to make money. You need money. Money is very important to you right now. You need money. You're going to be traveling. In the next 3 to 6 months, you're going to have the opportunity to travel. And you want to be able to do that. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the spirit that I see around you. For one thing, you've got gnomes and fairies that are coming for you today. You've got fairies, okay? So if you have not studied or learned about or started working with fairies or the little people, they're a group of spirits, nature spirits, that are very important to you, that you need to look into. You also have gnomes. And I think very strongly that you might necessarily have like a house gnome that's running around your house. The other spirits that are coming for you today is you have a grandfatherly spirit that's stepping forward for you. And this particular grandfather spirit that I see, I see him sitting in it like a nursing home, or sitting in a wheelchair, or sitting in a real comfy chair in a nursing home. And I see him kind of having a big nose and big ears, and he's bald on top. He's got white hair on the sides, and he's got like kind of like a blue shirt on and a pair of khaki pants. He kind of might have looks like a veteran. Oh, really? What's his name? What was his name? Well, baby, I'm a psychic medium. That's why I'm a psychic medium. That's why you guys pay me $20, is to pull spirits of the dead for you. Earling? Well, guess what? He's still with you. He literally is still with you. That's really, really cool. That's crazy. There's 2 other spirits that are around you. And I feel like they're 2 spirit guides. And one of them seems kind of like... She looks like she could be... Have you ever seen that movie, The Chronicles of Narnia? The White Witch? She's got blonde hair. She's thin. Her face is thin. She's got a white gown on. It's very, very long. She's wearing some kind of jewelry that looks like it's... she's got silver and gold jewelry on. She's wearing some kind of diadem that's on her forehead. It looks like it's some kind of diamond-shaped diamond. She's got pointy ears. And she almost reminds me of like an elf, or some kind of like elf witch. She hovers around you and she hovers over top of you. Like she's an aerial spirit. She doesn't touch the ground. And this other spirit that I see around you, he seems kind of to be like an older gentleman. He's got a darker skin tone. He's wearing some kind of cape with a hood. I see him sitting in a room with a really, really, really big picture glass window that's almost like stained glass. but the stained glass window was like in the shape of a circle, and it's like a snail almost. It's got that whole Fibonacci kind of design to it. He seems like some kind of alchemist or somebody who practiced magic when he was alive. Also, I don't know if you work with Hecate or not, but I kind of feel her presence right now. I wouldn't know that. So you pull the Hanged Man card, okay? This little upside down mushroom. Let me tell you what kind of offering to give Hecate if you're going to start working with her. The best offering to give Hecate is 3 boiled eggs, shell them, pour honey all over them, and then take 3 sticks of incense and put a stick of incense in every single egg. Put frankincense and myrrh and sandalwood. 3 eggs, pour honey over them, and put sandalwood, myrrh, and frankincense, incense in her bowl and put it out for her. Okay, and always put out like a glass of water, or if you can find out what her favorite drink is, you can put out her favorite drink. But what the Hanged Man card says, Sam, is that you need to not be a martyr, okay? Don't be a martyr. Don't sacrifice your own self. Don't sacrifice your own needs on behalf of other people, because I'm going to tell you the motherfucking truth. The motherfucking truth is you will sacrifice yourself and you will kill yourself and you will throw yourself into a grave over somebody else, and they will not appreciate it at the end of the day. And they won't appreciate it at the end of the day. All right, honey, that's my reading for you. I hope that was helpful. Hi. Okay, you guys can talk to me now. I'm finished with my reading. So now I'm going to be talking for a minute and then moving on to my next victim. I can't believe I pulled that spirit for you. What's up, y'all? Okay, so I take Venmo and I take Cash App, and my Cash App and my Venmo is the same, which is Brujo Ryan, BRUJO RYAN. My next victim. Let me go over here and check my Cash App and see what's going on. And oh, wow. I got Sam. Sam is done. Now I've got Lauren G. I've got, I've got Imani A. I've got Summer D. And let me go over here to my Venmo just to make sure. I've got Gabriella B. I've got Lauren G, Melissa B, Michelle F, Amani A, Summer D, and Gabriella B. All right, I'm getting on it. We're going to keep moving right along. Moving right along. Lord have mercy. Baking, yes. Binka. I got Christina. I've got a Christina over here. Where's Christina at? Really, my hair looks like trash today, but thank you so much. Okay, so is it Binka? I'm so confused right now. I've got a Christina, but I'm also being told that there is... That's you? You blocked a poacher? Everybody listen to me. If some kind of bullshit happens and my TikTok live goes down, go to my profile, click on the button for my YouTube channel, and I'll be live on YouTube. That's always my backup, okay? All right, so now we're going to do Lauren G, and I'll come back to that. I always back up myself by... Badass Ancestors is awesome. Okay, Christina. All right, that's you. Hey, Cakes. Man, you guys are busy during the day. Wow. You guys are so active. My daytime people. Hey, Aaron. I'm just doing readings. Just doing live readings. What I said about staying in relationships is true, though. You guys, hold on a second, okay? Can you see me? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry about that. I had to respond to that text. So, you know, the thing about like staying in a relationship for your kids is a real cop-out. Whenever someone says that they're staying in the relationship because they have kids, that's a real cop-out. You're failing your children by staying in a loveless relationship and a relationship that's abusive. You're failing your kids when you do that. If your excuse to staying in a relationship with an abusive person is it's for my kids, it means you're weak. You're not strong by staying in that relationship. So that's why you guys need to be financially independent when you walk into a relationship. Okay, Nancy. Yeah, because if you're in an abusive relationship, doesn't matter if you're a male or a female or what, a father or a mother or what, you're teaching your kids that it's okay to be in that kind of situation. I'm using the Hedgewitch Botanical Oracle. Excuse me. The Herbal Astrology Oracle. I'm using the Mushroom Hunter Tarot and also the Herbal Tarot. I like using herbs and mushrooms for my readings, and I use a lot of cards. And my allergies are out of control. Goodness gracious, excuse me guys, I'm going to be sneezing a lot. Okay, Lauren. I'm going to do honey. I'm going to do the honey. Yes, I am. All right, Lauren, I'm starting your time. So let's see what the Spirit has to say. Okay. You got some really powerful messages over here. Let me see. Do you work with Norse paganism? Are you a Norse pagan person? Because you have a spirit that's around you that either looks like Odin or Mercury. But the spirit that's coming around for you is wearing some kind of helmet that has like wings on it. Did you know that? Let me start giving you a positive message, and we'll come back to the spirits in a second. Block them, send them out of here. Oh, I blocked them. You pulled the 10 of coins, and whenever I pull the 10 of coins for someone, that tells me that your ancestors spirits love you very much. They care about you very much, and what they're trying to bring you is blessings. They're trying to bring you money. They're trying to bring you stability, and they're trying to bring you like all the good things in life. So do you have an ancestor altar? Because you need to continue to venerate your ancestors and talk to your ancestors and pray to your ancestors. Put out a glass of water for them, a candle for them, some coffee for them, okay? Because your ancestors are like very, very, very active in your life, okay? I'm doing readings today, but it's good to see you, Mrs. White. That's good. That's real good, because you actually have like a grandmotherly spirit that came for you today, that's coming forward for you. She has brown hair, but it's like it's kind of comes to her shoulders. And I see her being a shorter woman, like about 5'4", 5'5", a little round, but wearing a shirt that is tomato colored. She's wearing like a tomato color shirt, and she's wearing like a tomato color pair of shorts. Is she someone that liked to go to the beach when she was alive? You have a spirit that seems to be very, very, very connected to the water and to the ocean. She's someone, when she went out into the world, like to be barefoot. She was barefoot all the time. Good morning, guys. I'm doing live readings right now, so if I don't respond to you, it's because I'm doing readings. Let me tell you about, let me keep going with this, okay? You also pull the 10 of Wands, and when I pull the 10 of Wands for someone, that usually talks about hard work. Okay, this is another card talking about work and working hard. So there is stuff that's going on around you at work that's very important that you need to pay attention to. And one of the cards that came for you is the 9 of Pentacles. And the 9 of Pentacles is talking about how you need to be really patient, that all the work that you're putting into life right now is going to come to fruition, but it's not going to come immediately. It's going to be a little while. Like the work that you're doing now is going to probably take about 4 to 6 months to manifest itself. Are you working? Are you doing some kind of work? Okay, Caitlin. You guys, stop liking the live, please. Thank you for liking the live, but you can stop liking the live because you're fucking up my conversation. Lauren, I'm going to keep giving you, let's see. Okay, so you know why? You need to do more spiritual baths. You need to, if that's how you operate, if you stop taking care of yourself, what you need to do is you need to do more spiritual baths. And a very easy spiritual bath to do in order to clean yourself off is, make a bathtub full of warm water, put 2 or 3 cans of coconut milk in there, get some fresh basil from the grocery store and rip it up in your hands, put it in the bath, put some Epsom salt, put some essential oil. Yes, I'm a child of Oshun. Man, these people are like, they're coming today. Block them as fast as they come in, people. This is I'm getting challenged doing readings under this amount of like craziness. I need you guys to block these people as soon as they start commenting because it's fucking up my reading. Aaron, I'm making you a moderator. These people are trash and they've got nothing else better to do. Lukey, you can be quiet because I'm the person who's giving the suggestions right now, not you. This is not your motherfucking reading. It's mine. What I'm telling her to do is to soak in the bathtub because pouring it over your head is not the only kind of spiritual bath you can do. Okay, I'm going to pause my time so that I can go back and talk to you for a couple of minutes because of this whole situation. I'm adding you as a moderator, Ghoulie Ghoul. All right. Okay, so, Lauren, getting back to what I was saying, it's very, very important for you to be patient. You need patience right now because all of the good things in life that you want, your ancestors are bringing it to you. They're helping you, okay? They're getting you to where you need to be. A very positive message for you, okay, is the 6 of Wands came for you. It's okay if their comments stay. Just block them. The 6 of Wands came for you. And the 6 of Wands talks about how you have everything you need to be successful in life. The 6 of Wands is about success. It's about victory, overcoming your enemies, overcoming your obstacles in life. And so the 6 of Wands really has to do with you have all of the tools in your toolbox that you need to be successful, okay? You're getting a lot of cards about travel also. So I don't know if like you're planning on going on a trip or you think that you might go on a trip, but I think within the next 3 months or so that you're going to be going on some kind of journey. Good. That's real good. Good for you. Good for you. You pull the Temperance card. And whenever I pull the Temperance card for someone, it tells me that your guardian angel or the spirit that rules over your head, your primary spirit guardian, is very, very close to you. And so you need to listen to that primary spirit guardian, try to figure out who it is, and you need to work with your spiritual court first. Work with the spirits that are around you. Work with your guardian angel. Work with the spirits of the dead that are around you. People don't understand that petitioning gods and goddesses and deities is fine, but it's not going to work as fast, as quickly, and as efficiently as working with your ancestors and your spirit guides. Because in my tradition, if the ancestors are not happy, nobody is happy. And believe it or not, your ancestors will block your blessings. If you're moving in a direction that your ancestors are not like happy with or they don't approve of, they will totally block you. They will cock block you at every turn, which is why it's so important for you to have an ancestor altar, to have a way to communicate with your ancestors, if it's oracle cards or tarot cards or some other kind of way, to sit with them and talk to them and tell them what it is that you're trying to accomplish in life, okay? And it sounds like you're doing that, and that's really good. You pulled the death card, okay? And whenever I pull the death card for someone, it tells me that your spiritual progress is going to be a slow process, okay? This is a spirituality card, and this talks about your spiritual growth. Your spiritual growth is going to happen, and it's happening, but it's a very slow transmutation process. So you don't need to feel like you're in a hurry to get anywhere, okay? Don't feel like you're in a hurry to get anywhere. Just know that the Spirit is leading you. It's like the spiritual composting card. It's my spiritual composting card. Now is the time to take all of the garbage out. Bury it, let it go back to the earth while you're trying to figure out what's going to happen next, what's coming next. You pull the Six of Pentacles, and what the Six of Pentacles really talks about is it talks about that you're a very generous person. You have a lot of generosity, okay? But you need to allow other people to help you also. Does that make sense? So don't be one of those people that always says, oh, I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, no, that's okay. I got it. I can do it. If you're one of those people that is always saying, I'll take care of it, I'll do it, leave it to me, you're either doing that for one of two reasons. One, you're trying to gain everybody else's approval, which you can never gain everyone's approval, or you're a perfectionist and you feel like you're the only person that can do something right. You're the only person that can do it correctly. So what you need to do is you need to take a step back and allow other people to do things for you. Okay? Allow other people to do nice things for you. And ask for help, because you don't have to do everything by yourself. Just ask for help. Hold on a second. Let me regroup. So one of the things the Spirit is talking about is you might be dealing with some low-key depression, or you might be feeling sad, or you might be having waves of sadness that come over you frequently. And that has to do with grief and grieving. I pull the Five of Cups for you. And whenever I pull the Five of Cups for someone, it usually means that they're dealing with past traumas or past hurts, or they're trying to, their brain is trying to rewire itself, from sadness. As an example, you might have had a loss, and after losing something, you didn't grieve it all the way. And so there's unresolved grief that you need to deal with. Does that make sense? And if you're dealing with unresolved grief, or you feel sad and you're trying to let go of something, get on Google and type in stages of grief. Because when you look at the stages of grief, you realize it's a process that you go through to grieve. And if you stop the grieving process too early, you can't really heal all the way. Does that make sense? You're a child of the earth, okay? You pull the Ace of Pentacles. And if you're a child of the earth, it means that you need to be out in nature. It means that you need to be walking through the forest. It means that you need to be picking flowers for yourself. It means that you need to get your phone and download that app on your phone, which is the herbal identifier, the plant identifier. Find a park, find some trail that you like that's close to your house, that's safe. Walk down the trail, and when you see a plant or a tree or something that you want to learn the name of, take a picture of it. Take a picture of it and start learning about the medicinal plants and learn about the herbs that are... So one thing that people don't realize about witchcraft and witches is that, traditionally witches worked with what they had around them. There was no Amazon. There was no herbal apothecary or health food store that you could go to. There was no Etsy. There was no online shopping for herbs. If you wanted to practice magic, you needed to find the herbs that were around you. Local. Witchcraft has always been a local art form and science. Because remember, people, witchcraft is about working with herbs and plants and trees and crystals and stones, okay? And candles and everything else. So you need to study the medicinal and the magical herbs. Where is it? Hold on. You pulled plantain, okay? And this particular plantain oracle card says nourish. You need to be nourishing yourself. You need to be eating the good foods, okay? You need to be eating more healthy saturated fats, avocado, coconut oil, butter, ghee. You need to eat the yolks in the eggs when you eat the eggs. You need more saturated fats because saturated fats are good for the hormone balance. They're good for your brain. Saturated fat protects your brain. You need to eat saturated fat. Eating saturated fat doesn't make you fat. That's a lie. Eating other kinds of fatty foods and garbage and sugar is going to make you fat, but not eating healthy saturated fats. And so what the spirit is saying is that when you make vegetables, put butter on top of them, okay? I know that sounds crazy, but when I say nourish yourself, I mean eat more nourishing foods, foods that make you feel satisfied. And when you put saturated fats, healthy saturated fats into your diet, you feel satisfied. You don't feel hungry, okay? And your body can't metabolize those saturated fats, if that makes sense. You also pulled Bobinsana, okay? And that particular card talks about trust, meaning that you don't trust yourself enough. You need to trust yourself. You need to listen to yourself, listen to your heart, because your gut instinct is always right. Your gut instinct is always right. And you pulled that Five of Cups twice. You pulled that Five of Cups twice. That has to do with like working on unresolved grief. Now hold on a second. Did you ever have a miscarriage? Have you had a miscarriage, or did you, have an abortion? Because you have a child spirit that's around you. That child that was supposed to come into the world, that spirit is still walking with you. Hold on, focus. I'll talk to you in a second. Bye, Magda. So you have a spirit around you, and that particular spirit that was supposed to come into this world, it didn't come into the world for whatever reason, and that's okay. But that particular spirit wants you to know that they're still with you. Okay, they still love you. They're still walking side by side with you. And if it's a child spirit that wasn't able to make it into this world, that when you die, when you pass away and you travel into the next world, then they're probably going to follow you into it. Okay? I hope that doesn't make you too upset. But that's the reading that I have for you today. All right? I hope that was okay. I hope that helped you in some kind of way. Good. It's absolutely fine to cry. It's absolutely fine to cry. You are more than welcome to cry as much as you need to. Thank you, Lauren, for trusting me enough to read you. That was really powerful. I've got Melissa B, Michelle F, Amani A, Summer D, Gabriella B, Christina, and Don't anybody send me any more money. Let me go and see who else threw money at me. I've got Nancy T. I got a Nancy T. I got Drew. I've got Megan B. Y'all are like here for it today. Lord have mercy. I got a Caitlin G. Don't anybody send me any more money. Readings are closed. I got Caitlin G. And I've got G-Locks. Awesome. Yeah, y'all are throwing the motherfucking money at me today, and that's great because I need to pay rent. Thank you. I'm trying to be mellow. I'm trying to be chill, and I'm trying to help everybody as much as I possibly can. You know how it is. You know what? That's not true. I will probably take more readings later, but right now we're going to be on a marathon. So I am going to read Melissa B, Michelle F, Amani A, Summer D, Gabriella B, Christina, Nancy T, Drew, Megan D, Caitlin G, and G-Locks. All right? No, I shuffle my deck separately. So, Melissa B, where are you? Still here? Well, focus if you're around here, but if you come back later on, the list is... So the list is pretty long. I'm not going to lie to you. The list is pretty long. But... So I'm kind of nervous that you guys are going to send me money and then you're not going to be around for your reading. The thing is that I'm going to be going live a lot, so I can always do your reading for you. But I need everybody to chill for a minute, because I got to make sure that everybody gets their reading. All right? So if you don't get a reading from me now, okay, if you don't get on my list now, you can come back and get on the list with me, you know, another time. But I would take more readings. I've got nothing to do today. So if you guys do want to pay for a reading, I will take it. I am here for it. I'm going to make coffee. I'm going to eat my gummies, and I'm going to do my readings. So if somebody does want to put in my Cash App or Venmo for these people, you can totally do that. If you want to get on my list, I'm keeping the list open for another 10 minutes. If you want to get a reading from me today, then I'm keeping my reading list open for like 10 more minutes. But focus with Kate. If you do want to stick around for it, I will take it. I will take you. Okay? All right. I love my cards. I love my cards. I love my cards. And you guys are doing so great blocking all of those nasty people coming after me. Thank you so much. Okay, Lone Star. I would love it. Well, here's the thing. Like, if I don't like you, I'm going to block you. If I see somebody that I don't like, and there's a lot of people on this app that I don't like, if I see them, I'm going to block them. I just don't want to see their fucking face. And I don't understand the people that don't do the same thing. I think it's really stupid and petty and shows how weak of a human being you are if you have to create all these fake profiles to go harass people. Like, how much of a loser do you have to be in order to do that? Hey, Smug. I just got a lot of people coming in here, like, trying to start shit with me. And we're not having it today. They're almost like the little moles that pop up. They pop up and you have to whack them down, and then another one pops up and you have to whack that down. Hey, but honeybee. For real, though. Thanks, Crystal. It's okay. I'm used to it. There's a lot of people in this world that don't like me, and that is okay. I am not here to be anybody's friend. I'm here to give messages. The difference. So yeah, I'm still taking readings for the next 5 minutes. Literally, if you want to get a reading from me, there is a list over here. Now I got to make sure. Melissa B, are you here? Thanks, honeybee. Melissa B, are you here? Are you ready? There's a long list. She's in here? Okay. All right, Mel B, here we go. Let's start your reading. There's a long list, but I'm here for it. So if somebody wants to give them my Cash App, give them my Cash App. Let me plug my phone in. Sorry. So, Mel, you pulled some really, really beautiful cards. You also pulled a couple of cards to pay attention to. But let me go ahead and start with this. For one thing, spiritualism or spiritism is part of your spiritual path, okay? You pull the Three of Cups. Whenever I pull the Three of Cups for someone, it tells me that part of your spiritual path should be practicing spiritualism or practicing spiritism, okay? Because you need to be working with the spirits of the dead. You need to be working with your ancestors. Has anyone ever told you that before? If you don't have an ancestor altar right now, you definitely need to, okay? Do you have an ancestor altar up? We need to get you on that path, okay? Because working ancestral spirituality is very, very, very important. Okay, let me tell you what I want you to do. All right, I'm going to tell you what I want you to do, but I'm going to tell everybody should do this. What I want you to do is I want you to take a glass of water and a white candle, and it can be a tea light, literally a little glass of water and a little tea light. And I want you to find some place in your home that's quiet and peaceful, that's not going to be disturbed. And I want you to put that white candle and that glass of water there. And you're going to designate that space right now as a place for you to pray and talk to your dead, talk to your ancestors, talk to the spirits that are around you. Okay, wait a minute, you never got a reading before, right? You're the person who never got a reading before, ever? Oh, Lord, no wonder they're stepping out for you. No wonder they're coming around for you, because they're trying to get your attention. Okay, so there's a book I want you to get, okay? The book is called Badass Ancestors. Badass Ancestors by Patty Wigington. Okay? This is a very, very, very important book. This particular book is going to teach you how to start working with your ancestral spirits. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it up to you. That you need to get that book, you need to start reading it, and you need to designate a place in your home where you're going to talk to and pray and work with your ancestors. Ancestor work is very, very, very important for you. Hold on, you got a lot of stuff coming through for me. A lot of stuff. Hold on. There's all these people talking to me, and I need them to be quiet for a second. You have an ancestral spirit in your court that was a traditional healer, and they seem to be very indigenous to me. Are you Hispanic or Latino? Or do you know if you have any ancestry that's Native American? But you have some kind of spirit of the dead that's around you that's a native spirit, indigenous spirit. Okay, all right. It's very, very important that you start thinking about or paying attention to working with herbs and working with plants and learning about trees, and try to find out more about the traditions of the people in your family that were indigenous or native. Find out where they come from. Find out what tribe they're a part of, so that you can try to open yourself up and connect with them. But like I said, regardless of what your ethnicity is, whether you're native, indigenous, or you have a European descent or African descent, it doesn't matter. This Badass Ancestors book is going to help you to start invoking those energies, okay? Keep, keep working on those herbs. All right. Now, the next thing is, you have a woman in your spiritual court. This is a spirit of the dead that's around you. And in my tradition, we call her Madama or La Madama. You have a spirit in your court that is an African spirit. Do you know if you have any African ancestors? Or have you ever had a DNA test, an ancestry DNA test? Because if you haven't dropped the $99 or the $80 to get your DNA done, I'm going to recommend that you do. You definitely need to get an ancestry DNA test. Now, why am I telling you to get an ancestry DNA test? I'm not a Nazi. This is not a blood quantum thing. This doesn't have anything to do with eugenics, doesn't have anything to do with me being a separatist or a gatekeeper when it comes to different religions and spiritualities. That's not what this is about. This is about knowing where your people come from. Guess what, girlfriend? You're going to do that test today. And after you do that test today, you're going to put it in the mail, and then you're going to contact me like a month from now, and you're going to tell me what kind of results you got. That is something that you absolutely have to do, because you need to know where your people come from. And when you know where your people come from, then you're able to focus more on learning more about the culture of your ancestors. Let's say you got ancestors that come from Africa. You got ancestors that come from China. You got ancestors that come from Mesoamerica. You got ancestors that are indigenous North American or Caribbean or some other place. That will show up on your ancestry DNA test. And then you could say, oh, okay, I have ancestors that come from here. I've got ancestors that come from here. Let me learn more about these people. Let me learn more about their culture. Yes, and every single holiday, Ancestry.com and 23andMe are always putting out discounts. You can even get them on Amazon discounted. But this is very important for you. The next thing is that the Spirit says that you should really be focusing on work and making money. It also says that you need to be... you should be changing jobs. It says that that the job that you're in isn't the right job for you, and that you need to find a different job. Hey, Nancy, I'm a Taino descendant myself. Of course, it's like 6%, but I have indigenous Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico. So yes, the Tainos are very, very important to me. In my veneration, I have a special place for them. But what is this thing going on with your job, Melissa? Are you a stay-at-home mom right now? I'm probably getting a lot of stay-at-home moms, right? If it is like 1 o'clock in the afternoon and everybody's on my live. The Spirit is saying that you should work. That's what the Spirit is saying. So if you haven't been working, that's fine. But the Spirit is saying you need to think about, or potentially think about, going back to work. There's another thing that I want to point out to you. You need to be doing spiritual cleansings. Do you know how to cleanse yourself and cleanse your home spiritually? Because you pulled Kohash, and that is a card of repel or repelling. And so, do you know how to do anything in witchcraft at all? Oh, really? I love my soccer moms. The Spirit says that you have strength. Okay, so here's the thing that you want to do. The best way to clean your home is, I'm going to give you several recommendations about how I want you to clean your home, okay? The first thing I want you to do is get some cedar, okay? Because that is the absolute best kind of wood and plant to burn if you're cleansing. It's not white sage. It's not green sage. It's not Palo Santo. It's cedar. So they actually have cedar bundles. That is the kind, actually for the person, Nancy, who was talking about the Tainos, that's what the Tainos use to clean with, smoke cleanse with, is cedar and tobacco, okay? So the most important plants, the most powerful plants, actually, for smudging things is cedar and tobacco, not anything else. But that's my personal opinion. So what you want to do is you want to close all your windows, get your cedar, say a prayer to God, say a prayer to your ancestors, say a prayer to your angels, okay, your guardian spirits, and say, help me please purify my space, cleanse the space, and remove any negative energy or any negative entities that don't need to be here, okay? And when I say negative entities, it doesn't mean like demons. That's not what I mean, okay? Because most of the time, people don't have random evil spirits coming in and out of their house. That's not how it works. But if you have any spirit attachments, like you have any spirits that are like leeching around or sticking around that don't need to be there, stuck to the walls or stuck to your clothes or something like that, you can get rid of it, okay? Close all your windows, burn your cedar, walk around, yes, you're right. They're draining. Those particular entities and spirits, they just drain you. They suck you dry of all your energy. Get the smoke all around your house, okay? And then open up the windows and let all that fresh air in, and those spirits are going to go out with the cedar, okay? Because spirits live in physical space. Spirits of the dead exist all around us in the physical space around us. So that's why we use herbs. That's why we use plants. That's why we clean our body with spiritual baths, because they're literally a kind of energy that clings, okay? Get some chamomile. Go to the grocery store and get a big tub of that dried chamomile. You can find it in the herb section at the grocery store. I think McCormick makes it. Go outside your house and have a handful of dried chamomile in your hand. Walk out your front door, close your eyes and set the intention that you're going to cast a circle of protection around your house, and then literally walk around the entire perimeter of your house with that intention while you're grinding in your hand that chamomile, and just allow it to sprinkle. So you're actually going to be dropping a circle of chamomile around the outside of your house. Chamomile is a very, very, very super, uber, duper protective herb. I actually did that to my entire condo building. The unit that I live in, I've chamomiled the entire place. I just walked around the entire thing dropping down chamomile. It's just herb, okay? It's not going to hurt the environment. All right, let me see how many more messages I can crank out for you in 5 minutes. You pulled the Strength card, and the Strength card says that you're a very strong person, okay? You got a lot of balls, lady, and you're going to go very far. You've got protective spirits around you, and that's good. Yeah, you just protect everybody in the building. So you pulled that Strength card, okay? So do that. You have a spirit, you've got another spirit in your court. And this particular spirit seems like they were some kind of nobility in life. They seem like a noble person. Or it might even mean that you come from a royal line, like there are people in your bloodline that were rulers or maybe even kings and queens, okay? That's why it's very important for you to get your DNA test and do ancestor work, because you might be surprised what you find. But I see, or I feel very strongly that you have a spirit of the dead with you that in life was very, very royal. Another thing that's coming through for you is I also think that you're an empath. I think that you have abilities as an empath. Okay? Because you pulled Damania in my herbal astrology deck. And the Damania card talks about the beloved. But whenever I pull the Lover's card or pull the Beloved card, it tells me that the person I'm talking to has empathic abilities. We don't have time for me to go into the empath thing right now. You need to stick around, Mel, after your reading, because I'm going to talk about being an empath real quick for a minute for everybody that does feel like they do have abilities as an empath, because being an empath sucks. Being an empath sucks. It is not a good thing being an empath. I don't know why everybody thinks they're an empath and everybody wants to be an empath. It is a very negative thing to be an empath. It's not positive. It is not a happy psychic ability to have. Okay? So we need to talk about that for everyone. The next thing is, if you're not... it talks about, are you happy in your relationship? Do you feel happy in your relationship? Like, are things going all right for you? Like, are you getting everything that you need? The sex area. Let me tell you something, girlfriend. You and I need to have that kind of conversation, okay? Because it's coming up in your reading. And this is not something that I can talk about on live. TikTok will take it down if I start talking about intimacy-related things and sexual-related things on live. So I want you to think about or consider that you need to book a private reading with me at some point in time. I'm not trying to gouge you. I'm not trying to get your money. I'm not trying to hook you in so that I can make more money off of you. I'm saying that if you want to discuss the issues surrounding sex and sexuality with you and your partner, that's a private conversation. I don't like having those conversations over live. But you can go to my profile, you can click on my link tree, and you can click on schedule a consultation. Also, I think it's very, very important for you to get that DNA test done. And then after you get that DNA test done, come get a reading from me. So get your DNA test results back first. And then after you get those results back and you start doing some of the things I recommended to you, come get a reading from me in a month or two so that we can address these other issues that are coming up, okay? I have to be respectful of people's privacy and also their relationships when it comes to that kind of stuff. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. You have a spirit of the dead that's around you that seems like a grandfatherly spirit. But this grandfatherly spirit that I see coming around, it seems like in life, he was like a blue-collar worker. He was someone that either worked on cars or made furniture or some other kind of, like, he used his hands a lot. He was in a factory. He worked in a factory, or he went to some kind of mill every single day. Do you know if any of your grandparents or any of your grandfathers like worked hard labor? Card Soul Tarot, yeah, maybe, but I have to check my Cash App first to see how many people sent me money because I've got a long list. Okay. So this is what I want you to do. Your reading is over, but I want you to get that book, Badass Ancestors, okay? Badass Ancestors. Everybody needs to own this book. This bitch is getting rich off of me. Let me tell you, I have suggested Badass Ancestors to thousands of people. I hope that she's making a mint. I hope she's going on a cruise ship at my expense. She better be like living large for the amount of books I'm selling for her. All right. I hope that was helpful for you, okay? She better be living large off of all the money I'm sending her. It's actually a really easy read. It's not a long book. It's very, very helpful. Very easy read. Very good read. All right. You're more than welcome. Like I said, come back and hit me up after you get that DNA test. All right. Let's get back to work. That was Melissa B. And now I'm going to be reading Michelle F. Where's Michelle F? I got, I will take more readings. Shout out my book. Oh yes, I have a book too. Where's my book located? I wrote a book, everybody. It's called Brujo, Grimoire of a Puerto Rican Witch. In the back of my particular book, you have my my Materia Medica about herbal preparations and essential oils and herbs. It's not as nice as Witchfoot's, but hey, what's up, New York? Hey, Michelle, it's your time. It's your turn. It's up there. It's still there. It's there. Anybody that wants a reading has to Cash App me at Brujo Ryan, BrujoRyan. Okay? If you're interested in getting a reading from me and getting on my list, you can do that right now. But right now I'm reading Michelle F, and then I'm reading Amani, and then Summer. I'm going to shuffle up my cards. But also what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take a pee break real quick, okay? So hold on a second. I'll be right back. You guys are going to laugh at me. You guys are going to totally laugh at me. Okay, Natalie. I put my symphony. Do you guys like symphony bars? Hershey symphony bars? They're my favorite. I need chocolate. I need sugar to make this brain work. All right. I got you, Natalie. I love them. I love symphony bars. Okay, Michelle. Let me shuffle up these cards here. It's time to go to the dispensary, too. I'm running out of edibles. I love doing readings because they help people, and I love doing readings. I love doing readings. You're so... I shouldn't have showed you my chocolate. I'm so sorry. And thank you, everybody who's just hanging around, keeping us company and watching and giving your energy and support. I love it. You guys are awesome. Awesome sauce. Come to Massachusetts. There is literally 12 dispensaries in my town in Massachusetts. Literally 12. Like everywhere. Hey, Ginger. Oh, really? Well, I'm in Northampton. Okay, Michelle. I'm starting your time. We gotta have a conversation about empaths next time I get that empath card for somebody. Oh. Michelle, the spirit is saying there's some kind of like chaotic energy and chaotic person in your life that's not good. We're going to get to that in a minute. But we need to start thinking about people that are around you in your life. Okay. Let's start with some happy, good, positive messages. The first thing is you pulled the Temperance card. It's the first card that I pulled for you. And when I pull the Temperance card for someone, it tells me that your guardian angel or your guardian spirit, your primary spirit guide, is very, very close to you. Okay? Yeah, well, we need to talk about like who you're attracting into your life, because you pulled the Wheel of Fortune card, okay? And whenever I pull the Wheel of Fortune card, it means that there is a lot of chaotic energy coming in and out of your life. Like there's chaos swirling around you. And that's not good. Chaos is not good. Chaos keeps you occupied, but chaos is a distraction from you achieving your destiny. Chaos is a distraction from you being happy. Chaos is a distraction for you on your spiritual journey. So what we need to do is we need to remove some of that chaotic energy out of your life, because you're kind of like on, you're not a train wreck, but you're kind of like in a head-on collision with your destiny, is what the Spirit is saying right now. Hey, you pull the Tower card. And whenever somebody pulls the Tower card, it means that you're getting ready to experience a spiritual surge, okay? So this is how the Tower card works opposed to the Death card. The Death card is about spiritual growth, but it's spiritual growth that happens over time. It takes time for the Death card to manifest spiritual growth. It's slow, it's grueling, it's painful. Feels like you're not getting anywhere, right? But the Tower card is different. The Tower card is like sudden awakening. You know, it's like lightning striking. So what the Spirit is saying is that within the next 3 months or so, you're going to have a spiritual surge of energy. And when you get that spiritual surge of energy, you're going to have a very strong moment of clarity about what it is that you need to do. You pulled that Temperance card twice, okay? You guys know I use 2 packs of tarot cards, and whenever I pull the same card twice, it always means that there's extra emphasis on that particular card. Your ancestors and ancestral spirits seem to be happy with you, okay? You pull the 10 of coins, and whenever I pull the 10 of coins for someone, it tells me that their ancestor spirits are trying to bring them prosperity and trying to bring them wealth and trying to bring them stability and love and all of those things. You also pull the 10 of cups, and whenever someone pulls the 10 of cups, the 10 of cups, which is also the marijuana card, I love it. It should say cannabis. It shouldn't say that. That's a pejorative term for the plant. It's based in racism. But the cannabis plant, the 10 of cups, that card talks about how your spirit guides and all the spirits of the dead around you love you very much, and they're trying to help you, okay? Yeah, it kind of seems like it's going around. It kind of seems like it's the vibe. But what we need to do is we need to take a step back, and I need to ask you a question, Michelle. Do you feel like you're an empath? We'll talk about Reiki at another point in time in another live of mine, because I'm a Reiki master. I've been doing it for 20 years. But you're an empath. Okay. So let's go ahead and have this conversation about being an empath, okay, and why it's a bad thing, why being an empath is a bad thing. So I list spiritual gifts in 3 different categories. The first spiritual gift category is dreams. Anybody who has psychic dreams, lucid dreams, has the ability to predict death in their dreams. So dreaming, having ancestral dreams, okay? Dreaming is a very particular kind of spiritual gift. It's separate from all the other gifts. The next grouping of spiritual gifts are like clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairolification, seeing things that aren't there, hearing things that aren't there, smelling things that aren't there. Okay? So that has to do with the clairs. But empath, by Lone Star, an empath is someone who absorbs and pulls in psychic information and energy from other people on an emotional level. There are some people that are clairvoyant and some people that are empath. It does not mean that you're both. But there are people that do have both. But the problem with being an empath is if you have any other psychic gifts, they are always going to be skewed by your empath abilities. Your empath abilities are always going to fuck you over first. So that's why it's important that you take care of preserving and taking care of your energy when you're an empath. You have to be very cautious about the people, places, and things that you're putting yourself around. You're allowing yourself to absorb all of this chaotic energy, okay? You need to be doing spiritual baths, okay? If you're a clairvoyant and you're also an empath and you're practicing Reiki, you need to be literally taking spiritual baths once or twice a month. And if anybody is interested in learning about how to practice real Reiki, get this book, The Japanese Art of Reiki. It's called The Japanese Art of Reiki, and it was written by Franz Stein, S-T-I-E-N-E, okay? This book is a very, very important book. It'll give you meditations and other things that you can do without having an attunement to prepare your body and your mind if you're interested in going into Reiki. That's a must read for you. Even if you don't have any desire to ever be a Reiki healer, the exercises and the meditations in that book are awesome for your energy, and you should do that. But anyway, the point of being an empath is that if you're a real empath, it makes you physically ill. It'll make you physically ill. It will hit you on your nervous system. It will weaken your immune system, and it'll make you sick. So people who are real empaths get headaches. They get nausea and dizziness for no reason at all. They get diarrhea. They have anxiety. They have a nervous stomach or a nervous bladder. There are people whose nervous system is kind of like gone a little bit crazy, or you might have autoimmune disease. I mean, I know I'm talking about spiritual things, but the truth is I believe disease begins in the spiritual and manifests itself into the physical. Everything starts in the invisible world first and manifests itself physically. So that's why we practice these things in my tradition: spiritual baths to clean yourself, drinking herbal teas, making sure that you're eating clean. Don't eat garbage. Keep your house clean, goddammit. Clean your house. If your car is a wreck, if it's dirty on the outside and there's trash on the inside and it stinks on the inside, and you're living in a garbage can, your house is a mess, you need to clean up your house. And if you're practicing Reiki and you just got your level 1, your energy is going to be sensitive for the next 6 months to a year. Yeah, and you don't need to receive your second level attunement for at least a year or 2 years until you get your level 1 in order. Because I'm sorry, people, in order to become a Reiki practitioner, you have to get initiated by someone in person. It's not something you can do online. It's not something you can do in a weekend or on a course or something online. It's something that you have to get done to your body in person with someone who practices Reiki. Okay, so just remember that. You can't become a Reiki practitioner if you don't get an attunement from a real person in real life in person. Because there's a transference of power and energy that has to happen between the master practitioner and the novice. Now, moving on. It will open you because they do stuff to your head and they open up your crown chakra and they put stuff in there and then they close it back up. They put the symbols in there. And the Reiki symbols are actually shamanic in nature, and they're Japanese. They come from the Shinto religion and from the Buddhist tradition. So you're getting Buddhist symbols and indigenous Shinto spirits, okay, put over and in your head when you get initiated into Reiki, okay? Getting Reiki can reduce the amount of chaos in your life. You pull the devil card. So whenever someone pulls the devil card for me, it's telling me that there's someone around you that's suffering from some kind of like mental and behavioral health problem that makes them very destructive. It makes them an obsessive compulsive, or they have an impulse control problem, or they're an alcoholic or a drug addict. But there's somebody around you that suffers from serious emotional problems that's making your life difficult. It's anyone who's dealing with any kind of drug-related problem, the devil card. Is that true, Michelle? Are you dealing with anybody in your life that is dealing with that kind of stuff? Okay, so they have anxiety. Are they on medication? Like, are they getting therapy? No one with addiction is good. That's good. But, but what? You quit drinking? Good. You don't need to drink. He's taking meds and refuses therapy. Okay. How long have you been sober? How long have you been off the bottle? Walking on eggshells is not good. So if your life is being, let's talk about this for a second, people. If your life is being dramatically impacted in a negative way by the people that are around you, you need to take a step back and you need to ask yourself whether or not you need to remove yourself from the situation. Especially if it's within that person's power or control to be able to get therapy or get help for their problem and they choose not to, then that means that you need to walk away from that. And I'm 100% guilty of that. There have been times in my life I've been in relationships and I needed therapy and I didn't get therapy, and it was better for me to separate from that person because I knew that I wasn't going to be able to resolve my emotional and behavioral health problems in a relationship. It just is what it is. That's good, but he definitely needs to be open to getting therapy in order to find out what the source of the anxiety is, because there is a spiritual source. There's a spiritual source, an energetic source that is contributing to that anxiety. There's stuff going on here. We got to take a step back because now my super empath abilities are starting to like not only connect to you, but they're also starting to bleed through to him. Like you're like kind of like a portal for me to connect with him, and now I'm starting to pull in his stuff, and I need to like sever that connection because this reading is not about him, but it very easily could become about him, and I don't want to do that. Okay. Let me take a rewind. Let me go back. What is the Spirit saying? The Spirit is saying that you're a wounded warrior, okay? You were born to be a healer. You've got natural healing abilities. You've experienced trauma in your life, and that the attitude for me is what doesn't kill you scars you for life. What's up, Changing Seasons? What doesn't kill you scars you for life. And it's when you go through these turmoils, these trials, these tribulations, these traumatizing situations, and you're able to move past them, is that you find your true strength. You pulled the Strength card, which is a really, really beautiful card for you. We're doing readings today, Changing Season. So if I don't respond, it's because I'm doing a reading. You need to do more inner child healing work. The Spirit is saying to me that you need to do some inner child healing work. Hold on. So here's the thing about shadow work. Let me just put it this way. I'm not a huge fan of shadow work. I'm just not. Hey, Luna. I am not a fan of shadow work. I'm a fan of ancestor work, because what you'll find out when you do ancestor work, it's not just about having reparations between you and ancestral spirits that need to come to terms with one another, or servicing your ancestors and asking for their help. Ancestor work is like opening up the closet and seeing those skeletons and being able to recognize where your emotional baggage comes from. Listen to me, everybody. Take a moment and listen to what I have to say about doing ancestor work and doing family work. You are your parents. You are your mother and your father. You are them, and they are you. And you are your ancestors, and they are you. You've got good ancestors, and you've got bad ancestors. But there's one thing that's 100% certain. That DNA that's inside you, it's a link, it's a chain that binds you to every single person that ever came before you. And there's millions of people that had to live and die in order for you to be here. You're the most recent version of all of your ancestors. And when you do ancestor work, you do stuff like that. You do start reparenting yourself, taking responsibility for yourself, learning how to self-soothe, learning how to, handle life. And what I was saying is that we hold on to ancestral memory. And intergenerational curses are a real thing. Alcoholism, that's a kind of curse that runs in families. I think what you really need to do is I think you need to do ancestor work and start there. Start with your family and figure out what is it in your life, in your family, what negative qualities what are the negative qualities that you see in your father and your mother? Instead of sitting down and doing shadow work and thinking about your negative qualities, what kind of negative qualities do you see in your mother and your father? And what kind of actions did you take in your life to try to not be like your parents? And how did you end up being like your parents anyway? Right? Because everybody gets to a certain point where they're like, fuck my family. I don't want to have anything to do with them. They're toxic, blah, 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 blah. And then what you realize, I just had clear olification. I just smelled grass. I just smelled freshly cut grass. One of my psychic abilities is to be able to smell stuff that's not there. Clear olification. I smell freshly cut grass, like wet grass. What does that mean to you? My parents did me no favors, let me tell you. My parents didn't do me any favors. I'm not going to talk about my life, my childhood. It was horrendous. Is that one of your favorite smells? Do you like that? Okay, so let me tell you guys, if you're experiencing anxiety and you're experiencing low-key depression and you're trying to make yourself feel better, one of the best things that you can possibly do is do things that make you happy. Surround yourself with things that make you happy. Mushrooms make me happy, and there are mushrooms all over my bedroom. I love Doctor Strange. So, I went out and bought all the Doctor Strange posters to put on my walls. You know what I mean? I do things that make you happy. I bought Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Star Wars stuff to put on my shelf because those are things that I love. Do things that make you happy, that make you feel good. Life is worth living. You need to look for those things that make life worth living and then do those things. It's okay to do those things to make you feel better. And think about your childhood. What were things that made you happy when you were a kid? If they made you happy when you were a kid, they can make you happy now. Then that's what you need to do. You need to go buy some motherfucking stickers and stick them to your bookshelf. All right, hun, that's your reading. And now I've got to move on to someone else. I hope that was helpful for you. Let me tell you about this oracle card. I forgot to tell you about the oracle card. You pulled Lion's Mane. And this particular Lion's Mane card talks about leadership. And what does that mean? It means that you're someone who was meant to be a leader. You were not meant to follow. You were meant to be a leader. You were meant to do things and take charge of situations, okay? So just remember that leadership is very important to you in life. It'll make you feel more fulfilled and deeply connected with your spirits, okay? So yeah, that's good. I have Guyana. Oh no, that's not you. No, that's not me. That's not for me. Okay, so next. Imani. Imani, are you here? I've got Imani and Summer and Gabriella and Christina and Nancy and Drew and Megan and Caitlin and G and Natalie. Bye, Michelle. Is that you, Imani? Yay, good. Bring me the dopamine. You are 100% correct. Matter of fact, I'm going to have another bite of my chocolate, and I'm also going to have a gummy, which is going to help my back over here. Where's my chocolate? Smug. Summer, Gabriella, Christina, Nancy, Drew, Megan B, Caitlin G, G Locks, Nadley, did I not? Smug, what's, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank on your name. I know what it is, I just forgot it. I know, but what's your name so I can look for the money that you sent me? Annette. Annette! Annette, I didn't get any money from you. Go back and check and make sure that you sent it to the right person. Honey, go get your money back because I didn't get it. And I know who you are now, Annette. I don't know why I was drawing a blank with your TikTok. Go back to your Cash App. All right, I have to keep going here because I got to do Imani next, and we'll figure out that whole thing. Yeah, go check it out. No, go check it out. Go get your money back because I didn't get it. You might have sent it to the wrong person or you might have, yeah. Because there are people pretending to be me on this app. But I'll read you anyway, don't worry. Because I know you're good for it. But go figure it out. Let me put a net on my... Okay. All right, Imani, it's your turn. Ugh. I love you guys. You guys are so awesome sauce. Is that COVID really still with you? I'm so sorry. You need to be chewing on fresh garlic. Fresh garlic. I'm gonna go buy some fresh garlic today. I want some fresh garlic. I want some fresh ginger. My lungs are absolute trash because I had COVID and I've never recovered from COVID. I've got a lot of problems. Mullen, yeah. There's also something called Mighty Lungs. I've been taking that. It's an herbal supplement. It's got all kinds of stuff in it. Really? Oh, that's terrible, Goalie Ghoul. Okay, Imani, here we go. This is such a great live. Okay, Annette, I got you on my list. Okay, Imani. So the spirit is saying that you need to rest, like one of the cards that I'm just going to go ahead and start reading and throw out for you right now is, yeah. Take a screenshot of that for me, okay, Annette? Take a screenshot of that for me and send it to me, or whoever you sent it to. The spirit says that you need to get better sleep, that you need to get more rest, okay? I'm going to recommend a tea for you, okay, Imani? There's a website, and it's called Jeans Greens. JeansGreens. It's an herbal tea company. It's based in New York, and they make specialty tea blends. And the tea blend that I want you to get is called Ztox. ZZZTOX. Ztox. You might even be able to Google ZZZTOXT and it might come up, okay? That tea has yarrow, which is good for cleansing the blood. It's also good for menstrual cramps. It has chamomile and peppermint, so it's got a little bit of a minty taste. It has golden seal in it. It has catnip, which is good to help you sleep, valerian, which is good to help you sleep, and something else. And what I was going to say is the only thing you don't want to do is you don't want to like smoke the herb, you know, like cannabis, and then turn around and use the tea, because you'll have a very, very bad side effect if you use cannabis and use the tea at the same time. I've already been down that road. That's one thing you don't want to do. Another thing is you don't want to use any valerian tea if you're already taking some kind of sleep aid. Are you taking any kind of sleep medication like Ambien or anything like that? Okay, so try to do this naturally. There's a very, very small percentage of people that try valerian, and when they try valerian, it does the opposite of relax them and help them sleep. It actually winds them up, but that's a very small percentage. I need you to try to get more rest, okay? I need you to sleep better. The spirits say that they've been offering you opportunities. They've been trying to give you a message, but you have not been listening to them. Or if you have heard the message coming from the spirit and you've been ignoring them, you're getting called out live right now. You pulled the Four of Cups, and that particular card says that, you know, the spirits are giving you opportunities that you need to take advantage of. So what are the opportunities that life is giving to you right now that you were like failing to take advantage of? That's something to think about and something to meditate on, okay? Right now, where you're at spiritually is you're in a period of renaissance and revival. So what you're going to start finding over the next couple of months is that if you got on the spiritual path and something happened and you kind of felt discouraged in some kind of way, or you felt bored, or you didn't feel like you were getting anywhere, or you didn't feel like you were getting the messages that you wanted or the messages that you needed, that's going to start kicking in for you, okay? Hey, Shayla. Do you work with Santissima, Santa Morte? Is that an entity that you work with? Because I'm picking up, you don't work with anyone? Okay. All right. You have a spirit of the dead that's with you then. And this particular spirit comes to you kind of like as a skeleton-like figure. They look like a skeleton that has like robes on, which is why I ask you if it was her. But this might just be a spirit of the dead that just looks like that. But this is kind of like a very important spirit for you in your court. I don't know if you've always seen skeletons or been interested in skeletons or skulls and crossbones, or if you're interested in things that look like anatomy, or you have a skull or sugar skulls or anything else. But this particular entity is coming through as being a hooded and cloaked individual that is appearing to be very much like a skeleton. That doesn't happen often. She said she doesn't work with anybody, so no, it's not. Although, it could be. Another thing that's coming through for you is you have some kind of spirit around you that's a horned spirit, okay? It could be. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. You have a horned spirit that's with you, okay? It's a spirit of nature. It's kind of like a fawn or some kind of spirit that has to do with nighttime. And it like, you know, it kind of looks like Pan. It's got the hind legs of an animal, like a goat, or it's got hooves. It's got a tail. It's got very large genitalia. It's got horns on it. It's got pointy ears, and it's black. I'm just telling you what's coming through for me. Write all of this down. I hope you're screen recording this live, or write this all down, because this stuff might become clearer to you in the future, okay? There's another thing that's coming through for you. You have other nature spirits with you. You have like sprites and fairies that are also with you, okay? Yeah, Shayla. Have you ever interacted with or thought about working with like nature spirits, like fairy spirits? Because I can clarify who the fairies are. People usually, I don't know why people say they're afraid of fairies, because fairies are very particular kinds of entities. Let me ask this question, bring the dopamine. Are you practicing any form of witchcraft or paganism? Yes, honey, my list is still open. Somebody give her my Cash App username. I just need to find out what Bring Me Amani is doing. Like, what are you into? Because I'm a little confused myself. I'm going to keep going about my thing while she's responding. It's okay. I ask you if you're practicing any form of spirituality. Like, what are you practicing? Are you practicing witchcraft? Are you practicing magic at all? Like, I'm just trying to figure out where you're at. I'm going to keep reading you. So when you have the opportunity to respond. You pulled the Chariot card. And the Chariot card is sitting at the center of your reading. What the Chariot card tells me about you is that you have a beautiful balance between yin and yang, a beautiful balance between light and shadow, masculine and feminine energy. So you're a balanced person, okay? At your core, who you really are is someone who's very, very balanced. And that's a very, very good thing. It also tells me that as far as spiritual is concerned, your spirits either drag you to where you need to be or they drive you to where you need to be. Okay, if you felt like you weren't getting anywhere with your ancestor work or with meditation or anything like that, you need more guidance. And once again, without shamelessly plugging myself, you probably need someone like me to mentor you for a few sessions, or maybe come together to have one session so that we can sit down and create a spiritual plan for you. See, I'm a spiritual doctor. People come to me with spiritual problems, and I help diagnose where the spiritual problem is and how to resolve it. So you're probably going about meditation the wrong way. And you're probably going about trying to connect with your ancestors in a way that you're not connecting with them. And I understand this. I've already been down this road. I've already done all of this. I've already done the legwork so that you don't have to. So think about scheduling a private reading with me in order to try to get those things resolved. Let me go ahead and give you a message that is more, what's the word? This is more mundane, okay? One of the things that you pulled was a 5 of Wands, okay? Yeah, witchy, they are. The 5 of Wands talks about conflict and conflict around you. What the Spirit is trying to say to you is don't allow other people to pull you into conflict. It seems like there might be a situation around you or in your life, either between family members or people at work, that they're fighting with one another and they're trying to pull you into the middle of it. They try to pull you into the middle of it for your opinion, or there are people that try to get you to be on their side, or there's people who are trying to get you to do the dirty work for them. And what the Spirit is saying in that 5 of Wands is don't allow other people to drag you in to their problems. Other people's problems are not your problems if it's not your husband and not your children, or your wife and your children. Your partner's problems are your partner's and your kids' problems are your problems, but nobody else. Not even your fucking mother. Not even your father. Not even anybody in your family. The only people that matter are the people that are closest to you. Does that make sense? So don't allow people to drag you into the middle of shit. You have a spirit around you. And the spirit that's around you is a very, very highly elevated spirit. Her favorite color is pink. And I see her almost like Glinda the Good Witch in The Wizard of Oz. She's got a crown. She's got a beautiful pink dress on with puffy shoulders and puffy sleeves. It's got like studs and diamonds and other sparkly sequins around the fringes of the dress. And she just looks like a really, really big pink powder puff. And this particular spirit is very, very feminine. And this particular spirit seems to be very, very connected to the planet Venus. She's very Venusian. And she brings you good luck. She brings you wealth. She looks over you and is one of the most important spirits in your court. Spirit is also talking about that there's somebody around you that might be taking advantage of you, or someone around you that might be withholding information from you that could be either damaging to you or helpful to you. Okay? Okay, Witchy Life. Awesome. I'm excited. Shayla, I'm excited. But you pull the 5 of Swords, and that particular 5 of Swords talks about someone in your life that is not being honest with you. And if you feel that there's somebody in your life that has not been honest with you, or you're concerned about their honesty, you need to keep your eye on them. And more than anything else in life right now, you should be focused on staying balanced and harmonized with your true nature. You pull the Two of Swords, and what the Two of Swords in this placement specifically talks about is that getting pulled off balance. And you need to be careful that whoever this person that is not good for you in your life doesn't pull you off balance, and situations where people try to drag you into problems. Their problems don't pull you off balance. Does that make sense? Okay. Then be very cautious and careful about your interactions with her. If she's really super toxic for you, then you might need to cut that person out of your life altogether, 100%. So you need to be careful. So, getting down to it, you also pull the Death card, okay? And when I pull the Death card, this particular card talks about your spiritual path. What is it about your spiritual path? Your spiritual path is going to take time. Everything that you want to accomplish in life is going to take time. Nothing's going to happen quickly. You have to be patient. As an example, let's say you want to cast a spell. Well, you cast a spell if you're practicing witchcraft and nothing happens. What do? Do you give up? No, you don't give up. You go back and you try again. You try to attack the situation from a different angle using a different spell, because the spell you tried to cast didn't work, so you try to cast it a different way. Meditation. You said you were having problems with meditation, or you're having problems connecting with your ancestors. Well, how long did you do that for? Did you do it for at least 90 days? Did you do it for 3 months straight? Did you do your meditation every single day, or how it was prescribed in the book or wherever you found the meditation? Because people need to understand something. It's better to do a little bit of spirituality every single day for a prolonged period of time in order to get results. And that's kind of like where you're at. You need to be doing something spiritual every day, 15 minutes a day for a prolonged period of time in order to see spiritual growth. But doing something once or twice is not going to cut it. Doing something once, twice, and 3 times also is not going to cut it. Because spirituality is like working out. It's like going to Planet Fitness. You have to flex those muscles. Does that make sense? It's like a pianist. In order to learn how to play like a concert pianist, you have to be able to manipulate your fingers, spread them wide. And you actually, when you're a pianist, you develop all these amazing muscles in your hand from the amount of pressure and having to move your fingers. You see what I'm saying? But if you stop practicing the piano or stop playing the piano, it's going to atrophy. All those muscles are going to atrophy and they're not going to be there anymore. So what I'm saying is if you're not getting results, it's probably because you're all over the fucking place and you need to anchor yourself down and sit your ass down and commit. People who are non-committal, it's very difficult for people who are non-committal to be able to get anywhere in the spiritual world, because it's like going on a diet. Literally, if you go on a diet, you have to stick to the diet. If you say that I'm going to go exercise at Planet Fitness, you literally have to get yourself up and go to the gym and exercise. Nothing happens just because you're sitting on your couch watching Netflix. That's not how magic works. Magic is actually an art and a science. You have to learn how to do it. And then you have to practice it. Right? You pulled the Strength card, and the Strength card tells me that you're a very strong person, and that's a beautiful thing. It's going to get you very far. The last message that I'm going to give you today is you pull the Six of Cups. And whenever I pull the Six of Cups for someone, it tells me that someone from your past is going to be coming back. It could be someone from your childhood, or it could be someone from high school, or someone that you haven't seen in a long time, like a cousin or somebody. But there's definitely someone in your past that's going to be coming back into your life. And if you get the opportunity to connect with this person or reconnect with this person, then that's a good thing. Okay. Shayla and Darlene, I got your payment, so you're on my list. I hope that helps you. And if you feel like you need more help in the future, then get a book a private reading with me, okay? So I've got Summer. Summer, where are you? Summer, and then Gabriella, and Christina, and Nancy, and Drew, and Megan, and Caitlin, and G, and Natalie, and Annette, and Shayla, and Darlene. Okay. Lord have mercy on me. We're on a marathon day, motherfuckers. We're on a marathon. All right, Summer, you're next, but I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Okay. All right. All right, Summer. So, this is very much needed today. I'm just going to put this out there. I've been under a lot of stress. I've been dealing with some low-key depression myself. You know, whenever you're going through a breakup in a relationship, it's very difficult to cut the tie, cut the cord, and walk away when you need to walk away. So I've been dealing with my own heartbreak and my own trying to deal with my situation in life. And then also I have been trying to help and support somebody financially in order to help them get to where they need to be, and it's just everything has become like overwhelming. So I'm like trying to like get everything under control. So no, it's good. It's good. You know, I feel like I work best under pressure. So I'm under pressure, but that pressure is motivating for me. You guys are giving me a reason to live. You guys are giving me a reason to live and a reason to get online and a reason to interact with people. Because I am very, very, very good at hiding and self-isolating and not interacting with people. It's been very helpful for me also getting on live at night. You know, with like Magda and Lauren and Aaron and all of you guys, because it allows me to be social. So there's a lot going on. It is what it is. It's life. Good. I like the people that I have found on TikTok. The nice people, the good people. There's a lot of great people on TikTok. Really good people. But you have to find them, you know? Social media is bullshit. Hey. I was just talking about you. Doing live readings today. Daytime readings. Talk about an app that makes you do shadow work. I'm going to be honest with you that TikTok has done a lot for me. I really appreciate this app. It's helped me evolve a lot. TikTok has taught me a lot about myself. You know what I mean? And I think that's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. All right, who am I reading? Summer. It's all about you. Here we go. You need to pay attention to your finances. Okay? You need to remember this. So something's going to happen within the next 3 months, maybe 4 months. It's going to require you to cough up some money. Your car might break down. There might be some kind of other issue that comes up, a medical bill, something like that. But you need to be careful that you're not spending money on shit right now that you don't need. Okay? Don't be on Amazon buying, new tarot cards, new oracle cards. Don't be wasting money on, stuff that you don't need because you need that money. What's up, Chantal? All right. You got a lot of mixed messages coming from your spirits. Yeah, so Summer, are you Mexican? Are you Mesoamerican? Hey, Vinny. Yes, my list is still open. Or have you ever done any kind of ayahuasca or any other kind of drugs as part of your spiritual practice? Because you have a medicine man that's with you in your spiritual court. You've got a spirit of the dead that's with you that practiced some kind of shamanic, psychedelic medicine. And it could even be mushrooms. But I see this man as being indigenous. And when I say indigenous, I mean indigenous to Mesoamerica or Peru or somewhere in South America. I see this person as not being an ancient being. I see someone who's lived within the past maybe 200 years. I see them wearing some kind of feathers. And bones and shells and some other kind of like, they've got some kind of bandana wrapped around their head, or some kind of okay, so I said Peru, I said shells. Okay, that's kind of like drawing something for you. Okay, because you have a spirit that you picked up there, or is from there, or around there with you, that is like guiding you and helping you. But I'm going to be honest with you that I'm thinking that, you know, potentially there is ethnogens in your practice. You said that you do use substances when it comes to journeying. Do you go in journeys? You pulled Makuna, which is the journey card. But you said you go on journeys? You have before? Okay. How was that for you? Did you process through the experience well? Did you recover from the experience? Like, heal from the experience? Did you enjoy the experience? I got a lot of shit coming through. Hold on. Okay. I'm not telling you to go back down that road. That's not what I'm telling you. But what I'm telling you is that that particular entity or that particular spirit that's with you did that in life, which is probably why you went along with those kinds of experiences. And you can always tell the difference between a practitioner that has gone on substances or used substances for the purpose of spiritual development or gone to teaching plants and people who have not. You're also an empath, okay? You pulled the Lovers card. So you've got a lot of empathic ability, and I feel very strongly that you should be studying traditional medicine. Traditional healing practices are very, very important to you, including shamanism, you know, and that's a real loaded term. What you really need to be practicing is spiritualism. You pulled the Three of Cups. And whenever I pull the Three of Cups for someone, it means that person, there's a path for spiritualism or spiritism. And to be honest with you, when it comes to shamanism, that's what a spiritist is. That's what a spiritualist is. A spiritualist does the same thing for their community that a shaman does. They're people that can see things that are not there, hear things that are not there, communicate with spirits of the dead, be able to have prescriptions on medication as far as like herbal healing and remedies that people need to do to be well. You see? See, that's beautiful. That's absolutely fantastic. How are you monetizing that? How are you getting paid for that? Because what the Spirit says is that there's a path for you in that. There's a career in that for you in order to like be a spiritual worker. Because that Three of Cups, it does mean the path of spiritualism and spiritism. But when they say that, that also means that you do that. Like that's something that you do for the community. That's something you do for work. That's something that people pay you to do. Do people pay you to do those things? I would suggest that you think about in the future coming up with a little business plan in order to help you figure out how you can make what you love something that you also are able to do to make money. You know, because if you do what you love for a living, you never work a day in your life. And I have to say that I've been fortunate enough in my life that most of the things I've done for my job and my career were things that I really love to do. I taught pole dancing, I taught yoga, I taught dance. I was a professional dancer when I was young. I'm a psychic medium. As you can see, I am working right now doing live readings, teaching witchcraft, and then also working Reiki and being a body worker. I've been very, very fortunate enough to be able to make money doing things that I like to do. And I'm going to say the same thing for you, okay? Because you have a spirit in your spiritual court, a very highly elevated spirit in your spiritual court that brings you a lot of luck and a lot of abundance. This needs to be your mantra, okay? This needs to be your motto right now. Your mantra or your motto needs to be dream abundantly. Dream abundantly. Dream in abundance, okay? Now, let's talk about some of the bad stuff that I see coming through here. You've got other spirits that want to say stuff, but they have to wait for a second. I pulled the Ten of Swords for you, and the Ten of Swords talks about some kind of health problem or health condition or something that you need to be careful of. I don't know what it is. Bye, Lauren. I don't know what it is, but if you haven't seen a doctor in a while, or you haven't seen your gynecologist or gotten a mammogram or had your breast examined, or you haven't had blood work done, or, I would definitely recommend that you do a little evaluation on yourself and how you feel, and consider maybe, if you haven't been feeling well, go to the doctor. You also pulled my caution card, okay? It's called Wormwood. These are great cards because they help you learn how to identify the plant. One of the reasons why I'm using my Herbal Tarot and my Herbal Oracle is because they're actually helping me learn about and remember all of the plants. You need to go to the doctor. Okay, Chantel, I'm here for it. I feel like you need to... I second your husband's opinion. Just to make sure that whatever you're dealing with is not like a real serious problem for you, okay? So I definitely recommend that. Another thing that's coming through for you is you pulled the Moon card, okay? And whenever, I wasn't trying to scare you with the health thing. I was just saying that when it comes up in divination, that happens. And there was a girl that I told that she needed to go see a doctor. She went to see the doctor and she was like anemic. Like she was not feeling well, and she was having anemia. And it was gonna start causing physical problems for her. So that's why I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? Take the messages seriously. The Moon card came for you. And whenever someone pulls the Moon card, it tells me that there's something about your dreams. There's a lot of activity going on in your dreams. Do you remember your dreams, or do you feel like you have the gift of psychic dreaming? Is that like one of your things? Because when I pull the Moon card, it usually means that dreams are important to that person. Hey, I'm doing live readings, so if I don't respond to you, it's because I'm doing readings. Okay, so you don't have to predict things in your dreams, but do you have lucid dreams? So that's great that you vividly see your dreams. Do you remember your dreams? Are you able to change your dreams? Like, can you, lucid dream? Are you a lucid dreamer? That's lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is the ability to control your dreams, to be able to realize you're dreaming and change them. That's exactly what it is. You really, really, really need to, you need to be doing dream work. You need to be utilizing your abilities as a psychic dreamer, as a lucid dreamer, to do deep internal work. People don't realize that you can really do some really deep work in your dreams. Hey, Mel. let me give you an example of something that people do for their dreams. Have you ever heard of the astral temple? The astral temple is kind of like, it's a place that you go to in your mind. It's like you create it on the astral. The astral temple is like, you can choose it to be like an old abandoned church. You can choose it to be like, the world tree that you climb under and go down into the ground to be connected to the ground. It could be like a rocket ship that takes you to the moon, where you go to a place in the moon. But it's like your astral temple is like a place that you basically create on the astral to meditate in. And if you're able to create this astral temple to meditate in, then you should be able to project yourself there in your dreams. So I would say the next level up in your practice of lucid dreaming is you need to create your own astral temple. And then after you create your own astral temple, you need to practice when you fall asleep, having the intention of waking up or projecting yourself into that temple. Okay, so I want you to do research on the astral temple. I want you to do research on lucid dreaming. And there's actually a book that's really, 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 really good. It's called The Tibetan Yogas of Dream and Sleep. It's written by a Tibetan Buddhist from the Bon tradition. It's like shamanic Buddhism. It's called The Tibetan Yogas of Dream and Sleep. And I would recommend that you read it. Like yesterday. Okay? You might not be a Buddhist, and you might never decide to do any kind of Buddhist stuff. You might not work specifically with the same techniques that he teaches or that he recommends, but you need to read the book, because people don't realize that at the moment of your death, when your spirit leaves your body, it's a grand opportunity. But in order to really have the grand opportunity as you're dying, as the spirit is leaving the body, to have some say in its processes, that you have to be conscious for it. You have to be conscious. So that's when the body starts to die, when the body starts to shut down. You have to be very, very present, and you have to be you have to have concentration, and it's almost like going into a dream state. And so the idea is, the more you work with your dreams and the more you're able to move freely in and out of your dreams, that you will also have the ability to do more after death. You see what I'm saying? So that's a very important thing. Your holy guardian angel is very, very close to you, okay? You pull the temperance card. That means your guardian angel is close to you, and you pull the temperance card twice. Okay. Yeah, so the reason why dream work is important is because it helps you at the moment of your death. A lot of Tibetan Buddhist meditations have to do with death and dying and transitioning, and one of them is working with dreams. It's good. Spirit, I don't know if I told you this yet or not, but Spirit is also saying be very careful about your finances. You pulled the Five of Pentacles also, and that Five of Pentacles talks about like being cautious around money and spending money, because something that you spend money on could come around and bite you in the ass. You also have a spirit around you that seems to be very, very witchy. You have a very witchy spirit that's around you. But she's like a white witch, and her hair is like black, like Elvira, and she's wearing a black dress, and her skin is very, very, very pale, almost like a vampire, almost like a female vampire. She looks like Angela, what's her name? Angelica Houston. She reminds me of Angelica Houston in the Addams Family. She's got very striking features. She's very pale. She's got long black hair that goes all the way down to her waist, and she wears a black dress. And she's very, very, very witchy. you pull the Nine of Cups. And whenever I pull the Nine of Cups for someone, it says that you need to be taking more spiritual baths. And you need to be bathing with the spiritual bath. You need to be bathing with the herbs and rubbing the herbs on your body. Fresh herbs. You struggle with death? Well, you know what? There's no reason to be afraid of death because it's absolute. Here's the thing about death and why fear of dying is like kind of silly. Because everyone's going to die. Everyone's going to die. Eventually, our Earth is going to die. Eventually, the solar system and everything in it, and this universe is going to die. We're all in a cycle here. So eventually, everything dies. You know? It's the one thing you can be sure of. And the other thing is that you're not the only person that's going to die, because there are plenty of people who have already died before you. So you can't cheat death. You can ward off death. You can ward it off. You can prolong your life. But you're never going to get away from it. Hey, Megan B., you're on my list, honey. You will get your reading, Megan. That's something that you need to meditate on, Summer. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, that's my reading for you today. You really need to journal about that. Everybody should have a journal. Everybody in my room should have a bullet journal. Just like this. Everybody should have a little journal. Why do you have that journal? Well, it's your grimoire. Okay? It's your book of shadows. This is where you write your shit down. This is where you keep track of all of your stuff. Okay? You see? This is where you write down all your magic. Your practices. Your mantras. Like right now I'm trying to learn this. Trees. I'm doing tree magic right now. Everybody should have a journal to write down their thoughts, feelings, and emotions. And in the very back of my journal, I wrote down my triggers and unconscious drives, spiritual, about my experiences in the spiritual realm, stuff concerning sex and intimacy, and then my spirit guides, and also like concepts surrounding like yoga and existential philosophy. Like everyone should have a journal that keeps their shit in check. Even on your phone. Okay, my next victim is Gabriella. Gabriella, are you here? What's up, Bruna? Next victim, Gabriella, are you here? Look, you guys, I've got a list here. I see that Yesenia sent me a reading, and Chantel did too. Yay, you're here. Good. It's your time. It's going to be Gabriella, then Christine, and then Nancy. And I'm trying to move as quickly as I can for you guys. Oracle of the Trees. I have the Tree Tarot. I don't know if you guys ever seen the Tree Tarot. I love this deck, but for some reason, the cards are really small. They used to not be, and then they came really, really tiny, and it made me really mad. The Lovers. The Hermit. The inverted tree. Oracle of the trees. I got the text. Thank you. I love the tree tarot, but I can't use it. Thanks, Robin. Oh, Amber. Oh, no. Amber, are you in here? Hold on, people. Oh, Lord. I'm all discombobulated now. I have to text Amber. So here's me trying to sell myself to pay my rent. Just know that I also read birth charts. I do astrology. Specifically, I calculate people's birth charts using sidereal astrology or Eastern astrology. So it's Hindu astrology. The astrology I practice is based in Hinduism. And so I would like to say that if you go to my TikTok profile and click on my link tree, you will see that there is a button there to have your birth chart read. And if you would like to have your birth chart read, it's a very, very good, enriching experience. You actually get a printout of my analysis on your birth chart. So it's like $60 or something, or $50. And then you will actually get a birth chart printout, PDF, Word document. They're very, very good. They, knowing your birth chart or understanding your birth chart is very, very important for understanding all the cosmic forces that exist in you. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the recommendations. So the thing is that tropical astrology is not accurate because it's not based on where the stars actually are in the heavens. When you're doing sidereal astrology or Hindu astrology, the calculations are accurate. Yeah. And I base my calculations off the galactic center. See, our Earth revolves around the sun, and our sun revolves around the galactic center, which is the supermassive black hole in the middle of our galaxy. So when I calculate your birth chart, I'm calculating from the galactic center, which really is super fucking powerful. Oh my God, it's powerful. And I also confirmed with the spirits that I work with that that's the proper way to calculate a chart. All right. All right, ready? Here we go, Gabriella. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, this is really fucking deep. Oh my God. This is deep. This is hurting my brain. This reading is a lot. All right, so one thing that the Spirit wants you to know is that I don't know if you're fertile or not, but what the Spirit is saying, there's this card can be interpreted one of two different ways, okay? This is the Ace of Wands. Whenever I pull the Ace of Wands for someone, it tells me that they're either really, really fertile and they need to be careful when it comes to sex, because there could be some kind of unwanted pregnancy, or if you need to be on birth control, or you need to use whatever proper birth control related things that you need in order to not have an unwanted pregnancy. This is the fertility card. But if you're looking to have children, this could be very, very good for you. Okay. The other thing it can potentially mean is that you need to be practicing sex magic. And you need to be incorporating erotic energy into your spiritual practices. The Ace of Wands keeps coming up. There's a book I want you to read. It's called Urban Tantra. It's a book called Urban Tantra. I have it over there. That particular book is very, very good for helping someone learn how to transmute sensual and erotic energy into spiritual energy. Because guess what? In case you guys didn't know, magical energy is sexual energy. It's the same energy. The energy that you use to create in magic is the same as the procreative forces. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. That's why sex magic is so powerful, and why it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous to practice that kind of magic, just like it's very dangerous to practice magic that involves blood, okay? Because you're working with some hardcore substances when you're working with that kind of magic. And the reason why it can be complicated or it can be dangerous is because the energy is so powerful and uncontrollable, right? Because when you think about it, when you're having an orgasm, there's not much control that you actually have if you really let go and let it rip and really allow yourself to go deep into that experience. So you're talking about conjuring and pulling on very, very, very deep powers, mystical powers when you're doing that kind of stuff. Urban Tantra, though, is very good for teaching you how to transmute erotic energy into healing energy. And it's also something that you can do with your partners. You pulled the Seven of Cups. And you actually pulled the Seven of Cups twice. You pulled the Seven of Cups twice. What does that mean? That means you are meant to walk an eclectic path. It means that you are meant to study and learn about a lot of different spiritualities, learn about a lot of things. You are meant to walk an eclectic path, to accumulate information, okay, on the spiritual path. You're not meant to do just one thing. You're meant to do a lot of things, okay? And don't restrict yourself on what you learn about. Keep your mind open, okay? The Ten of Cups comes for you. The Ten of Cups comes for you, and that tells me that your ancestral spirits, not your ancestral spirit, your spirit guides, or the spirits of the dead that are around you, care about you very much, love you very much, and they're continuing to refresh you and send you a lot of spiritual energy. You pulled the Chariot card, and the Chariot card talks about that you're a very, very balanced person, and that's a very beautiful thing, and that you should be focusing on maintaining your balance and harmony in life. Spirit is also talking about you not getting enough sleep, okay? And that you need to pay attention to getting more rest, all right? Where's the stuff that was coming through that was incredibly wild and deep? The sun is very important to you, okay? The sun is very, very important to you. you pull the Sun card. And whenever I pull the Sun card, it tells me that the kind of magic that you should be working with or practicing more of is solar-based magic. You know, it's very disingenuous. Most of these books on Wicca and witchcraft are all focused on the moon. Yes, our first calendar was a lunar calendar. Yes, our first system of astrology was based on lunar astrology. But the sun is very, very important to you, and you should have some image representing the sun around your altar, or on your altar, or on the wall. And you should definitely incorporate solar magic, working with those forces as part of your magic, as part of your practice. Are you in the traditions? Do you practice Lukumi, or are you in Ifa or Voodoo or any of that? Is that part of your practice? Or is that not part of your practice? Do you know where your ancestors come from? Have you done an ancestor DNA test? Because you have a spirit that's around you. Her favorite color is yellow. She's very intimately connected with rivers and lakes and fresh water. We're talking about like Oshun-like energy, Venusian, very, very feminine, very, very female. But there's a female deity that comes to you from whatever particular culture your people came from. Aphrodite. I think very strongly that you should be reaching out to, or even try to put out an offering for Aphrodite, because you have a spirit, or for Venus. My ruling planet is Venus, and I worship and honor Venus, the planet, under the guise of his image in Hindu astrology, which is Shukra. Shukra is the planet Venus in Hindu astrology. It's a male deity who's a guru to the demons. And Shukra also means semen in Hindi. So but Venus is always associated with male and female gods and goddesses that have to do with love, that have to do with fertility, that have to do with rebirth, that have to do with magic. Okay, these spirits are very, very highly magical. They're boss spirits. Let me tell you something. People that have very strong Venus energy have got boss magical energy. So what I'm saying is that you need to explore some of those Greek myths. Okay. Can you guys still see me and hear me? Or did I freeze? Has anyone ever told you that before, about working with Aphrodite or Venus? Has anybody told you that before? Or is that something new? What I'm seeing here is there's a lot of sensual stuff coming through in your reading. And I'm just wondering, I'm thinking that you really need to explore these things. Okay. All right. Well, did you write down the book recommendation, Urban Tantra? You have two grandfatherly spirits that are coming to you in this particular reading, and one grandmotherly spirit that's coming to you in this reading. One of the grandfatherly spirits, when he was alive, he was a really, really good cook. He could have even been he might have even worked in a restaurant or a kitchen, or he might have cooked very large portions of food for people who are around him. This particular spirit or entity looks like he's between the ages of 45 and 55 is what he's showing me. And he's also showing me that he's got kind of like a reddish brown hair and a reddish brown beard. Do you remember anything about like, oh, you said you work with Hecate? Well, she's part of that Greek pantheon, so I would also reach out to Aphrodite. The other grandfatherly spirit that I see coming through is someone who was like a woodsman, someone who really liked being out in the woods, someone who might have even been into carpentry, or he might have carved wooden objects. Your grandfather from your mom's side. This other grandfatherly spirit I see is someone who was like really, really, really into roughing it. He was like someone that would go camping. He might have been someone who lived in a cabin somewhere or in a very rural area. Does that make any sense to you? Just think about it or write it down. Okay, that's the card I pulled. Okay, so we need to have a conversation. So you pulled Rosemary, okay, in my herbal astrology deck. And Rosemary is the card that talks about ancient memory. That's some deep shit. Are you doing ancestor work? Like, did you get an are you into ancestors? Are you doing the whole ancestor thing? Because let me explain this concept of ancient memory. God, where do I begin? I'm going to say this again. I said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Who you are, okay? Physically. Your DNA is a chain or a link that binds you. And it binds you to everyone and everything that goes back as far as you can imagine, all the way back to the Big Bang, all the way back to God. Or whatever it is that gave birth to the universe. We are all children of that. We all have a spark of divinity in us. We all have the spark of the divine. And the message of Jesus Christ wasn't follow me and do everything church leaders and people who are in the church tell you to do. The teachings of Jesus point to you being a divinity internally, that you are a child of God. That was the original Christ consciousness teaching, is that we are all sons and daughters and they, thems, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. We're all of us are children of the divine, okay? We're all manifestations of that. We all contain a spark of the divine in us because we are children of it. And your DNA is like a chain or a link that binds you to that evolutionary process. And like I said before, it took millions and millions and millions of people to be able to make you. You are the sum total of all of those people. You're the most recent version of your ancestors. So when you start practicing spirituality, when you start meditating, when you start practicing witchcraft, when you start calling on your ancestors, when you start calling on deities or gods or goddesses and start doing all of this stuff, okay? You are awakening ancestral memory. You're awakening ancestral memory and you're plugging in to the core, okay? The source. You're plugging into the source of your origin. And that can be incredibly frightening and it can be incredibly enlightening. But what you have to remember is that who you are is pure consciousness, and it's that pure consciousness that bounces from lifetime to lifetime to lifetime to lifetime and reincarnates many, 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 many times. okay? So you have to believe in reincarnation for any of this stuff to make sense. But what I want you to remember is that your life that you're living and experiencing right now is just one pearl on a string of pearls. That means that when you get stuck in a rut, or you feel depressed, or you feel like, life isn't making sense to you, or you're thinking, oh, damn, my life sucks. You're only thinking about your life right now. You're not thinking about your life on the grand scale. On the grand scale, you're not thinking about all your lifetimes. You're just so wrapped up and focused on this life and the shit that you're dealing with right now that you've totally forgotten about all your other lives. And in Spiritism or spiritualism, we believe in the evolution, the progressive evolutionary of the soul, that the soul of the spirit is constantly evolving. It never goes backwards. What does that mean? That means the spiritual progress you make in this lifetime, you're not going to lose that. You don't lose that. In Buddhism, they teach that. In Hinduism, they teach that. In Spiritism, they teach that. And also in Ifa, they teach that. That our soul, our spirit is on an evolutionary journey, and it's constantly elevating. Some people go from here to here in a lifetime. They make major leaps in spiritual progress in a single lifetime. And then there are other people that incarnate, and maybe they make a little bit of progress. So we're all on different stages of evolution. We're all on different stages of our path. And this is where you're at. You're like, dipping into, scratching the surface of this kind of ancient ancestral wisdom. And that's why when I hear people talking about ancestor work, anybody who's not enthusiastic about doing it doesn't know what it is, doesn't realize how deep it goes. So you're starting to activate that ancient DNA, okay, with your spiritual practices, and it's going to take you very far. Does that make sense? That was really, really, really long, drawn-out, existential explanation about where you're at on your spiritual development. Okay? So that's what I want you to remember. That's what I want you to keep in this reading. What I want you to walk away from this reading remembering is that don't think about your life right now. Think about your life in terms of eternity, infinity. A lot of people freak out when they think of infinity. I don't. That's because one time I was sitting in meditation. I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I was sitting on my motherfucking parents' couch. I thought that my life was like, coming to an end, that my life meant nothing, all the work I did meant nothing. And all of a sudden, I felt a wave come over me. It was like the crashing realization in the universe that this shit doesn't stop. It goes on and on and on and on, and there's no end to this. That's why people who are super enlightened are just kind of like, whatever, yeah, no. This is not the end. There's always another level up. There's always another level up. There's always the next thing. So this is a never-ending process. This is a never-ending journey. It's just the road that goes ever on, and you have to be present for it. Present in the moment, but not forgetting that your life is just one little piece of a much larger picture, okay? All right. That's my reading for you. Was that helpful for you? Okay. Make sure that you check out those books that I recommended for you, because I think that you could do a lot and get very, very, very far with those books. All right. Aphrodite. Wow. I'm surprised nobody ever told you that before. Because, yeah, I'm surprised no one ever told you about that because you had sex all over your cards. There's a lot there. Do you have children? Okay. Well, that dark feminine is also a sexual being. The dark feminine is not just like... It is. It is a sensual and erotic being also. It's the darker aspects of it. Don't want children? All right, we'll make sure he puts a rubber on it. All right. Christina. Are you here, Christina? Yay. Hey, Sunflower Lady. Hold on a second, people. I'm dealing with stuff. Okay. All right, moving on to Christina. So Christina, Nancy, Drew, Megan B, Caitlin G, G-Locks, Natalie, Annette, Shayla, Darlene, Yesenia, and Chantel. Which one are you? You got it? Okay. All right. Yesenia, right? See, when you guys change your... No, you're fine. It's Christina's turn, then Nancy. And I'm telling you guys, I'm trying to move it right along so that everybody gets their reading. Hey, while you guys are at it, tell me what your big three is. What is your sun, moon, and rising sign? So I can see what I got in my room. If you know what your signs are. Sun, moon, and rising. Scorpio, Libra. A sidereal, preferably. You got an Aries moon, huh? Got a lot of fire in that. You're a Sagittarius then. If you guys want your birth charts read, remember I read birth charts. And in Hindu astrology, your rising sign is your sign. So if your sun is in Cancer, you're not a Cancer. That's not how you identify astrologically. You identify as your rising sign, okay? Because the sun takes about 30 days to travel through any particular sign, and the moon takes about 3 days to start traveling through, or to travel through 2.5 days, 3 days to get through a sign. But a rising sign is the sign that's rising on the eastern horizon at the moment of your birth, okay? The moment of your birth is very important, the time, because your rising sign tells us a lot about who you are. Are you talking about in sidereal? Did you do sidereal or did you do Hindu astrology with the dashas and all of that? You can ask your parents or you can look at your birth certificate. I hear you. It also has to do with how well the interpreter does. Because there's usually a common thread or pattern that's going through someone's reading. I mean someone's birth chart. And if the astrologer is not able to look at the pattern, then, all right, here we go, Christina. Yes, they do. Actually, hold on, Christina. Hold on. Let me see if I can empty myself. Okay. Okay, here we go, Christina. Here we are. Let's see what's going on for you. Oh, wow. You got a lot of spirit showing up for you. Hey, hey, hey. Doing live readings today. Oh my God. Okay, we got a lot to talk about, Christina. You're a very, very magical person, Christina. you have a lot of spirits around you that are very, very magical and very, very mystical. I'm talking about in your spiritual court. I'm not necessarily talking about deities or gods and goddesses. I'm talking about the spirits of the dead that are around you. You've got 5 spirits that are around you, that are very, very strong with you. And 3 of them are male, and 2 of them are female. I have to talk about these guys first because they're coming in really, 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 really strong here. You have someone in my tradition that would be called an Arabian. There's a man, he's got dark skin. His skin is actually really, really dark, like Northern African. He's wearing a white turban kind of thing, and he also has it wrapped around his face to protect him from like the sand, because this is someone who was kind of nomadic that traveled throughout the desert. The turban on his head and the white thing around his face. Am I freezing to everyone, or can you hear me? Are you guys good? Tell me who's good. Especially Christina. Can you hear me, Christina? Are you good? Okay, good. So if you're having problems with me, leave the room, close the chat, and come back. This guy, this Arabian guy, he's wearing some kind of blue jacket over top of like a long white, whatever they wear. The long blousey type of shirt that they wear. He's wearing, it's got stripes on it. It's like blue and black and white stripes that are going down vertically on his jacket. And he's holding on to some kind of staff. And he's got on some kind of ring, some kind of signature ring that seems like it's part of some kind of fraternity or some kind of order. You have this, that spirit is very strong with you. You've got a female spirit whose favorite colors are pink and blue. And she's almost coming through to me, almost like, oh my God. She's like a nun. You've got like a nun with you. Or a female that was in some kind of order of female priestesses. She's wearing, she might not be a nun, but she's wearing some kind of thing over her head that looks like what nuns wear over their head. You have another male spirit in your court, and this particular spirit that's coming through for you seems like in life he worked in some kind of grand library. Almost like I see a government building, a government office, or it's like a museum. He worked in a museum, like a museum or a library, a very, very, very big one that contained a lot of mysteries and a lot of secrets. And I see this person as someone who died recently, not someone who's really, really old, like someone who died within the past maybe 200 years. Are you writing all this stuff down? Are you screen recording this? Are you paying attention? Because I'm never going to remember anything that's coming through right now. This guy is wearing a pair of khaki pants, and he's wearing a shirt that is like a checkered shirt What does blue have to do with you? What is blue? Christina, a lot of the spirits that are around you have like a very strong pink and green and blue kind of hue to them, or also like clothing that's blue. Why is blue so important to you? Or does that mean anything to you? All right, I'm going to keep going here. The Spirit wants you to make yourself more service-oriented to help other people. Like, you should be definitely in a situation where you're able to serve other people and service people. You pulled garlic. And this particular oracle card, the garlic card, talks about service. It talks about being in service, being helpful towards other people. There's also a card that's coming through in here that's talking about travel. And for some reason, I'm seeing or hearing or thinking about boats or like cruise ships or something else that has to do with the water. Christina, are you still there? All right, this person is just creating bullshit and I'm blocking them. I don't know why they're having a problem with me unless they're trying to distract me. So they're gone. They can go to somebody else's live and complain about their bad internet connection. I've lost Christina. I don't know where she is. I wonder if I'm lagging. I wonder if... I'm going to say something and then I need you guys to repeat the word. I'm going to say, Doctor Strange. Now say Doctor Strange. Okay, so there's kind of like about 10 or 15 second delay over here for me. Okay. So most of you guys are good. But where's Christine? Where's Christina? Where'd she go? I gotta hit pause here. Is she in the room still? Or was that the person I kicked out? No. I hit pause on my damn. I hope her phone didn't die or something. Well, it doesn't look like she's in the room anymore, does it? Shit. Fuck. Okay, I don't think she's in the room anymore then. All right. What should I do? I'm going to take a picture of this reading here. Oh, you're fine, Aaron. I just lost a client. I don't know where she went to. I'm going to have to send her money back. All right. So we're going to be moving on. Nancy, are you here, baby? Yeah, she disappeared. She said she was here. All right, Nancy, it's your turn. I don't know what happened to Christina. She disappeared. Now I feel bad. I did 10 whole minutes worth of reading, and I don't know if she got any of that. All right, Nancy, you're up. It's Nancy, then Drew, then Megan B, then Caitlin G, then G-Lock. This is a long-ass shift I've taken. It's all good, Annette. No, it's good. Like I said, I'd rather do this during the day than the night. I'm tired at night. I need to get on a schedule where I'm working during the day. Oh, I love doing what I do. I've got plenty of coffee and chocolate and weed. I am not going to get tired. Okay, so moving forward, undeterred. Undeterred. That's great, Aaron. All right, here we go, Nancy. Here we go, Nancy. Hello. I did not shuffle this. Why is this deck not? Sorry. I gotta shuffle this again. Oh, wait a minute. Let me unblock this person. Did I just block this person? I fucked up. I think I kicked that person out of the room accidentally. I just fucked up. I just kicked somebody out of the room. I hope she comes back. Maybe she has another profile. All right, here we go, Nancy. I know, right? It totally is. You don't even have to mute them. You just block them straight out, block them. Don't even give them the opportunity to screen record. If you don't block them, then they'll start screen recording. And then they'll find something to bitch about later. So that's why if they come in acting like an asshole, kick them out. Wow, this is very interesting. Nancy, are you a Latina? Are you Hispanic? Are you Cuban? Or do you have ancestry, or do you have family that come from the Caribbean? You're Dominican. I knew you were. I knew that you were. I knew you were because you have Tainos. Wait a minute, did you say you had Tainos before? Because I totally forgot about that. Like literally, that's how quickly my brain forgets. Can you believe that? Like I totally forgot about that conversation we had earlier because they're coming out in your reading. You have a very, very powerful bohique that's with you. You know, the bohique, they were the shamans. They were the medicine men and the people that were the spiritualists or spiritists that performed the cajoba ceremony, which is basically a ceremony where they sat down and snuffed DMT, basically, and went into trance to communicate with the ancestors. You have a very, very powerful Taino spirit that walks with you. Is that what you call him, a healer man? He's wearing, well, he's not really wearing very much because they didn't wear very much. But I see him wearing some kind of, around his ankles, he's wearing some kind of anklets that are made of some kind of shell. And he's also wearing some other kind of like bracelets and other like jewelry because they did like jewelry. And he's wearing feathers in his hair. He's got like parrot feathers or something else, like some kind of headpiece. Yeah. He's not wearing any clothes except for his jewelry and his, you know, what's around his neck, what's on his head and everything like that. But I see him performing the ceremony. I see him working with the semi. I see him working with the stones. This is very, very important for you to reconnect with your Taino roots. Especially, there's a great book for anyone who has that. I don't know if you've ever seen this book, The Tainos and the Caribs. This particular book by Sebastian Lamarche. This is a really phenomenal book. Doesn't tell you, I mean, obviously it's not a manual for magic and shamanism. It's actually a book about history, but I think that's something that you should definitely check out and add to your library. The next thing the Spirit is saying is that your guardian angel or your guardian spirit is very, very close to you, and all the other spirits that are in your spiritual court are close to you. Are you in the 21 divisions? Are you in 21? Are you in the 21? Because not yet, but you're thinking about it. Because you have Saint Martha with you. Do you know who Saint Martha is? Saint Martha the Dominator? Okay. So, I can see that coming through here. So there are certain spirits that I feel very, very, I feel like are important to you as someone who has this history, this ancestry, and where you're at and who you're working with. But I feel Saint Martha is very, very close to you. You work with a lot of dark feminine spirits, don't you? No, you have to keep them separate. You have to keep all of your entities separate. You have to work. So here's the thing. You have to work them all individually, and you have to work them separately. You can't, they all can't be in the same place. They can't be on the same altar. So let me make this is a teaching moment, okay? For everybody that doesn't know, if you're working with entities that come from different pantheons, you cannot mix them. You cannot put Santa Morte on a tabletop with Odin, sitting beside Odin, okay? You can't take a spirit like Saint Martha, the Dominator, and sit her beside some other entity, like the Morgan or whatever. I feel like you're trying to work with too many people, Nancy. Did you just, decide that you were going to call on every single dark feminine spirit that you could possibly find? Or have you been going through them, like trying to figure out which one to work with? Yeah, I mean, it's because seriously, if you're going after Morgan, you're going after Santissima, you're going after Saint Martha the Dominator, you're going after like Lilith and Lucifer or all of these other people, like you're like trying to hit up some hardcore spirits. They have come to you. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and tell you that you pulled the Three of Cups, and that Three of Cups talks about spiritualism and spiritism and how important it is to you that you venerate the ancestor spirits and work with your spirit guides. Sometimes our spirit guides can manifest for us, or maybe they might come and remind us of particular entities. So where somebody might think that they're working with one particular entity, they might be working with a group of entities. Yeah, so it's quite possible after working with a deity or trying to work with a deity, if it's not working for you, you can always put out a respectful offering, and you can tell them that, I don't feel like I can maintain the requirements to be one of your devotees. Thank you for helping me up to this point in time, but I'm going to have to take a step back from the relationship. Not unless you've made like these crazy, ridiculous commitments to these spirits. But you can't work with as many spirits as you're working with and be sane. And stay sane. Because, and it's not just that, but even like spirits in the 21 division, even spirits in voodoo and stuff like that, you're not talking about just one spirit. You're talking about like a multitude of spirits. Do you know what I'm saying? So whenever you call a spirit, you're not just calling one spirit. You're calling hordes of spirits. Whenever you call on a spirit, not just one spirit shows up. A lot of spirits shows up. Okay, so hold on. I think you should stick around with the Morgan too, because she I feel like that particular spirit or energy has clung around or sticking to you also. I see Santissima, I saw Saint Martha, and I see the Morgan. But you also need to balance out your spirituality by working with some male deities. How many male deities have you approached? How many male deities? Like how many men have come to you? Oh, Saint Michael. Okay. All right. And you know that Lucifer is Prometheus, right? Okay. All right. I think it's my professional opinion as a spiritualist and also as someone who also has gone down the same path you have, that you really need to separate all of your altars. You need to create a special place in your home for each spirit group that you've worked with or that have come to you or called to you, and you need to like cut it down to like 4 or 5 groups. Okay? Yeah. So like if you work with the Buddhas, have the Buddhas in a particular place. If you're working with Hindu gods and goddesses, have them in one place. If you're working with, Orishas, have them in one place. But the point is have a special station for everybody, because the energy will be better. But damn, you have a lot of spirits that are coming around for you. Okay, that's good. Okay, so as far as your relationships are concerned, well, here's the other thing. You pull the 10 of Cups, and the 10 of Cups talks about how your spirit guides love you very much and they care about you very much. And I want to say, even though you might perceive some of these entities as gods and goddesses and stuff, they might just be your spirit guides, which is actually better and fine if your spirit guides are manifesting for you in ways for you to work with them. But everybody needs to remember that, all of these deities, they're not just one entity. Like, there's not just one entity of these. There are different variations of these entities, and there are many, many of them. They're not just one. There are a multitude. So just remember that. As an example, like Oshun. I'm a child of Oshun. I have Oshun. But I have a very specific Oshun that walks with me. Somebody else might have an Oshun, but the Oshun that walks with them is different. Okay, because there are different paths to all of these different entities and spirits. Okay, so like my Oshun might be telling me to do a particular bath or doing a particular thing, but your Oshun might be telling you to do something else. Does that make sense? So when we're talking about these primordial forces, when we're talking about these divinities, when we're talking about elevated ancestors, we're talking about spirits of the dead, we're talking about all of this stuff. It's not just one thing. It's many. The spirit, and you got the 10 of Cups and you got the 10 of Cups twice. So whatever you're doing over there, you're hustling your ass when it comes to the spiritual world. And let me just warn you about something. The spiritual world will eat you. You can't allow anyone to push you around. And you got to be very careful because the spiritual world will run you ragged. You need to not be overwhelmed. You need to take a step back. You're doing too much. I mean, are you like servicing all of these people? Like, have you been putting out drinks and you've been putting out food and you've been putting out offerings and you've been doing prayers and you've been doing petitions and candles and all of the stuff? Yeah, absolutely not, Nancy. Absolutely not. That has to stop. Absolutely not. I'm going to tell you what you need to do. You need to put a glass of water on every single one of your altars. And you need to light a tea light for them. You can put a tea light or a candle out for them and light a tea light for them. And that's it. That's it. Don't overdo it. Put out a glass of water and a candle at every single altar space that you have for any particular entity, and that's it. For like a while, for like a couple of months. Don't do any extra, because right now you're getting burned out. Your candle is lit at both ends. Yeah, okay, you're way, 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 way overboard. Your practice has gone overboard. You're going to end up in spiritual psychosis. And I hate to call you out and read you the riot act here on my live, but you got to be careful. Why? So you stop doing divination with them, or you stop doing divination like on live, like to make money? You can't anymore. Why can't you anymore? That's great, Ash. Okay. Do you feel less stressed out now, Nancy? Okay. Yeah. So I've already been where you're at. And what I need you to do is I need you to focus on what everything you just said: sleeping, eating well, exercise. You need to exercise. You need to move your body. You need to get fresh air. You need to be outside. You need to take a step back from the spiritual stuff and give it a break for a little while, just so that you can recuperate your energy. Now, here's the other thing I was going to say. The other thing I was going to say is nothing that you have done is wrong. And also, nothing that you have done is bad. Like, you have honestly put forth your best foot when it comes to interacting with your spirits. That's beautiful. That's great. But just remember that you can put more pressure on yourself than is necessary, and it can end up damaging. It can damage you if you try to do too much. But your guardian is very, very close to you. And I think you really, really, really need to focus on your Taino. That's who you need to focus on more than anyone else when it comes to practicing working with your spirit guides, because that spirit stands alone in superiority to all the other entities that have come to you. Like, I really feel like it could even be that your primary spirit guide is your Taino, okay, your shaman. All right, let me try to crank out more messages before this reading is over. Hold on, I'm not done yet. You got a lot of stuff going on, girlfriend. Maybe one day it would do you right to book a private reading with me, okay? So that we can sit and talk face to face for an hour and try to work out all of this stuff, because you got a lot of stuff going on over here. You pulled the Four of Pentacles. And what you need to really be focusing on is balance and harmony. Balance and harmony. Hey, Alex. You pull the Nine of Wands, and the Nine of Wands talks about being a wounded warrior or a wounded healer. It talks about heartache. You pulled the Three of Swords. It talks about heartache and emotional trauma and pain and unresolved grief, unresolved issues. So it could be that you're attracting a lot of spirits who are trying to help you, but also you need to work on any kind of unresolved trauma and grief or issues that you have in your personal life. That goes from everything from drinking too much and alcoholism and drug addiction to compulsive spending and problems being able to hold on to your money, to allowing toxic and emotionally abusive people into your life. It goes into negative thinking, having a poor image of yourself or having a poor opinion of yourself. Do you struggle with feelings of worthlessness and feelings of low self-esteem? because that's something to pay attention to. Okay, honey, I can't read you anymore because that was your 20 minutes, but I tried to help you the best I could with what was coming through. You have, okay. All right. Wow, Nancy. All right, Drew. Where is Drew? Where is Drew? Come and see me sometime, Nancy. Come and see me and book a reading with me so that we can talk face to face. Alex, I'm good. Oh, Ghoulie Ghoul. Alex, I'm doing readings today. A lot of readings. Okay, guys. I've got Drew, and then I've got Megan and Caitlin G and G-Locks. Are you guys still here with me? You guys still with me? Megan, B, Caitlin G and G-Locks. Okay. There's Caitlin G. Yo, I'm like on a marathon over here, Magda. I'm like on a reading marathon. I woke up, I had energy today. I had my gummies. I have my chocolate bar. And I am literally, I'm not, because tonight I'm going to go like basically buy an entire pizza and eat it. Like, I want pizza with the stuffed crust. I've never taken this many readings in the live ever. But maybe I should be doing readings during the day. I have more energy. What did I say that made you giggle? Well, that's the thing. Like when I'm actually live and I'm actually doing readings, it's best to like take advantage of my mood, because if I wake up and I'm in a foul mood, then I am not going to want to do anything. So I have, right now I'm doing Drew, and then I have got Megan B, Caitlin G, G-Locks, and then I've got Natalie, Annette, Shayla, Darlene, Yesenia, and Chantel. Annette, you're coming up soon. You're like 5 away. Go get your tacos. All right, Drew. You're ready. I'm sorry that I have to keep taking pee breaks, guys. That's the only thing. You guys can... I'm here for you, but I've got to be able to, like, take my pee breaks. Yeah, and I'm probably going to have to go before I read you. It's because when I get really super excited, then my bladder starts acting anxious. It's the empath. It's the empath in me. Nervous stomach, nervous bladder. It just happens. Like whenever I'm getting ready to do like a live reading face to face with someone for like 60 minutes, I like literally try to go to the bathroom like 3 times before I do the reading, because I know I'm going to be sitting there in the reading and I'm going to be like, oh man, I have to pee. All right. All right, I'm all set up for you. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. All right, I got all these books. Okay, here we go. You pee like 7,000 times a day? I swear to God I do. I swear to God I do. I know that you were having problems before, Drew. At some point in time, I gave you a reading. Stuff going on with your health. You pulled the Ten of Swords, which talks about health-related stuff, but I know that you have health-related problems anyway. So how are you doing with that? Okay, well, guess what I pulled for you? You're going to be happy about this. Where are you? You pulled the Strength card. And you pulled the Strength card twice. Strength. Strength. So what the Spirit is trying to say is that you're a very, very strong person. You're a really, really tough person. And what the Spirit is trying to tell you is that you need to persevere, okay? Persevere, persevere. You pull that Ten of Swords and those 10 of butcher knives, you pulled them twice. So you got a lot going on with your health. You got a lot going on with your health. And you have doctors that are helping you, right? No. What does that mean? All right. You pulled the Five of Swords. I'm talking about, these are some of the negative things. I pulled the Five of Swords, which talks about somebody around you that is toxic and negative and someone who is taking advantage of you. Hey, Artemis, I'm in the middle of doing readings. But you're welcome to stick around. Weren't you in some kind of relationship that was like not good? It's like the father of your child or something? because you pulled the Five of Swords, and the Five of Swords talks about someone who could be taking advantage of you or lying to you. So who is this person? Who is this person that's creating problems for you? Is it a parent? Your mother? Your mother. I knew it. Hold on. Can you still see me? Can you still hear me, everybody? TikTok just made me confirm that I'm still doing my live. Okay. So we need to fix this situation with your mother. Okay. You gotta find a way to just kind of like cut your mom out of your life. Because there's like, for some reason, Ghoulie Ghoul, what I feel, and don't take this the wrong way, okay? Don't take this the wrong way. There's some kind of negative energy or negative force around you that's making you sick. There's something or someone around you that's making you ill. And we need to try to figure out what that is. It could be something in the spiritual realm, or it could be a person, or it could even be the environment that you're in, like where you live. Like there's something that's creating toxicity for you, and I'm trying to understand what it is. Or it could be like your own negative thought patterns, or it could be like your own depression, or it could be like some other kind of situation that you're sitting in that you can't see, that you can't get out of. So what is it? Where is that source coming from? Yeah, well, you definitely need to like not deal with her. Let me come back to that for a second, okay? The spirit is saying that you really need to focus on your sleep. You pulled the Nine of Swords, and whenever I pull the Nine of Swords for someone, it talks about nightmares, it talks about disturbed sleep. It can also mean sleep paralysis. Do you get sleep paralysis? Are you practicing? And I'm just gonna, okay. And you have an ancestor altar up, right? And you're practicing witchcraft and you work with the herbs, right? We're trying to figure out what the hell is going on with you. Okay. Yeah, I know. I was just thinking about that. If you're not allergic to coconuts, you could do a coconut milk pour over bath. And that's how I feel right now. I feel like I'm really trying to I'm trying to open myself up so that I can try to figure out what's going on with her. She needs a lot of cleansing. Like she needs to smoke cleanse her house. She needs to like move her furniture around. She needs to like really clean it so that like, you know, she gets all of the corners of the room and any kind of other smudge that's like backed up around behind furniture. You need to be doing a spiritual bath like every single week, but you have to use materials that are not going to be toxic and not going to be harmful for your child or your pregnancy. Once again, you can cast a circle of protection around your house using the chamomile that you grind up in your hand. Yeah, and you need to smoke cleanse. You need to smoke cleanse not only with cedar, but you also need to smoke cleanse with tobacco. And I'm going to tell you how to get the best tobacco to do a smoke cleanse on, okay? Burning a little bit of tobacco should not be harmful to you, okay? But I would clean my altar space. What you do is you go to the cigar shop, and you go in and you ask for a good Cuban cigar. A decent cigar is going to cost between $8 and $12, for a low-grade, decent cigar. And what you're going to do is you're going to take a razor blade and you're going to slice that cigar right down the middle and open it up, because a cigar is only wrapped tobacco leaves. That's what it is. Tobacco leaves all wrapped together. Slice it, open it up, and then pull off a few of the tobacco leaves. Burn your cedar and burn the tobacco leaves. Okay? You need to do that around the house, at least just one time. And, or at least where your ancestor altar is, and where your altar space is. You need to try to burn some nagchampa, some sandalwood. Don't burn any frankincense and myrrh. You could do some kind of dragon's blood if you want, but we need to put up a lot more protective stuff around you. There's other things that can happen to you. It might mean that you need to be initiated in something. It might mean that you need to receive something like a Reiki attunement, or your Mana de Arula, or something else. Because it sounds like we have a appeasement problem. There are spirits that are trying to create problems for you. And some of these problems sound pretty deep, like they could be ancestral in nature. Okay, you've had a calling, but you don't know who is calling. What do you feel like it could be? Because I can hook you up. Okay, in my personal opinion, it would probably behoove you to get a reading from my Babalao, a reading from my priest. He is a high priest. He is he's the highest designated kind of priest that you can be in the Ifa tradition, Cuban Ifa tradition. And I really think that a lot of the problems that you have really have to be answered by Orunmila. You need to go to Orunmila. And I'm just going to explain to you who Orunmila is, okay? He is Fa. He is Ifa. His system of divination is called the Odu Ifa. He is named Orula or Orunmila, okay? These are how we refer to this particular Orisha. And Orunmila is the Orisha of destiny. He was the witness to creation. He was there with Oludumare at the creation of the cosmos, okay, the creation of the universe. Orula speaks through his priesthood of Babalaos through 256 signs called the Odu Ifa. And basically, if you're dealing with something ancestral, or there's something going on with your destiny, or there's some other kind of blockage or spirit attachment or whatever, that Orisha will tell you what is up. And anyone can get a reading from a Babalao. Anyone. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, doesn't matter what your religion is, because Ifa will work with everyone. Yeah, so I have a feeling like there's two things that would help you. One, getting an attunement in Reiki would help you, empower you, open you up to universal healing energy that's going to help you and help your child. But also, I think that you really need to get a reading from my Babalao to figure out what the what the situation is. I'm looking here. You pulled the Echinacea card. Okay? You pulled Echinacea in my herbal astrology card, and guess what the name of that card is? Destiny. We need to find out what your destiny is. But the first thing you need to do is you need to get a reading from someone who is more qualified than I am to diagnose your spiritual problems, and whatever comes down in the Ifa reading for you is going to be coming directly from the Orishas and from Arunmila. I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm not trying to convert you to any particular religion, because Ifa is a spiritual practice. It's a spirituality. Some people call it a religion. I guess you could say it is religion, but it's spirituality. And I think that whatever is going on with you is happening on the spiritual level, and my physical eyes can only see so much. I think that it might have to do something with some kind of ancestral appeasement that has to happen. It could be that there's a spirit of misfortune that's been following you or following your family, especially because of your mother. Or it could be that your life path is calling you to receive some form of initiation or to receive things in the tradition in order to help you in life. The quality of your life will dramatically increase if you go to Ifa and get a reading and find out what needs to be done. All right, hold on. You pulled the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Pentacles talks about your ancestors being happy with you. So I don't necessarily think that it could be an ancestral. That card tells me that it's not necessarily ancestral. I don't feel like I'm being very helpful for you at all, because this reading is starting to go like into the realm of like where I don't usually tread with like Orishas and stuff. Do you have my phone number? Can you text me? Because I have book recommendations for you that I think you should check out. I think you should read. If you decided that you wanted to get your Mano de Arula, I'll tell you what you'll receive when you receive that. It's not an initiation, because when you're initiated, you're a priest or a priestess. You're made priest or priestess of a particular Orisha. But when you get your Mano de Arula, it's kind of like welcome, making you an official member of the Orisha tradition. And what you receive when you get your Mano de Arula is you get a life reading that tells you what your destiny is, tells you your energetic signature that followed you here from your origin source, okay? It tells you what your energy pattern is, why you came into the world, what your purpose is in the world. You also receive your warriors. You receive Orishas to take home with you that are born, that protect you. You might need your Eshu and your Ogun and Ochosi and Osun in order to protect you and guard you and your family. And then the other thing you find out is who your guardian Orisha is. These are things that you receive when you go through the Mano de Arula. But that is something that has to be divined upon. That has to be an invitation that comes through Ifa. So that's why it's important that you get a reading from a priest, because that's the only person that's going to tell you one way or another what it is that you need to do. And if it's not Ifa, it could be something else. But you'll find out. I feel like I wasted your money. I feel like you gave me $20 for me to tell you nothing. I feel like I didn't do anything for you. I mean, I've got cards here that make me feel some kind of way because I work with the Orishas. But like I said, I don't want to like put any kind of thoughts or ideas into your head. But I feel like this is something that you need to do. See you guys. I have enough humility to take a step back when I realize that I can't fix someone's problems for them and I can't find out what the message is. I am not so egotistical or vain that I'm going to sit here and pretend like I know everything or that I'm able to fix everyone's problems, because some problems have to be fixed, not by me or not by a person. Sometimes it's really up to the spiritual world to make these things happen. But once, you know, that whole thing about sleep paralysis, nightmares, all of that stuff, the physical problems that you're having and all of that, we have to resolve this. And it might take some heavy-duty cleaning, but it's possible to fix it. There's nothing that spirituality and magic can't fix. Hey, Casey, yeah. Okay, I'm going to give you my phone number right now. Shut up. Okay, I want you to shoot that, and I want you to send me a text message later so that I can hook you up and connect you with somebody who is going to be able to help you, seriously help you, and which is Orunmila, which is the Orisha themselves. Because my abilities as a spiritualist have gotten cock-blocked. Just text me later. All right, I have to keep moving. Ghoulie ghoul, text me later because we can talk later and I can help you more off this live, because you've got a real complicated situation. Yeah. Okay. We can fix it. There's always a solution. There's always a solution. Right now, I just want you to finish cleaning your house, give yourself a spiritual bath, contact me. We'll figure out a way for you to get a reading so that you can find out, what the Orisha has to say. That's the pantheon I work with. I work with the Orishas and I work with the Vodun. Those are the people that I work with. And believe me, they are the problem solvers. They fix stuff. When I had my massive breakdown and I went into my shamanic crisis and I really lost my mind, I got on my hands and my knees and I prayed for my most ancient ancestors to step forward and save me. And you know who stepped forward? The Orishas. And when the Orishas stepped into my life, it was like, okay, everybody, we are taking over now. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Get out of our way. We are going to take over here. So when the Orishas and the Loa decided that they were going to come to me and they were going to fix my life, I'm not even going to lie to you. It was like they basically said, we're taking over now. Because I was such a mess. I was that big of a mess. For real. All right, next. Megan B, are you still here? Megan B, Megan B. God, I wish I could help you more. I wish you were closer to me. Where do you live again? Yeah, you're far away. I feel like one of you guys should, like, moderators should post a message to the top, like, of, like, people that are coming up. You know, like a waiting line. Like what happens when you go to DMV or RMV and you get a number, you take a number. Number 12 coming up. Number 16. Now serving, right? Okay, so Shayla, you're coming up, but I've got Megan B, then Caitlin G, Megan B, Caitlin G, G-Locks. Those are the 3 people that are on my list. So if Megan B isn't present, is Caitlin G here? Caitlin G? All right, Caitlin, guess what? It's your turn. G-Locks. Don't be nervous. All right, so we're going to come back to Megan B, and we're going to do Caitlin G. Third Eye Gemini is G-Locks. Okay, so I'm going to do Caitlin, I'm going to do G-Locks, and maybe Megan B will come back. Damn. So I lost one of them. I'm going to have to owe them a reading. They'll just have to, if they don't come back tonight, I'll have to hit them up in my next one. And I'm even like hustling today. I'm like even moving fast. All right, here we go. Now I'm reading Caitlin G. Don't be nervous. Oh my God, you pulled one of my favorite cards. Wow. Okay, so real quick, Caitlin, while I'm laying down your cards, are you practicing witchcraft? Are you practicing magic? Are you practicing spirituality? What are you practicing? Are you practicing anything? This is the first time you've ever gotten a reading ever? But you're drawn to spirituality. You're trying to figure out where to start. Okay. Well, obviously the first place that you want to start is with your family and your ancestors. I don't know if you watch me regularly or if you've been following me regular, or if you've seen my other videos or you've listened to me and my teachings. But if you're starting off on the path spiritually, the first place you want to start off with is learning about your family, learning about your ancestors and learning about your ancestors' spirits. Now, what does that mean? Well, I say that it's very good for people to get an ancestry DNA test or a 23andMe DNA test. That way you can find out where all of your ancestors come from. You're a little cup, and all of your ancestors, or basically who they are, is poured into a cup from all the different places that they come from, and you're a combination of all of those things. And so getting an ancestry DNA test is going to help you at least figure out which cultures would be good for you to start investigating, okay, to learn more about your history, to learn more about where you come from. Because remember that reincarnation is real. And in the spirituality I practice, we believe that people reincarnate through their own family lines. That you reincarnate in your own family at different times. Not all the time, but it can happen. Okay? You pull the 10 of coins. Whenever someone pulls the 10 of coins, it says that you have ancestor spirits that are very happy with you. That's a good thing. That means you want to venerate them. That means you want to honor them. That means you want to give them a place in your home. So do you have any altars or anything? Do you have any place in your home that you've designated that's going to be your spiritual area? You know? Okay, so this is what I want you to do. I want you to find a place in your home that's nice and quiet and peaceful. And this is going to be a place where you're going to put out a glass of water and a white candle. That glass of water and white candle is going to call your spirit guides. It's going to call your guardian angel, and it's going to call ancestor spirits. The best way to get started on the spiritual path is to say prayers. Now, a lot of people who have left Christianity, who have been traumatized by Christianity, whether being Catholic or Jehovah's Witness or anything else, might have a problem with the concept of prayer. But you have to be able to talk to the spirits that you want to work with. You need to be verbalized to them. You need to be very clear with them about what it is that you need emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, physically. And you want to ask them to step forward because you want to know that they're there. And once you open up that portal of communication between you and ancestor spirits, things will start changing in your life. Now you might say, well, what about bad ancestors? Everybody has good and bad ancestors, okay? Everybody has ancestors that were vile in life. Rapists, pedophiles, drug addicts, alcoholics, people who were, they lied, they stole, they cheated, they were violent, they were murderers. We all have those spirits in our history. We all have ancestors that did bad things, colonizers, okay? Whatever. But when you sit down and talk to your ancestor spirits, you're not calling on those low-level entities. You're not calling on those spirits of the dead that did those things. You're calling on your highly elevated ancestors, your highly elevated ancestral spirits. See, in my tradition, the ancestors are like karma. They are the rewarders and they are punishers of their children on earth, okay? Ancestors can block your blessings or close doors for you if they feel like you're going in the wrong direction. So working with ancestors is very important. And I want you to get this book called Badass Ancestors, okay? I need you to read this book, Badass Ancestors by Patty Wigington, so that you can get on that. That's where you want to start. See, I practice the traditions that come out of the Caribbean. So I'm really into like voodoo. I'm also into Ifa and Santeria and Lukumi and all of that. And in my tradition, you always start with your ancestors first on the spiritual path. Because if the ancestors are not happy, no one is happy. Okay? There's also another situation going on. It seems like you feel trapped, or it feels like you feel bound. You pull the 8 of Swords. It talks about feeling like you're fumbling around in the dark, or that, you know, you have Thank you, Crystal. It seems like you might be in a relationship that's not good for you. I pulled the Devil card for you. The Devil card talks about somebody who is in your life that doesn't need to be there because they're very, very toxic for you or abusive, or that they suffer from mental and behavioral health problems that are out of your control that make your life miserable. Are you in that kind of situation right now? Okay, so what does innocence mean? Is this somebody who's living off of you or mooching off of you? Is this someone who is like constantly taking your money or spending your money? Or someone who, are you spending a lot of money? Like, are you losing money on this person? Like, are you putting yourself out for this person? Because if you've been giving this person money, you need to stop giving them money. Okay. Oh boy. I'm going to say something that's going to be really, really harsh, okay? I need you to understand something. Man, here comes Granddaddy. Are you ready? Ready for Granddaddy Ryan to come along? You don't need to be in a relationship with someone who's in jail. And you don't need to tell me what they did or what happened. But if this is someone who is in jail, this is someone who's does not need to be in a relationship. Let's just be really fucking clear about that. I would say the same thing if you told me that your partner had a drinking problem or was an alcoholic. I would tell you the same thing. This is not a judgment thing. I'm not saying they're a bad person just because they ended up in jail. Do you understand me? Do you hear what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they're a bad person because they're in jail. That's not it. They could be a very, very good person. I've been in jail. Okay, so I'm not a bad person, but I've ended up in jail in the past. But the thing is that back at that time in which I was in that state where I was getting into trouble and my life was a mess, I absolutely did not belong in a relationship with someone because what's going on with them is going to affect you. And if you really love them, you'll take a step back and tell them that they need to fix their shit and figure it out. And say, maybe we can reconnect in the future at some point in time when you've gotten your act together. And then you just have to separate because that's a bad situation for you. You need to get more rest. You need to get more sleep. You pulled the 4 of Swords, which talks about you not sleeping. That 8 of Swords, which talks about you feeling stuck. That Devil card saying that there's a person in your life that is not good for you. And the Tower card came for you. And what the Tower card says is that very soon, maybe even within the next month, even 3 months, there's going to be a big surge of energy in you. You're going to have a spiritual awakening or a little spiritual epiphany where you're going to wake up and you're going to realize, wow, damn, there's a lot of things that I want to be doing with my life and I'm not doing any of those things. Another thing you have to look at is whether or not the person that you're in a relationship with is helping you achieve your destiny. Sometimes people come into our life, and the reason they come into their life is because they're a catalyst for us, because they help move our plot line forward in this grand story called life or reality. Okay, sometimes people come into your life because you need them. But it doesn't mean they need to stay in your life. Because that person is helping you on your achieve your destiny, but sometimes they don't need to stay there. You pulled psilocybin. You pulled the magic card in the herbal astrology deck. Commune. You need to be communing with people that are like you. You need to find more people like you. You need to have more friends that are like you, like-minded individuals that can give you the love and the help that you need, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. People who want to see you achieve your goals, achieve your destiny. If the people that are surrounding you are not on board with helping you achieve your destiny, those are people that need to get the fuck out of here. Okay? So one thing I want you to do is focus on finding new friends also. Because the people and places and things that are around you need to be helping you get to where you want to be. You've got grandfatherly spirits coming around for you. Did you have a good relationship with your grandfathers? Are they still alive? There are men in your family line. There's one on your mother's side and one on your father's side. They seem like they're definitely ancestral spirits and they're males. I'm just wondering if you had a good they're both alive, then it's farther back than that. It's like a great-grandfather or a great-grandfather. Great-great-grandfather. I'm going to try to describe them to you. One of these guys was very intimately associated with water. He might have been on a ship. That could have been the Navy, or he could have been on a boat, commercial boat. But it's someone who was like definitely associated with the sea and associated with water. Hold on. Sorry. And then you have another grandfatherly spirit that seemed like he was someone who had a garden. He had some kind of garden, and he tended to some kind of garden. He used to grow fruit. He used to have like an apple tree or a peach tree or a cherry tree. You also have a spirit guide that's very, very close to you. It's the only spirit guide that I'm able to pull off of you right now. This particular spirit guide that I'm seeing seems to be like, God, he's Celtic. He's either a Celtic shaman or he's a druid. Do you know if you have any Ireland in you? Because I feel very strongly that you've got this Celtic priest that's around you, helping you. Okay. What you need to do is you need to get a DNA test and find out what you got going on with your DNA. But also at the same time, I want you to start looking up Celtic things. I'll just look into it, okay? Everything about Ireland. Start learning about Ireland. Start learning about the food, what they drink. Learn a little bit about the history. And start learning about Druidry and other Northwestern European forms of witchcraft, like Wicca, Scottish witchcraft. And there's a great book that I want you to check out. And I'm going to show it to you, because I can't remember the name, but I have it here. Oi! This is a very important book. It's called Cunning Folk and Familiar Spirits, Shamanistic Visionary Tradition in Early Modern British Witchcraft and Magic. I'm going to actually, this is so important, I'm going to flip the camera so you can take a screenshot. Okay. Cunning Folk and Familiar Spirits by Emma Wilby. Shamanistic Visionary Traditions in Early Modern British Witchcraft and Magic. Okay. Because what most people don't understand about witchcraft, Western witchcraft, and magic, that comes out of Europe is, all religion is based in shamanism and spiritualism and spiritism, even in Northwestern European countries. Now, hold on a second. The Spirit says that you really need to focus on your work right now. The Spirit is also warning you, don't allow other people to pull you into drama or drag you into the middle of their conflicts. You pull the 5 of Wands. And whenever someone pulls the 5 of Wands, it means that other people are making their problems your problems. That can be at work. It can be in your family. You also have a witch in your family. You have a spirit guide that's around you that is a witch. And this is someone that comes down to you in your family line. She's wearing she's like wearing a blue gown. She's got like wavy brown hair that's very, very long. And I see her standing in some kind of like, almost like a castle, or like in a very, very old, rustic, almost seems like a castle. It almost medieval. I think that you have a medieval witch that's with you. But she wasn't seen as a witch when she was alive. She's very beautiful. Looks like she's between the age of 25 and 30. There's no visible signs of her being a witch. I don't even see... she was a devotee of Diana. She was devoted to Diana. She was a Dianic witch. She worked with the moon. She made moon water. She worked with crystals and rocks. And she worked with a lot of lunar phases of the calendar. She even worked with the herbs. So I think it's very important that you do some research into your family history, because you have magic in you. And that magic comes down to you from your family line. But you're getting ready to come to the end of an era, okay? You pulled the World card, and whenever I pull the World card for someone, it's telling you that you need to tie up all of your loose ends. It's time to tie up all of your loose ends. Everything that's been holding you back up to this point in time, it's time to go ahead and cut the string, and you need to move on, and you need to walk away and start something new. And I think that if you do all these things, you're going to find a lot of success. I think you should come to me in about 4 or 5 months and get a real reading face-to-face. But I think the first thing you need to do is get an ancestor DNA test and start looking and researching into the background of your family, and then come and see me at some other point in time so that we can work it out. But we'll get you on the spiritual path. We'll get you to where you need to be. And that's the reading I have for you, okay? The problem with loving people that are messy is that their mess becomes your mess. Their mess becomes your mess. It's just like an alcoholic, just like someone who's in drugs. You can't help the person. And you might feel bad about it, but you got to get over that shit of feeling bad about it. You got to get over feeling bad about it. It just is what it is. All right, so Megan B. Now I've got G. Locks is over here, but Megan B. Is there a Megan B? Megan B. You're being summoned. Megan B. G. Locks. G. Locks, you still around? Then I got Natalie, Annette, Shayla, Darlene, Yesenia, Chantel. What's up, G? All right, we're going to do you next. Third eye Gemini. I got G-Locks, Natalie, Annette, Shayla, Darlene, Yesenia, Chantal. Yeah. I can send you your money back, or I can give you the reading the next time you come to my live. Do you want me to send you money back, or do you want me to hold on to it? Yeah. Text me later. You have my phone number. Text me. And I'll just apply that towards the full reading. Okay, feel better, honey. Take care. I hope that you're okay. Okay, good. All right, so G-Locks. Is that like Goldilocks? Nice. Gwendolocks. I love my Mushroom Tarot so much. My Mushroom Hunter deck. I'm going to have to like buy another deck. I'm going to have to get like another deck. Because I'm literally going to cry if this deck ever goes out of print. I love it. You like my room? Thank you. You would really love my entire condo. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Ouch. I'm getting hungry. Oh, y'all, I'm going to eat like a motherfucker when this is over. Oh, man, I could eat an entire pizza right now. Eat a whole fucking pizza. Swear to God. I'm like burning spiritual calories over here like crazy. I'm out of coffee. Okay, G. Have I read you before? Okay. You have children? You have 2 daughters? Do you have 2 daughters, 2 girls between the ages of like, I don't know, 6 and 12? Like one might be 8 and the other one might be like 11 or 12? "16 and 20? Wow, I was way off, but they're both females? Maybe I'm picking up on their... And 2 boys. Damn, girl, you've been busy. You like to fuck, don't you? Oh my god. Goodness gracious. We need to turn that off, okay? Were you raised Catholic, like no birth control? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you now. I'm just being stupid. Your ancestors love you. That's why you pull the 10 of coins. You pull the 10 of coins. And whenever I pull the 10 of coins for someone, it means that the ancestors love them. And I'll tell you what the ancestors love. They love children. They love it when their offspring have offspring. Why? Because it's the continuation of life. It's the continuation of the evolution. It's a continuation of the process of life, death, and rebirth and reincarnation, okay? So that means that you have, you have brought ancestors back into the world. That's a really, really beautiful thing. But I'm just wondering, like, are you suffering from health problems or like mental and behavioral health, like depression and stuff like that? Because there's several things coming through here that talk about like you being sad. You struggle with depression stuff? We need to get to the source of that. ADHD isn't bad. You can use that to your advantage. It's possible to use your neurodivergence to your advantage. Okay. Are you practicing witchcraft? Are you practicing magic? Or are you primarily into astrology and tarot cards? And no, don't, no. There's no embarrassment here. I've got PTSD. I'm bipolar, manic, depressive. I'm on some kind of neurodivergent, like spectrum. Someone said that they thought it was Asperger's, or somebody said that they thought it was. I've got all kinds of problems too. It's just part of who you are. It's just part of who you are. Don't think of yourself in terms of your liabilities. Think about yourself in terms of your strength. So yeah, being bipolar for me is a negative thing, because if I don't take my medication, I get out of control, right? I start cycling through depression and anxiety. But I tell you what, back when I was performing as an entertainer, as an actor and a dancer, being bipolar was very, very useful, because bipolar people can be very, very creative. And even people with ADHD or other neurodivergence can be very, very, very productive. It's just the way your brain works. Your brain just works differently. Spirit is talking about work, and Spirit is talking about like being overworked or overtaxed, or feeling like you've got too many burdens on your shoulders. Do you feel that way? Is there some kind of way for you to alleviate some of that stress? Like, are there other people that can help you? Other people that can give you assistance? Or is there another job you're looking for that might not be as stressful? Well, do you have a husband? What the fuck does he do? Fuck that shit. Absolutely not. No more. Absolutely not. No more. Your kids need to make their own bowl of cereal. Your kids need to do their own fucking laundry. Your kids need to be responsible for cleaning up the house. You are the motherfucking boss. You are the person that tells your kids what needs to be done, not the other way around. I mean, is he making decent money? Is he supporting everyone? I mean, is he doing his job when it comes to the financial? Your son is reliant on you and he has severe ADHD. He makes some money and you keep the house intact. Girlfriend, you need some help. You need some reinforcements. You need assistance. You need some help. Is there family that can help you? Like, do you have a good relationship with your family? Because you're gonna burn out or break if you don't give yourself the ability to have some fun, and you need to take a little weekend trip for yourself. Do you have a lot of friends? Do you have like girlfriends, people you talk to regularly that you might be able to do something with? Did your grandmother like sugar cookies? Like, you remember how they used to have like the round tin, and it was blue and it had cookies on top, and you opened it up and it was like all the little different packages and it was like sugar cookies? Do you remember those? Did she like those sugar cookies, or like Pepperidge Farm cookies? It was like plain cookies. Like, not necessarily stuff with chocolate on it. You got a lot of your gifts from her. You got a lot of gifts from her. Because I'm feeling her energy that's very, very strong with you, but all I know is that she likes sweets. And I think that you should put some, if you have an ancestor altar, which I hope that you do, you should put some cookies out for her. And her favorite drink, whatever her favorite drink was. I don't know why I have this feeling like she might have liked Kahlua or some Bailey's Irish Cream, or like when it came to liquor, she liked some kind of creamy liquor. There was a particular kind of drink that she enjoyed, but it was like a liqueur. Interesting. I have a feeling like that she was into that she liked amaretto, like amaretto, Bailey's Irish Cream, or Kahlua, or something like that. Ask. Find out. See if you can ask your grandfather, or ask your mother, or somebody, whoever it is. Ask what her favorite liquor was. Okay? And I'm sorry to hear about that. You pull the Nine of Pentacles, and the Nine of Pentacles says that you need to be patient, that you need to wait, that all your hard work is going to pay off. You also pull the Seven of Pentacles, which talks about study and learning and taking up a new skill or taking up a new craft. Okay? Grandpa was killed? Okay. So, can I just say something about ancestor altar? On our ancestor altar, anyone who died a violent death or a really misfortunate death doesn't usually go on the ancestor altar. Are you familiar with Espiritismo? Hey, Amber. So the messages that are coming through here are really, 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 the same messages are coming through here for you. Okay, let me just break this down. I pulled, the Three of Swords. I pulled the Ten of Swords. I pulled the Two of Swords. I pulled the Tower card. I pulled the Ten of Wands. I pulled the Seven of Pentacles. The Nine of Pentacles. All of these things sound like they all have a common root or a common thread. Okay, so pay attention to the way I teach in my book how to set up your stuff, your altars and stuff like that. But the thing is that if you keep pushing yourself and you don't alleviate some of the responsibilities that are on your shoulders, you're going to get sick. No, not if they died of natural causes. Usually it's people who were murdered. So you're going to get physically ill if you don't get more help. You need to be able to get more assistance in life somehow. There has to be help. Somewhere, somehow, some way. I just have to ask a question. Why are you homeschooling your kids? Why aren't they going to school? Because I was homeschooled and it did not help me. It didn't fix my problems. It made my problems worse. And it was also I got a really bad education being homeschooled. Why aren't your kids in school? Because in my personal opinion, I would send my kids to school. I don't know why you're homeschooling your kids, if you're afraid of them going to school and school shootings, or whether or not, you feel like you're the best person to take care of them and nobody else can take care of them. How old is he? You can take him to a different school. You could try to get him into a special school or one of those Montessori schools. I'm going to tell you what, honey, homeschooling is not good. I don't recommend homeschooling at all to any parent at all. Homeschooling is a horrible, horrible, horrible thing to do to a kid. Because he needs to be around other kids. He needs to be able to learn how to defend himself. He needs to be able to learn how to stand up for himself. He needs to learn how to handle criticism. He needs to learn how to feel emotionally uncomfortable and live through that. He needs to be able to learn how to make friends. There's no service that you're doing to your kid homeschooling him. So what I'm going to say to you is, and you might or might not agree with me, I'm not trying to make you upset in any kind of way, or I'm not saying you're a bad parent or anything like that. You're doing what you think is right for your kids. But I'm seriously going to recommend to you that you do some research into trying to find a different school and not homeschool your kids. So here's the thing about what Kayla said. I was homeschooled, but even though I was homeschooled, I did do stuff like go to dance. And because my parents put me in dance and gymnastics, and they put me in theater stuff, and I had the outlet to be able to go interact with other kids, but it still wasn't good for me because I was interacting with kids under an environment where I wasn't being social with them. I was only learning things. So if you homeschool your kid and you put them in extracurricular activities like dance or classes or theater or martial arts, you're still only giving them the opportunity to interact with people in a structured manner and not interpersonal communication. Kids need to be able to learn how to communicate with one another. And they need to be away from their parents 100%. Because when kids are at home all the time, they're exposed to all of the things adults are going through. Kids are supposed to be kids. I am so sorry to be standing on this platform making all of these statements, but I was homeschooled. I have the right to say this because I was homeschooled. And because I knew a lot of kids that were homeschooled. Because they were Christians. And the only way for their parents to keep the girls in jean skirts that go down to their ankles and keep their hair long and braided and keep them chained up to a bed was to homeschool their kids. But I would really take a moment and take a step back and try to find your kid another school to go to and not homeschool your kids. That's my personal opinion. And it's also kind of like what I see coming through here in the reading, because whatever it is that you're doing right now, you're not sustainable. You're not going to be able to sustain this on a permanent basis. He hated how he was treated at the other school. He might not be, but you need to tell him that, the way he was treated at the other school might not be the way he's treated at a different school. Keep working on it, because baby doll, I'm telling you as a friend, you're not going to be able to sustain this. You're going to have a breakdown or a meltdown. And then your kids are going to see you having a meltdown and a breakdown, and that's not going to be good for them. Or the quality of your life and everyone's life around you is going to start to become more poor. It's going to be poorer. Like you said, it's hard. And that's not sustainable over the long haul. So just don't be mad at me. Try to think about it. You got a lot of spirits of the dead around you that are related to your family, your grandmothers, grandfathers, very, very, very strong with you. You should have an ancestor altar up, and you said you were putting it up because you got a lot of spirits of the dead that are coming around. You need to have 9 glasses on the altar. You need to have 1 big glass, and then you need to have 8 small glasses because you got a lot of spirits. Okay? Yeah. Call on them. Call on them and ask them to give you the guidance that you need and the direction you need for your family, because like I said, look, the reason why you go to the ancestors when it comes to family-related issues and emotional and behavioral health-related issues is because your ancestors have a vested interest in you succeeding in life. They've got a stake in the game. You understand what I'm saying? They've got a stake in the game. Your ancestors have a stake in the game of you being successful, which is why it makes more sense to go to your ancestors and your spirit guides when you need help than some deity. I'm not saying that deity work is bad. I'm just saying that when it comes down to it, the people that you should be interacting the most is with your spirit guides and your ancestors. Because those are the people that are going to help you get things done. Okay, honey, I have to stop the reading now because that was your time. I hope that was helpful for you, and I really hope that you don't think that I was screaming at you or yelling at you, because I really, really wasn't. I wasn't trying to, I don't want you to think in any kind of way that I'm judging you, or I think you're a bad parent, or you're doing the wrong thing, blah, 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 blah. Not at all. Not at all. I realize how much work, how much your time and energy that you're putting into your family. So I am not telling you that what you're doing is wrong. I think that you are doing very well, but I'm more concerned about your mental behavioral health and your physical health and your psychic and spiritual health because of the fact that it's too much for you. All right. And then there's something about homeschooling which can be disingenuous to your kid because children have to learn how to interact with other kids. And they'll never learn if they're not forced to. Okay, look. Megan B disappeared and she never came back. Now I've got Natalie, I've got Annette, I've got Shayla, I've got Darlene, I've got Yesenia, I've got Chantal is not here anymore. Who's here? I'm here. Natalie, is that you? Megan B, you disappeared on me. I thought that you disappeared and you weren't coming back. You're next. Megan B made it back. Yep. Okay, look, I have to pee. You gotta wait, and then I'm gonna shuffle your cards, Megan B. Hold on a second, okay? You guys gotta give me a minute. I've been in the same place for several hours. I had to throw on a fresh pot of coffee. Coffee's going. Turning on my heat. Goodness gracious. My God. I had 4 boiled eggs, soft boiled eggs, and 4 slices of cinnamon raisin toast before I go live. And I'm glad I did because that shit is sticking to my ribs. All right. Oh yeah, my YouTube channel. I've got an awesome YouTube channel. I'm running on symphony bars. Hi. Hey, Megan B. Megan B, it is all about you. Astro Witch. You into astrology? What kind of astrology do you do? Do you do Hindu astrology or sidereal astrology or tropical astrology? This reading or a different reading? I get confused. Yeah. Did you buy a reading from me? Did I do your birth chart already? Or did I do that live? I don't remember. I would suggest that you branch out and learn a little bit about sidereal. I mean, because the principles of the houses, the planets, the signs are the same. It's just the calculations are different. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Do I need to restart my live? Okay. All right, well, I offer that on my website. Oh, okay. So if you go to my profile and you click on my link tree, you'll see that it says, get your birth chart read. And I will read you based on Hindu astrology. I think you'll be fascinated with it. I love astrology. All right. Hold on. I'm shuffling up your cards. Hey, Robert. I'm just doing readings. All right, Astro Witch. Let's do it. Oh. All right, Astro Witch. What are you supposed to be initiated in? There's some kind of initiation that you should receive. There's some kind of ceremony that needs to be performed. Really? You pulled Cacao. You pulled the card of initiation, the initiation card. So I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you need to receive. You dabble in a lot of things, so you're kind of like all over the place, kind of like eclectic. Okay. Okay, so specifically, like, what kind of witchcraft are you practicing? Now, obviously, you're studying Western astrology and you're into astrology, but are you like a green witch? You're a chaos witch. Oh, wow. Okay. So you're like the Scarlet Witch over here. Okay. So that's what's going on. When you say transmutation, what do you mean by transmutation? I know you do a lot. I can see that. There's a lot of stuff going on over here. We need to fine-tune you because you got a lot of energy around you, which is really, really beautiful. But you know, it's funny that you said you're a chaos witch because it does feel very big and very out of control, or like it needs to be honed in. You need to reel it in somehow. When you practice your chaos magic, do you do it in a ceremonial fashion? Are you doing like ceremonial magic? Or are you doing like whatever you want? Like, are you just it's total improvised, total on the fly, off the cuff? Everything is by intuition. Are you an intuition only based witch is what I'm asking. This is a really specific reading. So it's ceremonial based and based on your intuition. Okay, have you read Advanced Magic for Beginners by Alan Chapman? So the only chaos magic book you ever need is called Advanced Magic for Beginners by Alan Chapman. Some people need to understand that the chaos magic tradition was born from ceremonial magic. It was not born from witchcraft. So the concept of chaos magic is a very specific concept, and when you say that you're a chaos witch, you're really, really expanding your vocabulary, not only from ceremonial magic, but also into witchcraft, which is phenomenal for you. Do you work with your ancestors? Have you had an ancestry DNA test? Do you know where your people come from? Do you have an ancestor altar? Is that part of your craft at all? Or have you not incorporated any ancestor work into it? I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm very chaotic. I am very much a chaotic witch. Good. Now, here's another thing. Do you have a personal altar? Do you have an altar for you, specifically that represents your higher self? Hey, what's up, Leah? As you can see, I'm doing my thing like I always do. I just want to know if you have a personal altar. That is perfect. Yes, girlfriend, you are on point. Yes. This is a confirmation reading for you, telling you that what you're doing is good. You're doing very, very good. You have the star card. Whenever I pull the star card for someone, it tells me that your guardian angel, or your, that holy guardian angel, if you want to call it that, or your spirit, your primary spirit guide, whoever it is that rules your head, is right over top of you. And all the other spirits in your spiritual court are coming into alignment, are in alignment, okay? So you're really, really super on point. They're trying to push you in a particular direction, and I don't even know what that is. Because it's not like what I do. It's not traditional. Have you heard of ambient magic? Do you know what ambient magic is? So, ambient magic is a very particular kind of magic, and if you're into chaos magic, then ambient magic might be something you're interested in, but you have to be creative, because the concept of ambient magic actually came from video games. But as a chaos magician myself, I incorporated the concept of ambient magic into my process. Now, what does that mean? Shit, are you people ready for me to get really, really deep? Okay. So, whatever it is that you are, just like whatever it is that I am, is pure consciousness, embodied, right? We're spiritual beings having a physical experience. But who you really are is pure consciousness, okay? And who you are extends way beyond your physical body, okay? It's your entire field of awareness. Why don't you start looking at yourself as your entire field of awareness and not just what's inside your skin and your body? Because you are just as much part of everything that's going on out there as you are in here. As above, so below, yin and yang, life, death, male and female, 1, 0, inside, outside, up, down. These two parts of the coin, right? What is happening on the inside reflects what's going on the outside, and what's going on the outside reflects what's going on in the inside. That's why if you want to have a life that's put together, keep your home clean, keep your car clean. Okay, when you wake up in the morning, comb your hair, brush your teeth, not like myself. Okay, put on a nice pair of pants and a clean shirt when you leave your house. The way you are is going to reflect in everything around you. If you act like a chaotic shit show, you're constantly going to be attracting chaotic shit to you, to yourself. So ambient magic is pulling on the energies in your atmosphere. So ambient magic really has to do with the magician pulling on energy from the atmosphere around them. It's atmospheric sorcery. And I would recommend that you kind of fuck around and find out with that stuff. Spirit is also saying that there's someone from your past that's going to be coming back into your life. The Spirit says that you're a very strong person. You got a lot of strength. Spirit says that you have a lot of old wounds from past traumas that have not healed. I'm not telling you to do shadow work because you're doing ancestor work. That's just fine. But what I want you to do is I want you to come up with some positive affirmations or positive mantras. You need positive affirmations and positive mantras. You also really, really, really need to focus on staying balanced, okay? You pulled the Chariot card, and you also pulled the Two of Coins. And both of those cards talk about finding balance and harmony in your life. Spirit also says that you need to be working on dream work. You need a dream journal. You need to keep it beside your bed. And if you wake up in the middle of the night from any kind of dream, or you wake up first thing in the morning and you remember your dreams, you need to write them down. So one of the medicines that's coming through is you need to be focusing on more dream work, like dream yoga, lucid dreaming. That's a spiritual goal for you, unless you're already doing dream work. Okay? That's an area of your consciousness that you need to venture into. And you pulled Samphire, the adventure card. Yeah. That's a whole other world that you need to get into. There's a book. It's called The Tibetan Yogas of Dream and Sleep. You need to read that. Even if you don't practice Buddhism, and even if you don't necessarily do the exercises that are Buddhist exercises in that book, you still need to read about the concept of dreams and how dreams work and what they're good for spiritual purposes. Okay? It's called The Tibetan Yogas of Dream and Sleep. I want to show it to you. I'm just going to grab it. It's this orange book, The Tibetan Yogas of Dream and Sleep. Matter of fact, I'm keeping this out because I need to read that again. All right. So what's interesting is, I don't know if you have African ancestors or not, but you have an African spirit in your spiritual court. It's a female. I've never seen anyone like this before. Okay. That's okay. You don't have to have African ancestors to have a spirit in your court or spirit around you that was African maybe in their last incarnation. I'm seeing a woman that has absolutely beautiful, flawless skin. She almost looks Egyptian. She is tall and thin, and her fingernails are done, and they're very, very long. And she's wearing some kind of gold. She's wearing gold. It's like a gold gown, gold and black gown. But what's really standing out to me is her makeup. Her eyes are painted up very, 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 like what you would think Egyptian eye painting would look like. That's like blue. It's like a blue shadow around her eyes. Do you work with Egyptian or Kemetic anything or any? Have you ever invoked any Egyptian goddesses like Isis or? But you have this very powerful female spirit in your court. She's one of the most important ones in your court. You also have a man in your court, and the man that you have in your court, like I said before, we call them Arabians, but this is someone that looks very Middle Eastern. Matter of fact, not just Middle Eastern, even farther than that. Someone like over in like Turkey, or when he was alive, he was like in Turkey. He seems like he's some kind, like he's like a Sikh. Either a Sikh or like someone who practiced that Islamic mysticism. What do they call them? The Sufis? Almost like a Sufi mystic. Are you ready for the best book recommendations ever? If you're really serious about doing Egyptian magic and high magic, I have the books for you, baby. Let me tell you, I don't break these books out just for anybody, but I'll break them out for you. Well, hold on a second. Let me show you. If you wanna work Egyptian magic, I've got you. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm going to have to turn the camera. And we're talking about real magic here. We're not talking about jokes. We're talking about real magic. Okay, you're going to see a green wall. So, before anybody does anything, you need to read a book. You need to read the Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. And you don't have to get this particular Book of the Dead, but I recommend that you familiarize yourself with the concepts in the Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. Because once again, understanding the afterlife and the underworld and the overworld and the astral realm and the way the ancients perceived of space-time is very important when you go invoking any kind of entities. That's another point that I want to make. If you're going to be working with a particular pantheon of entities, you don't only need to know what their names are or what they like and what they don't like, but you also need to understand their cosmology. You have to understand the world that they exist in. You have to understand their stories and their concept of time and the afterlife. Next, get to know your gods and goddesses. The complete gods and goddesses of ancient Egypt. That way you're familiar with, well, whatever it is you might or might not come into contact with on the other side. This is a real book of magic that I'm about to show you. It's not a joke. It's not written by anybody. This is the Greek magical papyri, okay, included in the Demotic Spells, 2nd edition, okay. The Greek magical papyri is a real papyri that was found, and it is a book of magic, a book of Egyptian and Greek and Roman magic. I believe that this the magical papyri, I think, was a 2nd or 3rd century text. But this is real magic that real sorcerers and magicians practiced back then. And if you want to understand why and how the magic works, and you want to read Techniques of Greco-Egyptian Magic. Matter of fact, you probably want to read Techniques of Greco-Egyptian Magic by Stephen Skinner first, before you ever buy a copy of the Greek magical papyri. And let me tell you, this is high magic. This is high magic. But I'll tell you what's interesting and what's funny. If you study witchcraft magic, the occult, and traditional magic long enough, you'll find out that the way that you perform Egyptian magic and Greek, magic is the same way you'll see it being practiced in a lot of traditional cultures. So you know where everybody got their stuff from. Oh, shit. I think that's the only help I can give you today because my time ran out on you, and I hope that was helpful to you. Maybe give you more direction on your path to check out, since you are all about the adventure. Okay, Natalie. Where is Natalie? I love giving book recommendations. All right, Natalie, you've been so patient. So excited. All right, so I got Natalie, and then I've got Annette, and Shayla, Darlene, and Yesenia. And those are like regulars. Those are people I've read before. So I'm very interested to find out what's up. Hey, Daniel. We are doing live readings. We are doing live readings, and then we're going and buying a pizza and eating the whole motherfucking pizza. I am not taking any more, Danielle. I am not. I can't, Daniel. I'm at my maximum of what I can tolerate today. I've been live since 11:30. I went live at 11:30. It's 5. It's going to be 6 soon. Yeah, you want to go get pizza with me? You can come get pizza with me, Leah. You have keys to my house. You can literally show up. I want that motherfucking pizza. I'm tempting you. I'm going to be doing, let's see, I've got Natalie, 20, 40, 60. I got like 90 more minutes worth of readings to do. Okay, we'll make plans. I got to find a pizza place. See, I'm so spur of the moment kind of person. All right, Natalie, you ready? Yeah, it's got to be stuffed crust. All right, here we go. You got a lot of stuff going on, Natalie? You got a lot of stuff going on in life because you got a lot of hardcore cards over here. Do you work Norse paganism? Are you into the Norse paganism stuff? I'm sorry. You said yeah, but I don't know if that's specifically about the Norse. Oh, no shit, because Odin showed up for you. Odin. Primary person you should be going to in your work. Showed up and showed out. Odin's your patron deity. Well, that sounds about right, doesn't it? Wow. All right. Well, we're off to a good start, aren't we? Guess what oracle card I pulled for you? I pulled ayahuasca for you. I pulled ayahuasca. I'm thinking about the whole berserko. I'm just thinking about the kind of spirituality that you need to really tap into is ecstatic spirituality, ecstatic ecstasy. It seems to me very clearly that you need some breakout spiritual practices, okay? I'm still here. So have you read the book The Way of Fire and The Way of Fire and Ice? It's about Norse paganism. You are, I would say, much more of like a shamanic witch. But something happened to you. Something in your childhood that kind of shut you off to all of your spiritual gifts. You need to do some inner child healing. You pulled my inner child healing card. I'm sorry, I'm confused. I must be a moron. Is that really a rune beside your name? I thought that was a tree. Let me keep going with this. You pull the devil card. And whenever I pull the devil card, it means that there's someone around you that is a problem for you. So, who is that? Like, who is making your life miserable, honey? Because it seems to me that there's something or your dad. Okay, I knew it was a male figure. You feel like you're stuck taking care of him, right? No, honey, I can't tonight. I'm too tired. I still have people, and I'm not done. Okay. So one of the reasons why this is such a huge problem for you is because you did pull my Lover's card, and the Lover's card says that you're an empath, so your abilities as an empath are creating a lot of problems for you. Your abilities as an empath are creating a lot of problems for you. You're really, really entwined and enmeshed with this situation, and it's really difficult for you to figure out a way to, like, make your father go away. You pulled the Ten of Cups. And whenever someone pulls the Ten of Cups, it tells me that their spirit guides love them very much and are trying to help them as much as they possibly can. So what is going on with your father? Eight of Swords, feeling trapped, stuck in the situation. You also pulled the Five of Wands, which talks about conflict, fighting, creating problems for you. The relationship, that the situation that's going on with your father is also harming the rest of the relationships around you. Like, how big of a problem is this? Okay. So you need to end that, Natalie. You have to, you can't, you absolutely cannot. Do you have a partner? You're not abandoning him. He's an abuser. You're not abandoning him. He's mentally ill. Okay? He's had his entire life to get his fucking act together. I'm 43 years old. Do you think when I'm 60 years old or 70 years old that I'm going to be expecting my daughter to do a goddamn thing for me? Absolutely not. When I'm an old man, I'm going to be sitting right here in my condo, drinking my coffee and smoking my weed and living my best life, taking care of myself at the age of 70, at the age of 65, 70, 80. I'm going to be taking care of my motherfucking self. I've been taking care of myself. No one wipes my ass for me. Guess what? Every single person needs to realize that they are not their child's problem. I want my daughter to go out into the world. I want her to fall in love with whatever boy or girl or anything in between that she falls in love with. I want her to have a happy life. I want her to have children. I want them to have pets. You see what I'm saying? I want her to have a job that she loves to do. I need her to live. Want her to have friends. Like, I might be the sperm donor, I might be the father, but I am by no means expecting my daughter to be emotionally, mentally, spiritually, or physically responsible for me at all. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've got one mission in life. My one job and mission in life is to pay off this condo, because this condo belongs to my daughter. This is the gift that I'm giving to my daughter. When I'm dead, she can inherit this place, and hopefully it will be paid off. I believe that I can get it paid off. But that's not the point. The point is that your father telling you that you're abandoning him, or people making you feel like you're abandoning him because his toxic ass makes your life miserable and completely stinks up everything that you do, girlfriend, your empath abilities have got the best of you. And I'm saying this to you as your friend. I'm not saying this because I'm trying to be a bitch or anything. I'm saying that people don't realize that you're codependent. Being an empath makes you really codependent. No, I don't. What? Be responsible for him? If I just went off on a tangent that really was unwarranted, you can tell me to get back in my lane if I was wrong about all of that. But that what I said to you pretty much stands for everyone, that you're not responsible for your parents because they've had their entire life to fix their lives. Oh, okay. You need to take a spiritual bath. You pull the Nine of Cups card. And I want you to make yourself a spiritual bath. There's actually a book called Spiritual Baths, and I'm going to buy it. I'm literally going to buy that book. It's a book, and it's called Baths or Spiritual Baths. And it's got all kinds of baths in it. Okay, good. Because here's the thing, though. You said you're not in a relationship with someone. Because there you pull the Two of Cups, and the Two of Cups is the only card that I pull that has to do with romantic relationships and dating. And that means that there's someone out there that you need to connect with that could be your partner. It's talking about love and romance. So if you haven't met that person could come around within the next couple of months. But here's the thing. They're not going to be interested in hanging with you if you're chained to your father. You're not going to find love. You're not going to find someone who wants to be with you if your life revolves around having to wipe your father's ass. It's not going to happen, girlfriend. There has to be room in your life for a partner. And if there's not room in your life for a partner, you're not going to get a partner. Okay, because the universe abhors a vacuum. And if there's something missing in your life, especially in a relationship, the universe will fill it. They'll send you someone. But you have to create the space for that person. Spirit is talking about you learning a new activity or getting some kind of certification or some other kind of degree or some other kind of education to help you increase your financial abilities. Like there's something that you need to do. Do you know what that is? It's like some kind of certificate or something. You're a child of the earth. You need to be out in nature as much as possible. Okay. Well, guess what? You can go to college and start taking classes even if you don't know what you want to major in. Just start taking classes. Just take classes. You need to have tenacity, okay? The card that you pulled is Burdock. Burdock. Tenacity. You need to have tenacity. You need to decide what it is that you want to do. What is it that you really want to do? You have a spirit that's in your court. And the spirit that's in your court, in life, was some kind of priest. You have a highly elevated spirit in your court. Do you... Oh, I already asked you that. Do you work with the saints at all? Were you raised Catholic? Really? You have a priest with you that seems very, very Catholic. You seem like you have some kind of like saintly Catholic figure around you. And the image that I see is like Saint Anthony or Saint Francis. Mormon and Catholic, are you fucking kidding me right now? My God, if you weren't getting fucked in one side, you were getting fucked in the other. Taking it from both ends. I'm sorry, that was really, really, really... I shouldn't have said that. You have a grandfatherly spirit, though, that's coming forward for me. And this particular grandfatherly spirit that's coming forward for me, he seems to me in life someone who was like... He was like a butcher. Or he had a farm. I feel like he was a farmer or something, and that he butchered his own pigs and cows and chickens and stuff like that. He had a mustache. Yeah. So you pull that Two of Swords, and that Two of Swords talks about being balanced and staying balanced in the spite of, what's going on with you. Because the Two of Swords talks about like really walking a fine line, being on razor's edge, being very, very like bouncing back and forth between having half of a meltdown and not. That's the meltdown card. That's like, be careful. If you don't bring yourself back into balance, you're going to have a meltdown. There's another ancestral spirit, another grandfatherly spirit that's stepping forward for you. And that particular guy traveled a lot. He was always traveling. He traveled around the world. He was someone who was just a world traveler. Another card that you pulled, which is my elemental card, tells me that you also have a connection with fairies, gnomes, sprites, and all kinds of other nature spirits, salamanders. Hey, Diana, I'm doing live readings. I'm going to follow you back. Watch your money. Watch your money. You pull the Five of Coins. Five of Coins talks about finances. It talks about money and being careful that there might be a situation that comes up that's going to require you to put out money. Yeah, but you need to try to connect with that energy. You need to go out and leave like an offering in the woods for the fairies, for the fairy spirits, for those nature spirits. A lot of people don't understand who the fairies are. In voodoo culture in West Africa, they're called the Aziza. The Aziza. And what the fairies are actually spirits of the dead. But they're so ancient of spirits that they have really, really melded with nature. As an example, the Aziza were considered the small, hairy people that lived out in the forest. Okay. Yeah, I do want to go live. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people left that I have to do. So that's like 90 minutes from now. Or 40, 60, or 80 minutes from now. You pulled the Strength card. And the Strength card tells me that you're a very, very strong person. You've been through a lot. You're going to continue to go through a lot, but you're very, very strong. But the fairies, the little people, or the little hairy people, they were the hominids. They were an ancient race. They walked alongside Homo sapiens. They walked alongside the Neanderthals and the Denisovans, okay? So these are the tiny, hairy little people that were the stand upright little people that you see, the hominids. So those particular spirits are deeply connected with nature. They lived in the forest. They were like, like Ewoks. Those are the people that are the fairies, and they existed all over the world. And after that particular race died out, and there was no more fairies, their spirits have melded with nature, just like all spirits of the dead eventually meld with nature, and that's who you're petitioning when you go out into the forest to leave something. So they'll always accept gifts of milk, they'll accept honey, or sweets, sugar candy, sugar cane, coconuts, fruits, specifically like strawberries and berries, and even nuts like cashews and macadamia nuts, and indeed like pistachios. So if you want to like make a little basket for the fairies that live out in the forest close to you, like chop up some coconut or get some coconut flakes, pour some honey on it, put some cashews or some pistachios on there, and then put some berries like blueberries or strawberries or cherries, and take that out into the forest and leave it for the forest spirits. Okay? And that's my reading for you today. Whew. All right, hold on a second. Guess who's next? Annette, are you here? Smug Cat, Annette. I got Annette, Shayla, Darlene, and Yesenia. Let me grab my coffee. Let me grab my fresh cup of coffee. I want pizza. I want pizza. All right. Bye. Okay. So, where is... Oh, Annette. There we go. You're here. We're here. I've got 4 more people to take care of. Annette, Shayla, Darlene, and Yesenia. And I just like my... Sorry, I have to adjust my balls. It's my hot black. Yes, best for last. All right. All right, Annette. Let's find out what's going on with you. It's always good to get a check-in. Oh, Robin, you're so sweet. I do have a kick-ass YouTube channel. You have to go to my YouTube channel and see all the stuff that's on there. I've got stamina, baby. It's called spiritual stamina. Spiritual juggernaut over here. We are a juggernaut. Yeah, but the information is always the same because the information is, you know, this is what the Spirit says. I mean, you guys should be able to know by now. I know, and you've been here for like 6 hours. I really do want some fresh garlic, though. I think I'm going to go to the store. My eyes. Sorry. My eyes have been burning, let me tell you. From allergies. Okay, here we go. Excuse me. Here we go. Annette. Okay. Interesting. So, let's go ahead and break this down. You feel blocked, Annette? No, don't be sad. You feel spiritually blocked. You feel like you're not getting... Yeah, I know. Because you pulled the Seven of Pentacles. And whenever I pull the Seven of Pentacles, it usually talks about spiritual dissatisfaction. Like you're not satisfied. You're not satisfied where you're at. And it's not like being confused about where you're at. It has nothing to do with being confused. You know your spiritual path. You know what you're doing, but you feel discontent. Why? Why do you feel discontent? What are you expecting is going to happen? What are you waiting to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Like, what is your expectation? Do you think maybe you need to, and you know I love you, do you think maybe you need to readjust your expectations for what you're going to get out of the spiritual world? Did I just... Yeah, we need to hold on a second. We need to take a step back and we need to ask whether or not you need to readjust what kind of expectations you have for yourself, for one. And number two, like, what do you really think you're going to get out of all of this? I mean, I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm saying, like, you know, ancestor veneration and ancestor worship is having an ancestor altar, talking to your family when you walk past the altar, sharing yourself with them, sharing food with them, putting a drink out for them, lighting a candle for them, remembering them, because spirits of the dead want to be remembered. Ancestors want to be remembered. Even if you don't know their names, you're still talking to your ancestors. But guess what? That's what ancestor veneration is. That's what ancestor worship is. That's what it's like having spirits of the dead of your family in your house. They're there. It's not like, it's not miraculous. It's new to you, and it feels new to you, and it's a revelation to you, and it's a it's an awareness that you get on the spiritual. But after you get that realization, or after you're there, then it's more about maintenance. We're talking about having a spiritual maintenance. It's like having a relationship with spirit, or the spirits that are around you, as a continuing conversation. It's a continuing conversation. It's a continual flow. And your relationship changes all the time with people. It's just like with people. Sometimes some spirits come because they need you at a particular time in your life, and then they disappear and they don't come back, and you don't know why. When I was a little boy, I had a spirit guide. I called him Matthew. He was blonde-haired, blue-eyed. He was several years older than me, and I remember him quite vividly as us having conversation with one another and hanging out with one another while the television was on my couch. I very clearly remember Matthew. But I got older, and then he disappeared, and I never saw him again or heard from him again. When I was in my 20s, I had a spirit guide that was Chinese. His name was Yi. He worked with me for a time, but then he left and he hasn't come back. Sometimes spirits will come and they'll work with you. They'll do what they need to do. Maybe they're paying a debt. Maybe there's some unfinished business or unresolved business they have with you. Okay? But the point is that these things happen and they change and they cycle. See what I'm saying? So just because you're working with somebody today doesn't mean you're going to work with them forever. Nobody works with someone forever. You pull the Three of Cups, which is telling you to go back to the drawing board and go back to spiritism. Reevaluate your expectations for what you're going to get. And then you got to think about like what the end result is. Like, you know, magic and practicing witchcraft. Practicing witchcraft works like this. You don't like somebody, so you cast a spell. And you don't get the effect that you want, so you do it again. And you do it as many times as you have to in order to create enough chaotic mess energy in their life that they start fucking up. I'm not telling you to curse or hex anyone. What I'm saying is that like curses, hexes, and jinx. Like what are you gonna expect? Well, it's not like Hollywood. It's like if you're casting magic against someone in a negative way, eventually, you know, that magic is going to get through. It's going to start making that person sick, or they're going to get into an accident, or they're going to start having a series of misfortunate events, or they're going to lose their job, or they're going to become more irritable, or they might start drinking more, or they might start having problems with their partners, or maybe for whatever reason. If you go hardcore against someone enough in magic, you will create problems for them. Same thing with anything else, but these are very real life, real world things that come up. It's not like Harry Potter. It's not like Doctor Strange. As much as I would like to go like this and a big ring of energy open up for me to walk through, I can't do that because that's not real life. At least in this dimension. So what I'm saying is that you need to check your priorities. The World card came for you saying that you're at the end of an era. It's time for you to clean yourself up, tie up your loose ends, cut the cords, and move on to what's next. Anything that you've been doing for the past year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years, decade of your life that's no longer useful, it's time to quit. It could be quitting your job. It could be ending a relationship. It could literally be putting away spiritual things you don't need anymore. Because sometimes we're on training wheels and then we graduate from training wheels. Spirit is talking about conflict. The Five of Wands came for you. Getting pulled into other people's drama. The Nine of Swords came for you, talking about disruptive sleep, poor sleep, nightmares, waking up with, what do they call that? Sleep paralysis. Or being alone and not being able to sleep by yourself. Well, there you go. Spirit says that you need to look into studying astrology for yourself. I think astrology is something that's an important thing for you to start studying and learning about. It might not even be Hindu astrology. It could be some other kind of astrology, like Chinese astrology. But it seems to me that working with the stars and paying attention to the constellations are important to you. Create a journal. Create a journal. Well, guess what I did? I'll show you what I did. Where is it? Do I have it over here somewhere? I don't know where it is. I have a journal that I created, and it primarily... it's my daily date book. It's just a date book, or like what I'm writing in. Like, obviously there's nothing going on. But I actually created an entire calendar till the end of the year, showing me when the moon changes phases, changes into a different sign, and every planet changes into a different sign. And I went through the whole year with my astrology app and determined all of the changes that were going to happen in the sky for at least through December 31st. You should do the same thing. I also did your birth chart. What's your Atmakaraka? Do you remember what your Atmakaraka is? Was it Saturn? What is it? Go back and check, because that's important. Your Atmakaraka in Vedic astrology is important. Tells you a little bit about who you are, about yourself. See, the Atmakaraka planet is a planet that represents yourself. It's how you function in the world. And what is Saturn responsible for? Saturn is responsible for everything that rots. Saturn is responsible for everything that dies. Saturn is responsible for the decomposition of things, okay? Saturn is the bringer of karma. Saturn is the hardcore planet that doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. Saturn is here to teach you lessons. That is what Saturn does in astrology. That's why everybody is afraid of Saturn and their Saturn return, because they know when their Saturn return comes around, your or your Mahadasha, your Saturn period in your life is going to be full of hard work, and it's going to be full of answering up to what's up in your life. And you won't find that out unless you get your birth chart read and you find out, what your Atmakaraka is, what your Mahadasha is for what years, and then also find out what your placement is. These are things that you find out when you get your birth chart read. These are important. If you're a spiritual person, it's important to know these things because they tell you about who you are. So I would recommend that you go back and you sit down and you reread that entire thing. The Eight of Wands comes for you, which talks about being more verbal and communicating your thoughts and your feelings with other people so that they hear you. Three of Pentacles talks about potentially, learning a new craft, learning a new skill. The Chariot card talks about, your passion, your drive, and your enthusiasm moving forward. You need something new and something fresh to give you motivation. I just knew that from knowing your personality. I knew it was Saturn just from knowing you. Because if you understand the whole Hindu astrology thing, you can figure out what somebody's Atmakarika is just by paying attention to their personality. But I mean, you got to be like, I don't know. You got to be balls deep into it before you can start doing that kind of thing. Okay. You are inactive, and Spirit says with the nettle that you need to get activated. Now is the time of activation. Activate. Kundalini activated. Kundalini activated. Another thing that the Spirit says is that you need to be nourishing yourself. Nourishment, okay? Plantain. That nourishment card talks about eating well, eating satiating foods. Don't eat sugar. Don't drink alcohol. Don't eat bread and pasta and other wheat. Don't eat any soy. Don't eat any corn or anything that has corn derivatives in it. Don't eat any sugar. So what I'm saying is like try to eat meat and vegetables and potatoes and sweet potatoes. Try to eat couscous. Put butter on your vegetables. Make stew. Make soups. Make foods that are nourishing to your soul. Just eat nourishing for a while, you know? I just had like a very strong desire for a arroz con pollo. That just hit me. I don't want pizza anymore. I want arroz con pollo. Spirit says that you have everything that you need to accomplish your destiny. Everything you need to accomplish your purpose. Six of Wands comes for you. Six of Wands talks about you being able to overcome your obstacles. But a lot of it does come back to you finding proper balance. You pulled the Two of Coins, and you pulled the Two of Coins twice. That's telling you to be very careful about how you're juggling your responsibilities and the spiritual world. But maybe it's time to turn it off for a minute and take a break. Have you thought maybe you should just take a month off? Take a break. Take a vacay from everything spiritual and come back to it later? Like yo, everybody, we're taking a break for a minute. You've been angry a lot. You've been flustered. You've been walking around with a dark cloud over your head. You've been more aggressive. You've been grumpy. You're angry. You've got a lot of anger stuff going on. Resentment. Okay? You pulled the Patience card. And what that particular card is talking about is, let me tell you, I was in deep meditation. I was high as fuck. I smoked like in a whole joint and got on my yoga mat. And I was doing some hardcore yoga, right? And the Spirit started talking to me. And it said, you know what, Ryan? It said, the medicine for anger is patience. The medicine for anger is patience, meaning that, yeah, you get angry, but it takes patience to be able to sit with it and settle with it and allow it to pass. You have to allow those angry feelings to pass. You literally have to be patient and just wait for it to pass. Then the Spirit said to me, Ryan, the cure for resentment, or the medicine for resentment, is gratitude. The medicine for resentment is gratitude. And I was like, damn. Gratitude. Gratitude is the attitude. Be grateful for everything that you have. There are some people that never have relationships. I get it. I totally get it with relationships and relationships ending. Don't think that the past couple of months or the past month or the past 2 weeks I have not been sitting seriously meditating on my life and my relationships. All right, honey, that's my reading for you. I hope that was helpful. Maybe it gave you a little bit of a direction. Journaling is great. I keep a journal. I keep a journal on my phone, and I keep a written journal. Okay. Shayla. Are you here, Shayla? I got Shayla, and I got Darlene and Yesenia. Yay. All right. It's your time. See, and here's me over here thinking like this. I'm always asking myself the question like, really, Ryan? Was that necessary? Was it really necessary for you to do that? Was it really, really necessary? Did you have to do it? Like, did you have to go there? Did you really have to go there? Did you get what you wanted out of the situation? Are you happy now? Those are the thoughts that come up in the back of my head when I start thinking about my relationships, my personal relationships. You know, that question like, why did you think that was a good idea? But let me tell you something. Everybody comes into your life for a reason. Everybody who comes into your life comes into your life for a reason. There's a reason why that happens. There's a reason why Spirit directs somebody into your life and out of your life. So don't be mad about it. There's no reason to be mad about it. But if it's over, let it be over. It's very painful. Now, Lauren, you're still with your partner, right? Wow. So, like, did something happen? You're more than welcome. Did something in the reading? Oh, I'm gonna get food. Did something in the reading change you? Or change the way you were viewing stuff in life? We have to talk. Text me on WhatsApp. Like, send me a verbal message. Because, like, literally, you guys were together, and then the next day you were not. Bye, Annette. Yeah, absolutely. Just because you're not with someone doesn't mean they're not an incredible person. Jennifer, incredible fucking person. One of my favorite people ever of all time. I'm never going to not love her. I'm never not going to believe that she came into my life to teach me a lesson. She taught me a lot about myself. So just because something doesn't work out doesn't mean that it's anyone's fault. And you can still have love for that person. All right, Shayla. Shayla, a lot of issues concerning generosity, a lot of issues concerning giving and sharing yourself with others and other people helping you. Very interesting messages coming through. Okay. All right, Shayla, look. I'm gonna tell you something about myself, and this might help you, okay? A lot of people might tell you that the most important thing in life is love. All you need is love. You need to give love, show love, receive love, right? God is love. Like, there's all this stuff in our culture, in our society, in our language that tries to refer to love as being the highest virtue. It's not. Wisdom and the access to knowledge and higher states of consciousness and to know thyself, that is the greatest virtue, not love. Because love and hate are the same emotion on a spectrum. Over here we got love, over here we got hate, and everything in between is a spectrum. Okay? I need you also to realize that the most important thing that you need to be focusing on is wisdom and knowledge, and gaining wisdom and knowledge, and not allowing personal relationships to pull you off your path or distract you. Okay? You pull the elder tree, and that card is a card of wisdom. It's telling you, above all else, child, know thyself, seek wisdom, seek knowledge, because guess what? They can't take it away from you. Check it out. There is only one thing that they can never take away from you. They can take your life, they can take your clothes, they can take your car, they can take people out of your life, they can take your home. But one thing that they can never take is the amount of knowledge and wisdom that you achieve in any lifetime. Okay? So what I'm trying to say to you is that don't sacrifice yourself and your needs on behalf of people that don't give a fuck about you. Don't sacrifice yourself for people that aren't going to appreciate it. That includes partners. I want you to also be careful with your health right now. Pay attention to your health. If you're having any health problems at all, I want you to think about going to see a doctor. If you haven't seen a doctor in a long time, maybe also do that. Make sure that you get your breast examined. Maybe see your gynecologist. Get your blood work done. If you haven't seen a doctor in a while, make sure that you get a bill of clean health. See, I'm losing my voice. I've literally lost my voice. I've lost my voice doing this today. You also need to really think about staying balanced. And what unbalances you is people. Are you in a relationship? Hey, beautiful divine. I'm just doing readings. You're engaged? Okay, that's good. Are you happy? How's sex? Is it good sex? Because if it's not good sex, don't marry them. I'm going to go ahead and tell you now. If the fucking is not good, you do not marry them at all. Period. Because relationships that are romantic are also based on sex. But let me just go off for a second, because I'm glad to hear that. I have a book recommendation for you. And women do this. I don't know why women do this. Women, you are ridiculously stupid guilty of sacrificing your own sexual desires and drives and your own sexual satisfaction because you get involved with somebody that you think is right for you or you think your parents think is right for you. If you're in a romantic relationship with another person, you should want to fuck that person. And you should want to really, really fuck that person. If that person is not for you or you guys aren't compatible in that way, then it means that that's not supposed to be a romantic relationship. That's a friendship. That's not a relationship based on passion. It's a relationship based on we like the same things and we get along. So if you're in a relationship or have gotten into a relationship with someone and you sacrificed your own needs when it comes to getting your orgasms, that's a bad relationship. That's one you should have never gotten yourself into. That was a mistake. Because romantic partnerships have to be based on romance and lust. If you're going to tell me that I'm going to be your only partner for the rest of your life, or I'm going to expect you to marry me, or you marry me, or I marry you, and the rules surrounding that partnership is I'm not going to be able to have sex with anybody else? No. You can't expect a man to be faithful to you if you won't fuck him. Don't get into a relationship with someone. Don't get engaged to someone. Don't be in a marriage with somebody and not be willing to have sex with them. And don't be surprised if they go looking for it somewhere else if you won't give it to them, especially men. Because men equate love and sex together. Let me say that again for all the women that listen to me. 95% of my followers are female. I don't have any male followers at all. Okay? I'm here to tell people what they don't want to hear. And women, I say stuff all the time and it sounds really bad and misogynistic, but it's true. These aren't just my opinions, okay? Men equate love and sex together. If a man feels like if you want to fuck him, that means you love him. You might, as a woman, you might be able to differentiate between love and sex. You know, you love him and you also desire him. That's not how men work. It's not. And make sure that you touch him. Make sure you touch your man, because men also need to be touched. Men are not touched enough. We're taught growing up that we're not allowed to touch other people. that we need to keep our hands to ourselves, that we can't be affectionate with other people, that men are supposed to stand there with their arms beside themselves and they're not allowed to be intimate. It's why men have a problem with intimacy. We don't allow men to be to show their emotions. So that's why, Shayla, that's your job there. You've got some kind of horny spirit with you. You've got a horned spirit. You've got a spirit that is like a little devil. You got some kind of spirit that's around you that has horns on it. Did you know that? It's like it's weird because it's not like a fawn. It's almost like a dragon. It's almost like you have a small dragon. Or some kind of, it's like reptilian. The skin on it is like brown and black, but like a snake. But it has horns. And it almost has horns that look like antlers. It's weird. It's a very interesting nature spirit. You also have a female spirit that is highly elevated, that walks with you, that's coming through as like, well, some kind of priestess. The elk, is that what it is? The elk-looking thing? It's not human. It's some kind of animal. Or not animal. Some other kind of race of something in the astral. How did you find out about that? Did you see it, or did somebody else tell you that they saw it around you? So when I was talking about generosity, what I said was that you need to allow other people to help you. You need to allow other people to help you when you need help. Through Paul. Are you talking about he doesn't follow me, he blocked me. The witch, right? The Spirit says that you need to focus on your dreams. That dreams are very important to you. And you need to pay attention to them because that's one of the ways that your spirits communicate with you. You need to be practicing sex magic. There's a book called Urban Tantra. You pulled the Ace of Wands. There's a book called Urban Tantra. You need to get it if you haven't gotten it yet. Urban Tantra. That book is going to teach you how to transmit sexual energy into spiritual energy and healing energy. And since you've got a partner and you guys are into it, I want you to read that book. It's phenomenal. And there are exercises that you can do with your partner to raise energy. Even if your partner is not participating in the meditation or participating in the energy exchange, you can use the energy that your partner generates with you to cast spells and to transmute energy. Okay? Lucid purgatory is what I meant. Paul is lucid purgatory. Also, because you pulled the Ace of Wands, if you don't want any unwanted children right now, make sure that he puts a rubber on it or you get birth control or something. Because the Ace of Wands came for you, which talks about fertility, talks about magic, it talks about creation, it talks about children. Hold on a second, let me organize myself here. I got all excited. I got ahead of myself. What's going on with your sleep, though? You pull the Nine of Swords, and you pull the Nine of Swords twice. Are you having problems sleeping? Do you sleep with your partner? I mean, are you guys sleeping with one another? What is his sleep like? Or her sleep? Whoever it is. Or it. I don't know. People be having sex with all kinds of things these days. Do you sleep with your partner? Does he have problems sleeping? So retrograde planets, when things go into retrograde, for me, my philosophy on retrograded planets is retrograded planets create internal conflict opposed to external conflict. If you look at it like that. When planets are in retrograde, it makes the effects of the planet much more introverted, makes it much more internalized. So mundane before magical, are there things that you can do to help you sleep better? He sleeps like a baby. And you're all over the place. Because his energy can be affecting you. His energy could totally be affecting you. He might not be deliberately trying to do anything to you, but that energy might be... have you guys been sleeping together for a long time, or did your sleep problems happen when you started sleeping to him? Or have you had restful sleep with him in the past? Are you practicing witchcraft? Does he know you're a witch? How does he feel about your spiritual path? Is he supportive of it? Okay, good. Excellent. Fantastic. You're up to a good start. You pulled the star card, and I love this card. This is a beautiful card. The star card tells me that your guardian angel and also all those other spirits in your spiritual court are in alignment and that they're very happy with you and they're very close to you. Well, she's coming through again. There's some female spirit, like a deity that you've been trying to work with. Do you work with Hecate or the Morrigan or one of those two entities? Okay. Yeah. A lot of you out there are working with her, and I know why. She's a mother of magic, and she is the world soul. So I know that a lot of you guys, she comes around quite frequently when you guys come around. I don't work her. I have a place for her. I honor her, and I put things out for her, but I don't work her. Oh, really? Well, she came in your reading. That's good. If you get her image, get her traditional image. Don't get the witch image. Get her traditional image of the three women holding the 6 implements facing in different directions. All right, let me try to give you one more message in 1 minute. Oh, wow. Wow. No, I lied. She's really, really strong with you. Hecate is really, 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 really strong with you. She's all over you. No joke. Don't let anybody tell you not to work with her, because she is definitely could be your patron. Wow. Good for you. All right, last message for you. You pulled the death card, okay? And what the death card means is that you need to chill out and take your spiritual path slowly. You don't need to be in a hurry to get anywhere. You need to take your time, study, do research, read books. Start, pay attention to you and your partner, live your life and allow your spirituality to develop over time. You don't need to be in a hurry. Hey, thanks, Stephanie. Patron mean? It could mean that she could be the primary entity that you should be showing reverence to or devoting your prayers to, for her to help you on your spiritual path. Because remember that Hecate is a triple goddess, but she's not a triple moon goddess. She's not associated with the moon at all. She's associated with the underworld, she's associated with the sea, and she's associated with the heavens. Because when, as a titan, she's not a goddess. When she sided with Zeus, when he went to war against Coronos and the other titans, she took his side, and Zeus gave her dominion over these things. Okay? So Hecate is a liminal spirit. She exists everywhere all at one time. She's always accessible. And she is basically someone who helps she's a psychopomp. So she's a trafficker of the dead. She helps traffic souls from the underworld. But she's also, Hecate is not just a titan that does one thing. She's an all-mother. She's also a savior, a protector of children. Like you couldn't have a better guardian than, or you couldn't have a better guardian than Hecate. If Hecate walks with you, it's very, very difficult to throw shade at somebody who is a real serious devotee of Hecate, because she's a powerful spirit. She's one of the most powerful spirits in the entire spiritual multiverse. Thanks, Aaron. Okay. All right, Darlene, where are you? Darlene, where are you? Good, Shayla. All right, Darlene. Oh, my God. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And then Yesenia. Oh, my God. I'm almost at the end of my shift. The sun is setting. Okay, Darlene. Yeah, Shayla. Go forth into the world and shine as a bride. In order to honor Hecate, put out 3 boiled eggs for her. Put honey on those boiled eggs and put incense, 3 sticks of incense into the 3 different eggs. Oh, I'm a spiritual warrior. I woke up and I was here for it today. And everybody got their reading. I didn't miss anybody. I'm going to crash tonight. I'm like going to go to sleep after I eat my pizza and not get up until tomorrow afternoon. You're more than welcome. It was really difficult in the beginning of my session when I started doing readings and all those people came in to harass me. I was like blocking them right and left and right and left. Like those motherfuckers don't stop. They just don't want to do anything but, try to fuck with me. Yeah, but just remember this. Whenever somebody comes around to fuck with you like that, they're fucking with you, but they're also fucking with your spirits. Tomorrow morning at 10. Yay! I'm excited. I'm super stoked. Okay, Darlene. You are ready. I'm shuffling up my cards here. All right, Darlene, here we go. Let's see what the spirits have to say to you. Yeah, you can use Thai basil. Malaya. You can use Thai basil. Are you sad, Darlene? You got a lot going on over here. I'm getting a lot of interesting messages for you, unless I'm totally off. So, I don't know why this is coming up, but I'm just wondering. You pulled the Three of Swords, and you pulled the Three of Swords twice. That's significant. What is that all about? What are those Three of Swords about? Because you seem to be pretty happy. You finding yourself getting into fights with anyone? Are you having any quarrels with people, family members, or with your partner? Or at work? You guys are fighting? You pull the Devil card too, and you know what that means. That means a toxic influence in your life, a toxic person that needs to be removed. You pull the Eight of Swords, which is a feeling of being stuck. So, I mean, I see a lot of stuff here that relates to like interpersonal relationships. I guess my big question for you is, are you happy? You pull the Tower card also, and the Tower card kind of talks about that within the next 3 months or so, I think 2 months or 3 months, that you might have a spiritual revelation. The Tower card talks about being careful because there is a circumstance in the near future that's going to give you an epiphany that might or might not be be good for you. Oh my God. And you pulled the Tower card twice. Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. You pull the Three of Hearts twice, and you pull the Tower card twice. Did your husband cheat on you? Do you have any suspicion at all that your husband might be fucking around on the side? Okay. It could be your boss. You also pull the Wheel of Fortune, okay? And the Wheel of Fortune card talks about chaos or chaotic energy that is around you. I didn't mean to just blurt out that about your husband. But I think that you should pay attention and keep your eyes open and not be Pollyanna in your relationships. I think if you have a new job offer, you should take it. But there's definitely someone in your life that is not helping you out. You're convinced it's your boss? Okay. That's fine. Spirit is also telling you to think about your health. Telling you to make sure you go to the doctor and get whatever it is that you need to be healthy. Okay, you pull that Ten of Swords. That is the warning card that if you're not careful with your health, that your health could go poorly for you. And we don't want that to happen. Spirit is also talking about getting more sleep and paying attention to your dreams. That's for you. You pull the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Pentacles, or the Ten of Coins, talks about your ancestors or your ancestor spirits being happy with you, that they love you very much, that they're trying to send you as much positive energy as possible. And you're also pulling the Six of Wands, which talks about success in your adventures, success in life, and being able to have all of the tools available and necessary for you in order to accomplish your destiny, accomplish your purpose. Okay, hold on. Seven of Pentacles came for you also. And that Seven of Pentacles is talking about dissatisfaction in your spiritual practice, or the feeling of being stagnant, or feeling bored. So do you feel like you've come into like an obstacle or a roadblock in your spirituality? Because it feels like there's something going on there. And the Seven of Pentacles talks about being unsatisfied with what's going on in your spiritual life. What's the problem? Do you have an idea of what that's about? I'm losing my voice. Work got in the way of your spirituality, your spiritual practice? Really? Have you done your ancestor work yet? Are you working with your ancestors and spirit guides? Okay, good. Let me ask you this. Do you have a very good, reliable system of divination that you practice for yourself? Tarot, oracle, or anything else? Not a pendulum. Okay. So here's my question for you. What is the purpose of all of this? Like, what's your end game? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? What's at the end of the road for you? I'm just wondering, what do you think all of this spiritual stuff is going to do for you? Like, what are you hoping it's going to do for you? I've asked that question before a few times this week to people who are spiritual, have been practicing spirituality for a while, that seem like they've got a practice that's put together. Okay. So do you have a plan for doing this full time? Do you know what you're going to do? Do you have have you figured out how you're going to transition? Have you sat down and really thought about how you can do this full time? Have you saved up some money? Or are you working on saving up money so that you have coffers to fall back on just in case things don't move as quickly as you want them to? Do you have a business plan? All right, well, can I give you some suggestions? Because I'm very, very good at helping people create successful businesses. I have helped many, many people create successful businesses, those people who have taken my advice and actually followed them. There's been a lot of people I've given advice to and they don't follow the advice, so nothing happens for them. All right, well, first thing you need to do is a meditation. And I went through a lot of your cards really fast. You've got ancestor spirits and you've got a spirit guide that showed up for you. But first thing I want to do is say you need to sit down and you need to do a meditation. And in the meditation, what you need to do is you need to think about your best self. You need to think about yourself at your best. You need to think about what it looks like or what it would look like to wake up every morning to live the kind of life that you want to live. What does that look like? You need to literally visualize, do a creative visualization, think about what your life would look like on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis and yearly basis, doing what it is that you want to do. How would you do it? Would you wake up in the morning, have coffee, sit down, start working? What would you do first? Would you be working on herbs? Would you be making products? Would you be going live? Would you be doing readings? What do you think you're the best at? What do you think you're the most marketable at? What is your most marketable quality? As an example, there's a lot of different people that do a lot of different things in the spiritual, like Mama Sunfire. Mama Sunfire is an incredibly talented spiritualist. She does a lot of things. She's a nutritionalist, an herbalist. She's a Reiki master. But she's most marketable when it comes to practicing hoodoo, because she is a hoodooist. She is a hoodoo practitioner, and real hoodoo practitioners are far and in between, and there's a lot of need for practitioners that practice traditional magic to teach it, okay, to the people that need to hear it. Me, I do a lot of things. I'm like a motherfucking Reiki master, yoga instructor. I do all kinds of things. I make products and herbs too, but people come to me for spiritual consultation. That's where I make my money. That's what I do best. We all have a talent that we can give to the world to help the world, and at the same time, the world helps us by supporting us. So there's an exchange of energy there. I help people with their spiritual problems. They pay my bills. It's just that simple. So what are you good at? What is your gift that you're going to share with the world? And what's your backup plan? Let's say you decided that you want to do something with yourself and all this magic shit, and you get involved, and then like 3 months in, you realize, you know what? That was a bad idea. I don't want to do this anymore. I want you to sit and meditate on what your strengths is. What are your skills? What do you think you have to offer the world? Because people don't pay you if they don't think that you have the ability to fulfill their expectations. I always feel bad when I do a reading and I feel like not a lot of stuff comes through. I feel like a failure when not a lot of information comes through for somebody, because I feel like they have a certain level of expectation about what I can offer them in a consultation. Sometimes things don't come through, or I'm not able to help them with their problems, and I feel like I failed. But that's what you need to do. Figure out what you're the best at. You can get all of the business you need through social media, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, and YouTube. Put your shit out there all over the place. Let people know that you exist. Go ahead and start doing that legwork. Create an Etsy profile so that you can sell things on Etsy, including readings. Just start thinking about what you're going to do. The Spirit is saying that you need to run your business by the cycles of the moon. The moon is very, very important for you. The moon is a very important planet for you. You need to be paying attention to the moon and the cycles of the moon and working in harmony with the cycles of the moon, because the moon is a huge player in your spiritual life. Let me bring in my oracle cards, because there was something over here. Dandelion comes for you. And this is the card called Humility. Humility in the Dandelion card. Be humble, show humility, and to me that means showing gratitude for your gifts and showing gratitude for what you can give to the world. Humility also can be interpreted as know your limitations, know your range. Humility could also mean stay within the scope of your practice. You see what I'm saying? You pulled transfiguration and enhancement. So what you want to be thinking about doing right now is enhancing your spiritual practice. The Eight of Wands comes for you, and the Eight of Wands really talks about communicating quite clearly, verbalizing to yourself and out loud to your spirits and to the people who are around you, your friends, your family, your partner, about what it is that you need in life, what it is that's going to make you happy. And the people that are around you should be on board with you being happy and helping you achieve those goals. If they're not helping you or they're preventing you from achieving your destiny, then that's a bad thing for you, okay? You have several spirits that are stepping forward for you. Do you work with any deities right now? Or have you reached out to any deities? Or do you feel drawn to work with any particular entities or deities? Okay, Santissima. Is that who you primarily work with? Is that your primary entity that you engage with? Okay. And you have them in separate places, right? I'm pretty sure you do, because you're not stupid. Okay. That's interesting. You don't work with any male divinities? Do you have a connection to the Norse pantheon at all? You're in balance. There's a male deity that wants to work with you, and you need to find out who that is. There's a male spirit around you, a deity, that you need to work with, because right now you're working with like two very powerful female forces, but you're imbalanced. You need, well, I was going to say Odin. You need to, if you feel inclined to or drawn towards the runes, you might want to talk to that person. And you know who you can talk to about it? You know Derek and Ben? You know who Derek is? Derek the Witch? And his partner? They are way into the Norse stuff. Specifically, Ben gave me a reading with the runes, and he read me to filth. He made me cry. He gave me, like, actually, my ancestors came through from him. He actually pulled my ancestor spirits. He pulled spirits from me that I thought that I wasn't going to be able to get in contact with. And they, they spoke through him. Very powerful ancestral healing that happened. It was like 10 years of therapy in like 2 hours. I recommend that you definitely get a rune reading from Ben, because I think that he can help you. I think that he can help you make the connection that you need. But there's a male spirit that you are ignoring that you need to get into contact with. And that's my reading for you, honey. Okay, where is Yesenia? You are my last victim of the day. You're more than welcome. I'm so motherfucking hungry. Dun, dun, dun. My God, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat somebody. All right, I'm going to pee, and then I'm going to shuffle these cards, and then I'm going to read you to filth, and then I'm going to eat pizza. Oh my gosh. All right. All right, here we go. Let me shuffle up these cards. I don't even remember the last thing I said to you. I know I read you before, and I gave you messages, and I have no idea what I said, and I don't want you to tell me. because after I do a reading, I forget about it. No, I don't do PayPal. And I'm not taking any more readings tonight. My friend was thinking about making a PayPal for me, but I can't use PayPal. I was banned from PayPal. Do you have Apple Pay? I think I might be getting a PayPal account. I think my friend is going to help me. Yeah. If you live, do you live in America? You live in the United States, Renzo, or you live somewhere else? Okay, then you need to get Cash App and Venmo. That's what everybody uses these days. So, you know, get up to date, get up to speed, and download Cash App. It's free. Cash App, Venmo. Oh, I get it. I feel ya. I feel ya. Man, those 4 pieces of toast and 4 boiled eggs really stuck to my ribs. No, I'm done. I got one more reading to do right now, and I'm done. I'm done, done, done. It's my last reading. And then my shift is over. And you guys won't see me again until like Friday or Saturday. Oh, Astro Witch. You don't have to do that. Yeah, well, I can't take any more readings right now. I can't think right now. I don't have the ability to think. Okay, I will. I will. I'm going to do that. I will put that reading for somebody that needs it. I will put that in the back of my mind, and the next person that comes in, you know, if there's somebody that, you know, he's out of mana. All right, Yesenia, here we go. This is it for me. Wow. Okay. So, Yesenia, you pulled an oracle card that I found was very interesting, which was Borage, the courage card. Borage, courage. And what that particular card means is that in the future, probably within the next 3 to 6 months, there's going to be an opportunity or a time in which you're going to have to stand up for yourself. Hey, Jennifer. You're going to have to stand up for yourself, and you're going to have courage. You're going to have faith in yourself. You're going to have to believe in yourself. And you're going to have to step out on a limb, and you're going to have to show faith in God and your ancestors and your spirits. And have the courage to stand up and fight for what? I don't know. You pulled the star card. And whenever I pull the star card, that means that what? Your spirit guides, your guardian angel, those spirits of the dead that are around you are in alignment. They love you very much, and they're helping you. You pulled the Lover's card. And the Lover's card is talking about empathetic gifts, being an empath. Is there a specific spiritual question or a specific situation that you are looking for answers from in this particular reading? Like, is there something that's bothering you? You pull the Three of Swords, and I'm just wondering where this Three of Swords is coming from. Okay. You need... What is your spiritual practice? Okay. Right now, who are you working with? When I say who are you working with, are you calling on any particular deities or any particular energies specifically? Ancestors. You have you've got 3 grandfatherly spirits and 2 grandmotherly spirits that showed up for you. And when I say grandmotherly and grandfatherly, I mean people in your lineage. And I'm trying to get a visual picture of who's stepping forward for me. You love Oshun. So you know what you can do? You can go to the river and you can talk to Oshun. Anyone can approach the Orishas if you go to where they live in nature and talk to them. Oshun is... See, I'm much more on the Nigerian side of it, not so much the Afro-Cuban side of the Orisha tradition. I mean, traditionally... Oshun is personified a lot in the media as, being this very sexy, sensual female that has a mirror in her hand that's very arrogant or egotistical, or someone who is like very sexual or promiscuous and stuff like this. Oshun is the divine mother. She is the leader of the Ayami, or the primordial mothers. Oshun is also the divine mother. She's everything that has to do with everything feminine. Motherhood. She's a protector of mothers, and she helps people with fertility, and she's a protector of children. And she's an incredibly powerful force. She helped you conceive. Talk to her. What you could do is, if you've talked to her before, and this is my opinion, you can either take 5 oranges down to the river, slice them all in half, pour honey on them and some cinnamon. Make sure that you dip your finger in the honey and taste it first, and let her know that you tasted the honey first. And then line those slices of oranges up beside the river, and talk to her and make your petition and tell her what's going on in your family and that you need her to help you find some kind of resolution, or help you, or give you the strength or the energy, or help you understand what it is you need to do in order to resolve your family's issues, if not walk away from your family's issues. The other thing you can do is you can get a yellow candle and a pumpkin, and you can carve a hole in the middle of that pumpkin. Take the top off and scoop it out. Scoop all the pumpkin junk out of it. Put the yellow candle inside with a petition. You could put the petition underneath a plate. Put the plate on top of the petition. Put the pumpkin on top of the plate. Put the yellow candle inside of the pumpkin and pour honey all over it and light it for her. So those are 2 things that you can do if you want to try to give a petition to Oshun. And then after that yellow candle burns out inside, toss it, take the pumpkin down to the river. So that is a working that you can do that is going to is going to petition and call the Orisha and ask for her help. But it seems like there's a lot of fighting or conflict. There's the 5 of Wands showed up, which talks about conflict and talks about fighting. Is there a lot of infighting going on in your family? And the big question is, do you need to continue to engage with this, or can you walk away from it? Okay, well, you know what? Your loyalty is to your husband, not to your mom. So you might need to tell your mom to go fuck herself. Or you might have to cut her off. You're not in the middle of anything. You're not between them. Your husband is who's the most important person to you, because that's the person that you married. That's the person that you said that you were going to live with and fuck for the rest of your life. Have children with. Be in a relationship. Not your mother. Fuck your mother. She's not relevant to your life anymore. She brought you into this world, but if her job as a mother is to support you in your decisions, to nurture you, or to be there for you when you need her help. It's not to give her opinion about how you're supposed to live your life, or give you opinions about your husband, or stir up shit between you and your husband. Because your mother, whether she likes your husband or not, should show up and keep her mouth shut when she's in your house. Your mother doesn't get an opinion about your partner. She might not like your partner, but that is not her place to create problems for you and your husband. Fuck her. You need to throw her off the boat. Your husband's more important than your mother, because that's the person that you declared your ever-dying love for, who the father is of your children. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you're not married to your mother. You're not fucking her. Oh, you and your husband separated? Everything I said about your mother, even though it has nothing to do with the rampage I just went off on, I meant for anybody that needed to hear that message. Whenever you get married, and whenever you put yourself in a relationship with someone, that person that you marry and put yourself into a relationship trumps everything else, even your children. So what we need to do is you need to figure out how you're going to deal with this person, because obviously you don't need to be dealing with this person at all. Is the reason why you're coming into contact and dealing with this person your children? I'm just wondering, this person that you're dealing with, the ex, you guys don't live with one another anymore? Like you separated 100%? Oh, you mean he's still living at your house? Who's paying the bills? Are you talking about the breakup was recent? You guys just broke up? Leave it to my last reading of the day has to be like super, super, super emotionally complex. So right now, he doesn't have anywhere to go and you guys split the bills. No, 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 honey. Not at all. Well, let me just tell you that you've got grandmother and grandfather spirits that are around you supporting you. You've got a grandfather spirit on your mother's side of the family and a grandfather spirit on your father's side of the family. You also have a very, very powerful grandmother spirit that in life seemed like she was almost a chieftain of a tribe that's standing behind you also. You have a spirit guide that's around you, and that particular spirit guide is a male spirit. So here's the thing. You need to have a conversation with this asshole as quickly as possible to figure out who's leaving and how soon, because somebody needs to go. You can't be stuck in this situation where you're living with somebody that you don't need to be living with. So either you or he needs to decide that you're going to leave. And since you guys just split up, you know, there's a certain amount of time that has to be considered when dealing with these financial matters. Do you have a place to go? Like, could you go live with your mom? And how many kids do you have? 1 or 2 or 3 or 5? Okay. How long would it, okay, this is your house. How long would it take for you to be completely financially capable of paying for everything without his help? Or can you afford it now? She went to your aunt's house. That's good. She doesn't need to be there right now. Your kids don't need to be there either, actually. Okay. That's fine. How soon can you kick this guy out of your house? Like, at what point in time do you think you'll be financially stable enough to for him to leave? Do you have a friend that needs a place to live that can come live with you to help pay the bills after you get rid of this guy? Because he needs to leave, like, immediately. You need to tell him he's got, like, 30 days or 60 days to find a new place to live. Okay, see, you and I are on the same page, okay? You're doing all the right things. You just need to, let me tell you something. You need to put your foot down, and you don't need to cave. You need to keep your foot, you put your foot down, you don't need to cave, you don't need to fall backwards, you don't need to, like, if this is time for this relationship to be over, it's time. So you need to tell him that he needs to leave, and it is not your fucking problem if he doesn't have a place to go. No smoothing, no. Once a relationship is done and it's come to a point where you're done, you're not going to tolerate anymore, it's done. Don't give in. Absolutely not. Do not give in. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved. You deserve to be treated right. Nobody deserves to be spoken to abusively. Nobody deserves to be hit. Nobody deserves to be humiliated or treated poorly or not touched or not receive what they need in a relationship. It's over. No one should be abused in any kind of way possible. So this person doesn't love you. I'm going to tell you something, Yesenia, and I hope you have to understand this. This person doesn't love you. Not love you like the way you should be loved. Not true love. He doesn't truly love you, because someone who truly loved you wouldn't treat you that way. You are giving him narcissistic supply. You're feeding him. The relationship feeds him. It fuels the abuse. See, right now you said it's over. I'm not dealing with you anymore. So now he's got to do all kinds of work to come back and try to get that supply back. He needs you to be supplying him with the ammunition or the fuel he needs. He gets off on it. He gets off on manipulating you. He gets off on controlling you. He wants to be emotionally abusive. He wants to be negative with you. He wants to, he wants to put you down, and he wants to push you to the point that you can't tolerate it anymore. And then he wants to apologize, and he wants to rope you back in. If this has happened more than one time, this is not a habit. This is an addiction. Yeah, there's nothing about this person that's changing anytime soon. Stick to your guns. There is somebody else out there down the road that is going to give you what it is that you need. And the sooner you get this motherfucker out of your house, the sooner you're going to find true love. But this person needs to go. Your mother is 100% correct. Don't let him in your room. He can sleep on the couch. You need to be separated, physically separated from one another. You need to be in separate. You need to tell him, stay on your side of the house. I'm not dealing with you. I'm not talking to you. I'm going to continue to do my life, but you need to be somewhere else. I don't want to see your fucking face. Stay out of my way. Out of sight, out of mind. And every time you start having feelings, listen to this. Every time you start having feelings of oh, but I love him. Remember the last horrible, abusive, hateful thing he said to you that hurt your feelings. People say this about Christianity. They say, oh, they leave Christianity because Christianity is shit. And they leave Christianity and they say, oh yeah, but I miss the church and I miss the music and I miss Christianity. I say, yeah. Well, every time you have feelings about missing Christianity, imagine a little boy or girl getting raped by a Catholic priest right in front of the altar of Jesus. Meditate on that image for a couple of minutes, and I guarantee you that your feelings about Christianity will very quickly dissipate when it comes to missing that religion. Same thing with you. Next time you start having feelings in your heart oh, but this is the father of my child. Fuck that. Think about him treating you like shit. Yeah, you just need to remember that, and you need to burn that image in your mind and know that painful. And this is how relationships are, okay? Anything that's causing you emotional pain or emotional damage, or you feel like you're being emotionally damaged inside because you're in a relationship, that needs to end. That needs to end. It needs to be over. But that was my reading for you, honey. That's all the time I have. You got a lot of spirits that are standing behind you, family spirits that are behind you. You've got friends that are behind you. I'm behind you. You need to stay strong. Don't cave, don't buckle. This is not worth it. This person is not worth it. Not worth your energy and your time. They're sick. They've got mental and behavioral health problems because people who are well don't treat other people poorly. People who are people who are well aren't going to yell at other people and speak abusively to them or curse at them or act nasty. That's not how you treat people that you love. Oh yeah. I see heartbreak. I see communication problems. I see movement. I see conflict. I see manipulation. I see heartbreak, and I see new beginnings. Okay. So it was a 3 of Swords and 5 of Wands. All right, honey. Well, I hope that helps. Just know that we're rooting for you, okay? Because I'm going to have to go and eat my pizza now. But I want you to take care of yourself, okay? Thank you, everybody. Thank you for hanging with me. I had a great day. I enjoy doing these readings. I feel good. I really thank you for being with me, hanging out with me today. And now I gotta get out of here so I can get my fucking food. Bye, guys.